day. We do the whole office bit where he's like playing the boss. That was one of those days where I had to like get like a actual like tie, dress shirt. I show up where I had a bunch of gumballs, and then I don't know, I guess I wasn't supposed to, and he started like yelling. He's like, spit it out. Bro, he held out his hand, all the gumballs, cheeks full.
Ew.
And I just spit them out like one by one. But it went on for so long. It was like an office
Did he
bit.
break?
Towards the end, yes.
Is that in the video?
No, it's lost media.
Unfortunate.
You see, normally when a company approaches me with their shitty little mobile game, I usually laugh in their face and say no. But boy, something happened. A company came to me whose product is so unbelievably good, I knew I couldn't say no. When I'm not making videos, I'm here, doing conference calls, boardroom meetings, dealing with insubordinate employees.
Mr. Slack, could I get that right?
No! And I need the energy to keep up with all of it. You see, I've been searching for the perfect energy drink for years. I tried Red Bull and Monster, but I just felt like shit afterwards. And don't even get me started on coffee. It's way too expensive, takes way too long to prepare. What the fuck is a filter? I don't even know how this works. I need my energy right now. And if you've been tuning into my recent streams, I already found it. Ask me anytime, Slack, what are you sipping on? What is going down your throat right now? The answer is always blue. Well, boys, what do you think blue is? What it's not is a blood-pumping, face-tingling, run-through-the-wall and kill your whole fucking family energy drink. What it is, it's fucking Gamer Sups! Great tasting boost of energy that's 0 calories, 0 sugar, that I can drink every day without feeling like a little piece of shit. Jerry, how the hell are you? They also have shaker cups with titties on them. I think that's fucking awesome. Yeah, Jerry, I'm drinking out of a cup with titties on it. What the fuck do you care? Listen, I'm pulling out and putting all my stock into Gamer Sups. Listen, I don't want to hear it from you. This is not your company. It is. It's me. It's fucking me. I have the money. Yeah? No, get the fuck out. And after that, code Kloof will give you 10% off Gamer Sups. You can carry on and on about how you think you want to run it better. You know how to run it better. Oh, I know better than you, Schlatt. You don't know shit.
Average Joe's wins in a shocking upset.
I feel shocked.
Thank God I have this gun. Get the taser.
The fucking taser.
If you had a fucking gun, can you imagine?
Dude, if you shot Pezzy right now, I'd fucking lose it.
One of these days, I'm just gonna start doing random ass bits, like having a gun.
That would be great, bro. I don't know.
Dude, one day I'm gonna do a bit where I hang myself.
Middle conversation, whip up a giant baby bottle of BBL and just start.
Dude, you should just whip out a dildo one day. Out of your ass.
Yeah.
It's like one of those old television bits where somebody has an afro and they just like whip out a bat.
Like,
Like, you ever
bat.
see that shit? It's like a Looney Tunes bit or some shit. So I'll just see what they got him.
Is that what you want to be, man?
No.
We're global.
I will say it is very weird when like there are certain people that have found me and like messaged me and I'm like, you watch me?
Yeah.
Like I had like my 3rd grade crush.
Oh God.
Bro.
Damn, dude, let it go.
Bro, still holding on to
Yeah,
it.
no,
No.
it's
You didn't
so funny.
respond?
When she said like, is this you? I'm like, I had no game, bro. That was 400-pound Grizzy, bro.
In 3rd grade?
No,
Bro, we should make a reality
just a
TV
little
show.
My 400-pound 3rd grader.
He's rolling around. He's a bowling ball.
I graduated 5th grade at 206 pounds.
You weighed more than me in 3rd grade?
What about me says I was skinny at one point in my life?
Well, when you were born, what was your weight when you were born?
98 pounds.
Shut your bitch ass. A full set of hair.
I came out looking like a Sasquatch.
I came out speaking. Hello, mother. Thank you for birth. Greetings.
So this is the doctor. Thank you. If we didn't do a mile, they would just put the basketball hoops down. They're like, here's some balls. Have fun, man.
Actually, you just reminded me how boring my gym was. It would be like a blessing if they brought out the basket of balls.
Oh my God,
Shit.
today's a good gym day. Good
It's
day.
a bombardment day. That bombardment
fun,
is
yeah.
the same as dodgeball.
What?
We call it bombardment.
Why?
It had different
never-
rules.
My high school was so lazy. Nothing. Our times were kind of different. What
do you mean?
Not that drastically,
We're
but
not
like
that far apart,
I
man.
feel like our
4-year
generation, we're
difference.
more like prone to the phones and like not being engaged.
What's the difference between bombardment?
I don't know if it's like, this might be the specific rules in our school.
You blow up.
One secret bomb
So you
in the
guys ever play
balls.
hot potato? Here's an actual bomb.
Don't drop it.
If you caught the red one or something like that, then you got to have somebody come out of jail. The purple ball, if you caught it, then the entire jail like got out. Or something.
I played that. I played that.
there were 2 teachers that had a rivalry. If you were in that teacher's class, then you automatically had a rivalry, and it was every Friday you played Bombardment.
Good teachers. That sounds
They
a
were
lot of
into
fun.
it.
They were so parlay.
Oh, let's bet on elementary scores.
I got 5 on Max and catch the ball.
I got your pizza party slice on Max.
I played baseball since I was 4. It was the arm.
That's why I love dodgeball so
Yeah.
much. I had 1 year where we used actual dodgeballs. I'm full gripping these bitches. I
Like a
was
fucking pirate ship.
Y'all
Yeah.
thought I was
It's a fucking cannonball.
I swear to God, if I saw your ass in 5th grade, 5'8", 200 pounds, and you pull up with a dodgeball and you can palm it, I'm out. I'm leaving the school.
Bro, I got fucking nerfed when they started doing those squishy foam balls. There's no weight that carries through it. So it's
Oh,
like,
that's why you gotta whip them.
You're the reason why for that patch
Even
now.
if Patch
note.
it splits in half. He's
bro,
like, "Who's
it's the
this little
same
ass?"
one. Like,
Turns into
wait,
dust.
No.
Yeah.
It's working. Ugh.
Went from February 28th to. If you're not careful and you no-clip out of reality in the wrong areas, you'll end up in the back rooms, where it's nothing but the stink of old moist carpet, the madness of mono yellow, the endless background noise of fluorescent lights, the maximum hum buzz, and approximately 600 million square miles of randomly segmented empty rooms to be trapped in. God save you if you hear something wandering around nearby, because it sure as hell's hurt you. This post was made in reply to this image on 4chan's paranormal board on May 12th of 2019.
What is
this concept of no clipping or falling out of reality into some in-between place stuck with a lot of people. What would you do if you fell into a seemingly infinite maze of yellow walls hidden in the border beyond reality? This idea was so interesting that several online creators began to take their stab at it. The concept of the Backrooms has been adapted in a ton of places. From YouTube movies to video games to an entire wiki page that's elaborated on the lore and added levels and different creatures. A lot has been done with this concept, but there's one series that stands head and shoulders above the rest. And that, of course, is Kane Pixel's adaptation. Kane Pixels, when he was only 15 years old, used 3D assets created in Blender and eventually live-action segments to tell a narrative within the setting of the Backrooms. And while Kane began with this image and this post like everyone else before him, the series quickly became its own thing. Stories of scientific experiments, corporate conspiracy, complex ecosystems, and violent life within the halls of the Backrooms itself, all within the setting of humanity's attempt to understand a cosmic nightmare. I covered Kane's series over 3 years ago now, and if you can't tell by the merch and stuff, I'm a pretty big fan. Not only that, but since that video came out, Kane and I have become friends, and it's been really cool to watch the series grow while he grows as a creator. So you can imagine how elated I was when it was announced that Kane Pixels would be making a movie within his Backrooms universe with A24. Kane, at 19 years old, is the youngest director in the studio's history and is setting up to have one of their greatest hits. And Kane was kind enough when they were shooting the film to invite me, my wife, and my editor to come see the set. And I can't talk about a lot of the specifics, as you could imagine. A24 is pretty hush-hush about it, but I will say that we are in for something. I'm so excited for this movie, and I'm sure you are too, but first things first, the YouTube series. Since my last video was over 3 years ago, there's a lot of uploads I haven't covered yet. So, here's what we're going to do today. I'm going to give a brief recap of everything I covered in that first video in case you haven't seen it, but judging by the views on that video, a lot of you have, which thank you, that means a lot. Then we're going to talk about a timeline, my theories with the series itself, and then we're going to look at what we know about the movie and see how it ties in, as well as theorize about potential themes or plot lines for the film and the YouTube series moving forward. Then, probably a month after the film comes out, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film and how it ties into the web series. So you can think of this video as a way to get you up to speed and theorize about the series so far and where it's going. Something that I truly believe is one of the coolest and scariest things I've ever seen out of YouTube. So with that, hello everybody. Today we're going to be talking about Kane Pixel's Backrooms. I'm so excited to make this video, and I'm so excited to see how far Kane has come. In that last video, we were talking about how crazy it was that someone this young created a series this cool, and now we're talking about how crazy it is that a director this young is making a movie this cool. There's a lot to get into, as you can probably tell by the timestamp. In addition to a regular look at the plot-by-plot beats of the series, I want to talk about some of the themes and the hidden characters and Kane's other channel and stuff like that. This series is truly something special, and it's not every day that you get film quality content for free on YouTube. So, before you watch this video, if you haven't already, Kane's channel will be linked in the description. Please check it out for yourself. I love talking about it. I think it's fun to watch videos talking about it, but nothing beats experiencing it for the first time the way it was intended. I should also add that despite being on set for a day and talking to Kane about the film, Kane hates me and thinks it's funny to see me suffer, so he hasn't told me anything about the movie. I mean, obviously I was there and I saw some things that I can make inferences off of, but anytime I asked him for specifics...
Real Lemon Guy, yo, it's good. It's good. I'm doing good here. It's a nice Sunday morning, nice Sunday afternoon, Sunday before noon.
For you to figure out. I'm guessing as well. Kane's the kind of guy who would only speak in riddles if he could.
Good
I
day.
also got to interview Kane for several hours while we were on set, but the footage of that is on set, and A24 will execute me if I show that to you before the film comes out. So for now, you're just going to hear audio from that interview, and then in the second video after the movie comes out, you can see the whole thing. This is a series I've been into for a long time, and I'm so excited to talk about it and theorize about it with you all. So if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we talk about Kane Pixel's Backrooms, both the web series and now the movie. And something else that can be really scary is taking care of yourself. I mean, there seems to be so many different steps and products on the market, it's hard to know where to start. But now, you can start somewhere easy thanks to today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is your daily dose of things like multivitamins, multiminerals, pre and probiotics, all in one easy drink. And by easy, I really do mean easy, because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1, and you're good to go. I'm sure spring cleaning our cabinets, a lot of us have realized that it'd be nice if all the different multivitamins and pills we have to keep track of could be in one easy place. But now, it can be. And AG1 isn't a headache. Instead, it's just a pleasant drink that you can enjoy alongside your morning coffee. And there's a lot AG1 can help with, like supporting your immune system and supporting your gut health to keep you regular, but the thing I noticed the most about it is how it helped my energy. Gone are the days of napping midway through the day and never finishing projects. Instead, I have the energy to get things done, and therefore, I'm much more productive. Now, it's not like AG1 did this by itself, or it's some stimulant or miracle cure that's going to solve all your problems. Just amazing the things that you can accomplish when you put the things into your body that your body's been looking for, because then your body itself gives you the energy to get things done. So if you're interested on cleaning out your system while you're cleaning everything else, then now's the perfect time. That's because if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, along with your first order of AG1, you'll receive a free welcome kit. That's right, a welcome kit that includes things like a shaker bottle, a metal canister to store your AG1, one of their flavor sampler packs of the different flavors AG1 can come in, as well as a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2 so you can get even more of the nutrients you need. Again, that's the link in the description or the QR code at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you to AG1 for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description, and we are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So to get caught up, let's look at an abbreviated summary of everything I covered in my first Backrooms video. The first video, found footage, features someone with a camera falling into the backrooms. According to the clapboard we see, this person's name is Kane. Not to be confused with Kane who made this series, although he might have died in the backrooms. How would we know? He stumbles into the yellow halls and fluorescent lights that will become familiar to us as the series goes on, eventually coming across remnants of people who have been there before him. Things like clothes piled in a large room, or menacing writing on a wall that shows closed eyes and a window, along with writing like "Don't move, stay still" and "God closed his eyes." It's here that the cameraman encounters some kind of life form. The life form chases the cameraman until he comes to a large drop-off, at which point the life form attacks our cameraman and he drops the camera, which then seemingly falls back into reality, landing, as the description said, in 1996. The clapperboard at the beginning said that this footage was recorded, or at least started its recording, in 1991, meaning either when the cameraman went into the back rooms or when the camera fell out, it jumped 5 years. Our next video, the third test, dated in 1988, shows a company who we'll come to know as Async attempting to activate a portal. This is the third test of their magnetic distortion device. Nonetheless, it is unsuccessful for now. Well, our next video, First Contact, shows the experiment's first success, as during their sixth test of this device on October 17th of 1989, the portal works, opening a consistent doorway into the backrooms, or as Async refers to it, the complex, meaning the organization's excursions into the backrooms can begin. However, this in combination with unlisted videos we can find on the channel show us that at the same time, earthquakes occurred around Southern California, a place that we will come to find Async is located. So while they managed to open a doorway, it came at great cost to the people around them. This is especially true in the next video, Missing Persons. In Missing Persons, we see several missing persons posters, as after the events of First Contact in late 1989 and 1990, people began to go missing. This is seemingly because when Async caused a rift between our reality and the complex seems to have become less stable and more people are beginning to fall in, just like Kane did in found footage. In February of 1990, some of the first Async agents who investigate the complex come across the body of an individual who seemingly fell into the backrooms. Oddly, his body seems partially consumed and surrounded by a strange growth or rot. There are some nuances in these uploads I've already covered that I'm not touching on right now, like, for example, at the end of Missing Persons, there's text on screen that says, "If anyone, blame him." And I talked about that a lot in my first Backrooms video, and we're going to incorporate it into the analysis later in this video. But just know that throughout these, there's sprinkling of information that implies some actor behind the scene or some greater plan at work. Our next video, informational video, dated to February 29th of 1990, which is odd because there was no February 29th in 1990. It wasn't a leap year, so it went from February 28th to March 1st, so don't know what that's about. But it begins with what seems to be one of Async's typical excursions into the complex. We can even see structures they've begun to build, like on the other side of the threshold in the complex itself, they've built an operating station, and they have lines ran through the complex to keep track of where they've been. Well, during informational video, our cameraman strays away from the group after he hears what seems to be a crowd of people speaking. Despite this noise, all he finds is a blank room, but when he turns back to the rest of his team, there's a flash, and they're gone. Not only are they gone, but the line they were following is completely gone as well. Our cameraman comes across some strange sightings, like these black pieces on the ground that could be burnt clothes or charred remains. He comes across weird wallpaper that seems stretched in some areas, a wheelbarrow, or what seems to be the flat image of the side of a house. He gets back to the operating station in the complex and finds it's manned by no one. And when he speaks, alarms begin to sound. We don't know what's going on here yet, but we will later. Our next video autopsy report occurs right after the events of the previous video, Missing Persons, and this is an autopsy of the body that was found in the complex. It's found that the body is consumed by Hay bacillus, an otherwise unremarkable bacteria in our world, but in the complex, it seems to have mutated, engulfing the body and preventing some parts from decaying, while other parts show advanced states of decay. The medical examiner doesn't seem to have an explanation for this, and then refers to someone listening as Ivan Beck, a name that will become more and more important as the series goes on. Our next video, Motion Detected, occurs on March 5th of 1990. Just on the other side of the threshold or portal that Async has created, researchers are setting up cameras to monitor the space. Alarmingly, while the room is unmanned, they pick up this image. An image of what appears to be either flailing black legs or tendrils of some kind peering at their camera from around the corner. Now keep in mind the creature we saw in found footage was in 1991 and then the camera recovered in 1996. Since this is in 1990, it seems that up until this point, Async didn't know that there were other creatures in there. So this is likely the first sign they've had that they're not alone. The next video prototype shows us footage from May 10th of 1982, over 7 years before Async would successfully open the threshold into the complex. Here we see their early attempts at this technology, as at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, they were experimenting with sending things into the complex. Now, it's unlikely at this time that Async knew where these things were going, if Async was even formed at this point, but whoever was performing these experiments, the only credit we get is the supervisor, Philip R. Heyman. Philip may have thought they were simply teleporting things, maybe to a different location in our reality, and little did they know that they were likely sending things into the complex. Pitfalls occurs on May 6th of 1990, so a couple months ahead of the other excursions we've seen Async perform in the complex. It begins as a typical excursion until they come across a room covered in a series of deep pits. While walking across the pits, our cameraman trips into one of the holes. Simultaneous to this, another researcher continues across the structure, making it to a door on the far side. We don't see what's on the other side of the door, but whatever it is, they begin to yell for a camera, asking them to get the footage quickly, despite having one of their people fall into the hole moments before. Whatever's on the other side of this door must be important. Our cameraman, who we'll later learn is named Marvin, hears what sounds like someone calling out to him. He investigates and comes across a structure unlike any Async has seen. While exploring the complex and coming through a tunnel, he seems to step out onto a red-lit suburban street, complete with houses, trees, and a dark sky. He steps into the house he hears someone calling from, only to find a blue room with reversed road signs. Walking down a hallway leads him to a room where it seems someone had been living for some time. A chair, sleeping bag, and backpack on the floor. The walls in this room seem more decayed than the rest. A pile of numbers on the ground seem to be taken off of the other houses from the street. Following the sound, Marvin sees that it is not someone calling for help, but instead the same life form or same kind of life form that we saw in the original found footage. A massive creature composed of thin stilts. It begins to charge at Marvin, who panics and runs away, making his way back to the hole that he fell through, where he is then rescued by the rest of his team. Pitfalls makes Async and us, the viewer, ask a lot of questions. Just when we were wrapping our heads around things like the backrooms being composed of these office spaces, of yellow wallpaper and fluorescent lights, suddenly it can now mimic a neighborhood? And this makeshift camp we saw, was that another victim who just fell into the space, or was this someone who was prepared, hence the backpack and sleeping bag? And why was the life form seemingly mimicking human speech, calling out, hoping someone would come to it? Our next video report occurs shortly thereafter, as on May 6th of 1990, Async reviews the footage that was taken by Marvin in Pitfalls. From their reaction, it seems they weren't aware these creatures can exist in the complex either. So they board up the entryway to the complex and for the time being, halt exploration. Our next video presentation occurs only a couple of days later on May 8th of 1990. It begins with the video presentation that Async has prepared for the Department of Energy. It seems Async is attempting to provide reason for their endeavors and future funding. Obviously, the discovery of the complex would give way to great scientific interest. But to get government interest, Async is marketing the complex as a space for storage and housing, which is one of the funniest details of the series to me, that Async has found this superstructure that's theoretically endless, and they have no idea where it came from, and now they need to get government dollars, so hey, what if we took a bunch of people and stuff and we just put it in there? No, we don't know what it is or where it came from or anything about it yet, and there might be things in there that wouldn't kill us, but hear me out. Free housing. No, not free to them. That would be absurd. Free to us because we don't have to build it. Async even provides models for residential areas, transportation, commercial spaces. But in the midst of the Department of Energy's visit, something happens. Alarms begin to blare, and in the entryway to the complex, the yellow-suited Async researcher from Informational Video is standing in the threshold. This is the same researcher whose camera we were following in Informational Video. And in that footage, we saw that for that researcher, he couldn't have been gone more than a couple hours. But given the dates, he's been gone over 2 months. The rest of his team must have assumed that he became lost in the complex, while to him, he simply got separated and then found his way back to the front door. We knew that time jumps were possible because of the camera from found footage, but we didn't know they were possible while you were standing in the complex itself and while the threshold was open. And in an unlisted video posted to a different channel called Laura Harris, that we can find by looking in the description for presentation, we see an episode of The Simpsons that aired in 1991 that is interrupted by a commercial from the year 2000 before going back to The Simpsons broadcast. I'm assuming they don't get cable in the Backrooms, so that would mean that there's time distortions happening for other people in our reality, most likely because of the pokes Async is making into the complex's structure. So while for now we've only seen the complex do weird time jumps for people that interact with them, seemingly it's bleeding out to the rest of the world. That's a basic recap of, again, everything I covered in the first video, and again, there's a lot of nuance I didn't mention here. Further mentions to Ivan Beck or secret messages we see or things we only see a quick glimpse of. But this was just to make sure we're all caught up to speed before I dive into the new episodes. So with that out of the way, let's dive into the new stuff we have, beginning with Found Footage 2. The description for Found Footage 2 says it was recorded on August 19th of 1995. Now, aside from the camera from Found Footage 1 being recovered in 1996, this is the furthest forward event we have on the timeline. It's important to keep in mind here that everything we know about Async up until this point ends in 1990, and what we're about to view as a complex 5 years after their meddling. It won't be super important for now, but it'll matter for the end analysis. Found Footage 2 opens in our reality, as a girl who is not named is recording a weird thing she's found, to say the least. She's placed blue tape around the ground of what we can identify as a null zone. It's a term Async uses to describe places in the complex that seem to have a connection to a place in our reality, or in other words, one of these bridges where people can fall through. Well, the girl from Found Footage 2 found one of these and has been experimenting with it. She has the area taped off on the floor in blue tape, and she records as she pours wood chips onto the floor that seemingly disappear. She does the same with a baseball before she takes a tape measure to try to see how far down this space goes. And I know it's just a small thing comparatively, but I don't want my analytical nature with this video to pull away from how breathtaking some of Kane's visuals are. I think one of the most striking things that sticks out to people when they first see Kane's work is the authenticity of it. I mean, he makes the majority of these scenes in Blender, but he does them with such dedication to the camera's movement and the space around them, and then hiding anything that needs to be hidden with the old school analog VHS filter, that regardless of how many times you see it, it's hard to believe it's not real. And here, where he has a real space with real actors, it's hard to believe some of the effects he manages to pull off. Like as the girl begins to push the ruler through the floor, and it just disappears. However, as she does this, the tape measure begins to vibrate, and she, as well as the camera, is pulled in. She drops to the floor of the Backrooms along with all of the other things that she has dropped in her experiments. She falls into the Backrooms completely unaware of where she has just placed herself, just like our cameraman from the first Found Footage. Confused and scared, as one would be, she begins to make her way through the complex. Something I don't think I emphasized enough in my first video, but seems to be more pressing now, is how some of the spaces that appear in the complex seem reminiscent. Like for example, one room the girl comes to seems similar to the rest of the Backrooms, but slightly different. The walls are basic beige. The rectangular lights of the rest of the complex have been swapped for circular ones. There's a power outlet on the wall, a corner that seems to be a kitchen countertop, and a hood for a stove that isn't there. She goes to the next room over and turns on a light to see what is reminiscent of a kitchen table, but the chairs and table itself are far too tall. The proportions don't make sense. The space itself is still very alien, but there's something familiar about it. Having a table with chairs next to the room where you would have a kitchen countertop and place a stove should go. But the similarities in there. Other than that, the room is bare. But given other structures we've seen in the complex, like road signs and trees and houses, there seems to be an order here that's reminiscent of something human. She continues and comes across a very large space, dominated by a large column and a couch. The floor in the middle of the room seems to be sunken, but other than that, again, the room is bare. Of course, she's shocked by these findings. Even if she thinks that the structure itself could be natural, this is far too large and too odd for anything that could be beneath the basement of her house. However, things change when she comes to the next room, populated by a door and a large hole in the floor. The hole in the floor looks like it was broken away, with steel supports jutting out on either side. She peers through the keyhole of the door and sees that the space changes. turns into white walls and wooden floors leading up to a staircase with more doors adorning it. She continues in the other direction and comes across more of the same walls with the same lights and hallways that seemingly lead to nothing, just more maze. She comes to one hallway that seems to ascend. However, it ascends in a way that doesn't make sense. It's almost like a position stairs should be in, but instead it's just a hallway pointed up. She presses through until she comes across a very large space, something that would seem at home inside of a large hospital or shopping mall. But again, aside from the structure itself, everything is naked. Tiles from the ceiling have fallen to the floor. What lights there are illuminate a black rot or mold that seems to be growing around the brim of everything. Whatever space this was, it seems to be decaying. It's also worth pointing out that the rot or mold here seems very similar to the rot that was around the body in missing persons. Perhaps this mutated bacteria is finding a home on the walls throughout the complex. She comes to one room where it seems the space above her is lit in a green hue. And then she turns the corner to find something out of place. A car crashed into the wall. Now this is the first sign of life she's seen so far. And it not only seems strange that someone would have a car in the complex, but also just run it into the wall for no reason. Well, this leads back to another unlisted video on Kane's channel. In an unlisted video whose title seems to be a series of random numbers, which it's not random numbers, but I'll talk about what the numbers are later. Pretend they're random for now. We see footage from along a highway where it seems a car fell through a null zone. Now, this unlisted video was posted before found footage too. At the time, we didn't know what that meant. But it seems here, we find what happened to that car. Someone was driving on the highway when suddenly their car fell and they were in the back rooms. Of course, the car was going 80 miles an hour, so there was no time for them to realize what was happening and stop before they steered straight into the wall. For one, this is a terrifying reality. You're on your way home from work one day, and then suddenly you're in the complex and you're now in an 80-mile-an-hour car crash. But it also changes our understanding of null zones, because up until this point, we've just assumed that null zones are spaces that could be used as gateways if one understands them. But if that were the case on a busy highway, then you would have hundreds of cars falling through every day. So there are some null zones that can appear just as quickly as they disappear. More speculation for later, but for now, the girl with the camera investigates the car. As she comes up to the car, it seems that the wreck is old. At one point after the crash, there was a fire. The ground around the car scorched and the car itself long since destroyed. However, considering there's no one in the car and the handprints nearby, it seems whoever was in the wreck managed to crawl out. They found their way out of the car and entered a nearby room. Following their tracks, the girl steps in, and once again we see a space that feels reminiscent. Soft lights and blue walls, wooden floors and a banister separating a slightly higher elevated ground from one beneath it with a door. It feels like this could be the inside of a house. And as a matter of fact, it is the inside of a house. Kane's house. During one of my live streams with Kane, he said that this is the floor plan of his childhood home.
This is where I grew up.
This is the house you grew up in?
Yeah.
Was that your bedroom over here, the infected one?
Yeah, this is how it looked.
Well, I mean, is this like in the blueprint? Is this actually the room you grew up in?
This is me.
That's you over in the corner?
Yeah.
Oh no, there's more.
No, this is this room.
So that explains why the space makes sense. I mean, in the real world, it is a house that people lived in. So why is it here? I mean, if the complex is just randomly printing walls and spaces, why do so many of them make sense? Or alternatively, why do some of them try to make sense? She continues through, following the marks of the car crash victim, eventually leading her to a dark room within this makeshift house. She turns a light on her camera, which bathes the room in a green glow, and comes to a room that seems infested with rot. Black vines cling to the ceilings and hang down in these great shapes. If what we saw in missing persons stands true, and when people die this bacteria grows around them, then here we can assume that the victim of this car wreck crawled into this room and then succumbed to their injuries. And in their death, this growth found them, growing around them and then sealing the room in this black rot. While looking around this room, her eye is caught by a picture hanging on the wall. This picture is a painting by George Brim, specifically the cover he did for Women's Home Companion in September of 1916. However, this image has seen a lot of proliferation in homes as just being a classic Americana piece of art. The significance of it to the space doesn't seem that important, however, it's strange that it's even here. I mean, everything we've seen up until this point is bare. It's just the bones of the structure, none of the details. So then why would this painting be here, now covered in the same growth that covers everything else? Well, before she has time to ask that, this happens.
Whoa, what the fuck? What?
You know, it's more.
One of the life forms that chased the cameraman in the first found footage springs to life from the growth. It mimics a human scream as it follows her out of the house and into the rest of the complex. At one point, she peeks her camera around the corner to see it standing right there, charging at her. She runs, and as she does, the green flashing she saw hints of earlier grows larger. She runs and runs back the way she came, the thing screaming right on her tail. With no other option, she goes in the direction of what she hasn't explored yet, the hole in the floor. She drops through to a tiled room lit by a lamp on the floor. One of the walls is busted through, and she follows, stepping down into another tiled area. Again, this one being lit by a bright green. The thing still behind her, she keeps running. She comes to one space that again feels reminiscent of something human, an indoor pool. I mean, the tiles are there, the water's there, and the silver handles are there, but none of them are shaped right. The handlebars lead to nothing. The pool is segmented in these odd cuts. It's familiar with something humanity would know, but with none of the specifics. She finds a ladder, comes across more holes in the floor glowing green. She's eventually stopped by a large chasm. The type of structure she's in is separated from the rest of the complex by a gap. She jumps over it and keeps running, eventually coming to a dead end. She hears the thing stalking the halls behind her. All she can do is pray it doesn't decide to turn in here. But as she sobs and waits for this nightmare to be over, this happens.
Please, God,
And in the final moments of the video, we see that everything we just watched was being viewed by someone on their television. So there's a couple things to point out in that final moment. Obviously, we have this green lightning that seems to consume everything. It cracks through the walls like a fissure and seems to spread everywhere, like glass breaking. We've seen that green glow a few times in this video, from in the floor beneath her to the hue shining down in the tile room. The greens got more and more intense as she's continued, culminating here. This green lightning seems similar to some kind of energy, the way it cracks and spreads, but the pattern of it is also reminiscent of the way we've seen the mold or bacteria grow on walls up until this point. That connection could be nothing, but it's worth pointing out. Another thing that happens right before the green appears in this final moment is the room she's in begins to change. If you look at the doorway she came in right before the green flashes, you can see the doorway itself gets bigger. The wall to her right slowly recedes as the flash begins to appear. It seems that with this energy itself, the complex began to change, before the space she's in seemingly turns to nothing. We don't have a lot of information about what this green glow might be, but we might later. For all we know now, it seems that this is another tragic tale of someone lost in the backrooms who became a victim to it. Now, in the description for found footage 2, there is another unlisted video. This unlisted video is titled home_27647.mov. And for the most part, this just seems to be someone's family home video. It starts normal with the cameraman walking down a street and then showing shots of a scenic walk by the beach, until overlaid on the footage, we get, and I'm not kidding, what seems to be a Ptolemaic geocentric map of the solar system. An ancient map structured around the old belief that the Earth is the center of the solar system, as opposed to our current heliocentric understanding that the sun is the center of it. But one of these ancient maps with Latin writing shows up in the midst of this family home video. This is why trying to nail down anything Kane's doing is a headache and a tumor. Because you're just watching an unlisted home family video, and then it's like, oh, do you know who Ptolemy or Copernicus is? You better. Ignoring that from now, we get more shots of streets and the family going out, looking on top of skyscrapers, until we get this shot of a young boy sitting at a table, seemingly with his mom or dad. Their faces are blurred out, but if we look at the room around them, this is the same layout we just saw in found footage 2. The same door, the same banister, the same walls, the same floor. Now, again, because Kane said that that was a layout of his real house, and this is people in his real house, I can assume that this is pictures of his family, hence why he blurred them out. That may even be little Kane there. Oh, look how cute he is before he became evil. But within the story, this seems to be home videos of the people who lived in the house that we saw copied within the complex. We see footage of the sun setting over the ocean. After this, we see a rather out-of-place shot for a family home video of what appears to be dusty cobwebs, before finally we're treated to one last image. A family sitting around the piano, the mother smiling for the camera, before the camera pushes past them to see that same painting we saw on the wall in found footage 2 hanging up in this house. Now, like I said, the painting itself doesn't seem to be important. At least, I don't think it is. But what I do think is important is that it exists. If what we're watching is a home video of the people who lived in the house that we saw imprinted into the complex, then it seems that painting on the wall was imprinted too. I mean, here if we look at the layout of the rooms, it even seems to match the structure of the room that the girl walked through in found footage 2. If they were overlaid on each other, then to the left of the painting would be where that bacterial growth was. The room with the piano in it is the room that she glanced at but didn't walk into. So the house was copied, and for some reason, so was that painting. Of course, it all leads back to the biggest question at the base of this: why? Was this done on purpose? Is the complex just grabbing references from across the world to build itself? It'll pick houses and spaces at random, taking some details but leaving most? Or is there a significance to this? Is there a significance to the fact that we're watching a family home video and a painting in the back of it made its way into the backrooms? These are all questions to keep in mind as we move into our next video, Reunion. Okay, the next video that was uploaded in order is I Remember, but I'm saving I Remember for dramatic effect later. So we're going to pretend like the next upload is Reunion. Reunion takes place on May 25th of 1990. This sets it about 2 weeks after the Department of Energy's visit and the researcher showing back up in the threshold after missing for 2 months. The opening shots show us the hillside of Southern California. Interesting enough, one of the async researchers is taking notes outside. Perhaps async is interested in how their experiments are affecting the land around them. We see a coffee mug in async's lab that says on it MLML with attached coordinates. This is the logo and correct coordinates of the San Jose University's Moss Landing Marine Laboratories. It seems one of the researchers worked there for a while or attended a conference or something to get this coffee mug. Its attachment to the rest of the narrative is on October 17th, 1989 in the real world. MLML was devastated by the Loma Prieta earthquake. This should sound familiar because October 17th of 1989 is when first contact took place. So one of the researchers seems to have been at a laboratory that was heavily damaged when async made their way into the complex. From here, we switch to business as usual. Once again, Marvin, the cameraman from Pitfalls, is with a group of async researchers exploring the complex. It seems that in the weeks after that researcher's return, they've restarted investigation. After disassembling the wooden barricade, they deploy a rover to check out the complex in front of them. It seems they're being more cautious after discovering there are things in here. As they're piloting the rover forward, they remark on someone not understanding the situation. This could be in reference to another researcher or their superior, Ivan Beck. Eventually, the rover makes it to the room from Pitfalls, which we learn async refers to as room 14D. The team makes their way to the room from Pitfalls, and as they begin to talk about how to move forward, by zooming in on the camera, Marvin notes that the spot he fell through earlier seems to not have a standard floor like the other spaces, but instead has a gap. The ledge he walked on seems to be more of a shelf. Perhaps this is the reason for his fall. Other async members show up with plywood and metal plates to create a walkway over the pits so that the situation with Marvin doesn't happen again. We're then told through text that while Team A assembles a walkway across room 14D, Mark Bloom, Randall Patchy, and Marvin Lee conduct an initial layout analysis of room 14C. 14C is a room we haven't seen yet, but given the titling, we can assume it's nearby. Mark's believed to be the team leader, and most agree that he was the person asking for the camera after Marvin fell into the pit in Pit Falls. So it seems a lot of these async endeavor clips have been with the same group of people. To travel into 14C, Mark opens up the case he brought with him, revealing a shotgun. Specifically, it's a Remington 870 with Magpul furniture. That will matter to someone else out there, I'm sure. Marvin asks if this is like the one he's trained with, telling us that, again, after Async figured out there was life in the complex, they began arming at least their lead researchers with weapons training. A lot of the banter between the researchers feels natural, like Mark remarking that he can't tell the difference between this gun and the gun he trained with, or Marvin saying he wouldn't want to be on the other end of that, and then Mark saying you wouldn't want to be on the end of any gun. It's almost bizarre how casually they approach the hard-to-comprehend space they're in. I mean, it's a structure made without human hands that clearly takes human influence. It's terrifying. But if you give a group of guys a gun, they will inevitably reset to factory settings. As they continue into 14C, it's different from the rest of the complex in that there are no lights above, and the walls here appear in a basic off-white pattern, remarking that it looks like concrete covered in epoxy. They progress through this room until they get to another room that has white drywall. The floor in this next room is different too, but they remark that between the two kinds of floor, there is a very small gap. The gap's far too small to fall into, but there's no way of telling how deep it is. We've seen this a few times now, that between two different kinds of space in the back rooms, there's a gap, sometimes minuscule, sometimes huge. It's like one type of room is being replicated up until it meets another type, and although sometimes it gets close, they don't always mesh together. You can see the clear border between one space and another for whatever reason. Here they note that a lot of the ceiling tiles seem to have been displaced. It doesn't seem natural and instead seems like something has moved them on purpose. While walking through this area, Randall finds something strange. Someone has drawn a map of the space they're in. They've spent some time navigating this dark area to put together an atlas of where they are and where they've been. Mark tries to call this in to the rest of the team. The signal can't reach them, so they begin to backtrack so that they can call this in. And as they're walking back, this happens.
Well, if we do get back and they say it's just a non-issue, you just come back around, and see what
Oh my god! He's got my gun! He's got my gun! He's got my gun! Don't move! Never you move! Okay, okay! I don't want to...
Someone, not in an async uniform, tackles Mark and takes his gun. Holding the team at gunpoint, he says he doesn't want to hurt anyone. He just wants his questions answered and then he'll leave. As he asked how many people are out here, Marvin recognizes him.
How many people are out here right now? Down the hall, how many people are out here?
Wait.
I don't know.
Peter?
Oh shit. Marv? Marvin?
Yes, it's me. Is it really you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
How? It's been months. We thought you...
I know. That's what they did. They took my life from me, Marv. Everyone thinks I'm fucking dead. My wife and children think I'm dead.
Peter was the researcher who went missing all the way back in informational video, and then showed up 2 months later not realizing any time had passed in presentation. Like I said, this video takes place about 2 weeks after presentation. So Peter goes through the time skip, shows back up on May 8th, and then a couple weeks later, here on May 25th, he's suddenly in the complex freaking out. But when Marvin sees Peter, he remarks that it's been months, meaning Marvin thought Peter was dead, seemingly not knowing that he showed back up only a couple weeks ago. Something's going on here, and Peter's scared for some reason. Peter continues and says that his wife and kids think he's dead. Async has done something to make it seem that Peter has died, and it seems this trick even worked on the rest of their researchers. But now, the dead man's holding a shotgun in front of them.
The gun.
Barbara, just tell me. Did they hold a funeral?
Yes.
This is Team A. Do you read us? Yes, A-Team, this is Mark. I read you.
Mark, don't.
What are you doing? We need immediate RP
Mark.
at room 14C. My team and I are being held at gunpoint.
Mark begins to radio for help, and in a panic, Peter fires.
Don't.
A subtle detail that I really like is the complex has these interior walls that repeat and repeat, seemingly without end. So when Peter fires the shotgun, there's no reprieve for it. The sound echoes over and over and over and over. Marvin runs to help Mark, who's been shot in his side. He's breathing but seems near death. And with that, our video ends. So Peter, the missing researcher from informational video, is now back from the dead and mad about what Async has done to him. He talks and fights like a caged animal, afraid he'll never be let out. But now he has a gun and he's on the run. We get some hints as to what Async has done to him through an unlisted video in the description titled Recording 14. Recording 14 is dated to May 8th, 1990, the day that Peter showed back up in the threshold. This video is of a phone call made from Async in San Jose, California to a venue where Ivan Beck is staying. Again, this is in the aftermath of Peter's discovery, so whoever was at Async panicked and called Ivan. The caller identifying themselves as Clyde. Kane has confirmed that Clyde is the long-haired researcher we've seen a couple of times now. In report, he was the scientist who watched Marvin's initial footage from Pitfalls and became terrified by the life form in the complex. And at the beginning of Reunion, he was the researcher we saw outside taking notes. Which also, fun fact, Clyde is played by Kane's real father. I don't think this voice acting is Kane's dad, but according to Kane, the live action actor is his dad. So Clyde was the researcher who saw Peter that day in the complex and then called Ivan. As Clyde explains the situation to Ivan, we don't hear Ivan's side of it, but he seems relatively disinterested, instead acting about how the DOE's visit went, if all the contracts are in order. That is until Clyde mentions that the researcher they found in the threshold said his name was Peter Tinch. We don't hear Ivan's side of the conversation, but he seems alarmed. He begins asking who else is there, has anyone else heard of this? Before Clyde remarks that as far as he knows, he's the only one aware of this incident. Before Ivan asks something and Clyde says, this isn't him, is it? So it seems that after Peter went missing, the narrative everyone else was told is that Peter died. And we know this from the visual we see in this episode. It's a reversed image of a newspaper, but if we flip the image, the headline says, "Fiery wreck beside vineyard leaves one dead." See, the world doesn't know about Async or the complex yet. They have plans to introduce it to the world, but for now, it's beyond top secret. There's only a few people and even the government, like the DOE, who know of its existence. So if a researcher dies or disappears in the complex, they can't say that's what happened. There has to be a cover story. So after Peter went missing, they fabricated a story that Peter died in a car wreck. This is enough of an explanation to have a fake body or an empty casket at a closed casket funeral. So as you could imagine, when Peter shows back up, that complicates things. See, Async can't just say that Peter went missing, because then that raises a lot of questions, like, how did he go missing? Didn't he work at a laboratory? But had they done that, it would have been more explainable when Peter showed back up. But now they've already put together this whole conspiracy. There's a fake grave and a fake body. So now, explaining how he turned back up is a lot more difficult. And it seems that this facade that Peter's dead worked on most of the members of Async, as Mark and Marvin are surprised to find Peter alive in room 14C. And it's likely that only top figures at Async, like Clyde and Ivan,
yes, please,
knew that he was still alive. But now, Peter has a gun and he's scared.
Ooh.
I also want to mention this detail because it's really weird. So remember how there was that ML coffee mug with the coordinates at the beginning of Reunion? Well, that logo with the coordinates is the ML logo, or at least it was at some point. Well, when you type in those coordinates to Google Earth, it doesn't take you directly to ML's current location. Instead, it takes you to a vineyard just south of San Jose. Looking up ML's actual logo, those seem to be the coordinates they used, and the two locations are certainly near each other just south of San Jose. But it seems pretty coincidental that the newspaper says there was a wreck at a vineyard, and when you type in the coordinates from the coffee mug, it takes you to a vineyard. I don't know if that has stunning lore implications or not. Maybe Kane just typed in the coordinates and found a vineyard nearby and decided to place his wreck there. Perhaps it's implying that the researcher who worked there knew it would be an appropriate location to fake a death. Just too weird of a coincidence to not point out. Before we continue with Peter's story, we take a brief aside to an episode called Overflow. Overflow doesn't give us a date in the description, but we'll soon find out that this is the earliest event on our timeline. It opens with shots of a night sky and a quiet park. A voice on a radio indicates that this is during the height of the Cold War, and an ad shows us that cassette tapes were all the rage. In some laboratory, an experiment begins to go awry. A light indicator for overload begins to flash. On a wall, we see a piece of paper describing the specifics of an experiment, going over approved changes in the experiment itself. The experiment was signed off by an advisor named Ivan Beck on August the 2nd of 1972. And as we see this piece of paper, a green glow begins to illuminate the room. The light becomes blinding until we are then shown the night sky from the beginning, but this time it's changing. The structure of the sky itself folding in on itself and spiraling about. Whatever these experiments are, it's changed the world around it. So like I said, this is the earliest event we have on the timeline. All the way back in 1972, Ivan Beck was taking part in these experiments. And we see that signature green glow that we've seen a couple times up until now, especially as seen in found footage too. The green certainly indicates something. It indicates some change. And it seems that whatever happened in 1972 has led to all of the events that we're seeing now. Whatever this was, it changed the sky and the world around it forever. But whatever all of this is, Ivan Beck was there from the start. After that, our next video is Damage Control, which takes us back to what's happening with Peter Tinch. Damage Control takes place on May 26th of 1990, one day after the events of Reunion. We open listening to an audio recording of the team's panic calls from the end of Reunion, right before Mark was shot. We see the other team's reaction when they heard the gunshot and began to panic. From security cameras, we can see Peter made his way all the way back to the threshold, now armed with a gun. Panicked, he steps in, pointing it at researchers as he makes his way back into Async's compound. He runs through the halls being chased by Async members and manages to make it all the way to the elevator. Before he can be stopped, he's on his way to the rest of the world. We then switch the perspective of an Async leader, potentially someone like Clyde, giving a presentation to Async team members. It seems that in the fiasco of Peter's escape, several people have stayed there all night trying to understand what's going on. So now this researcher is updating everyone on what just happened. So now, speaking on the behalf of Async, he claims that the company will be honest and tell everyone what's occurred. The researcher says that on the morning of March the 1st, 4 researchers were sent into the complex for a layout analysis. We know this to be the events of informational video when Peter went missing. It's also worth noting that in the description for that video, as I mentioned earlier, it said that it occurred on February 29th, a date that doesn't exist. And here, this lead researcher is saying that it was March the 1st. So why the discrepancy? I don't know why there's a discrepancy. I'm asking you. I'm as clueless as all of us. The team consisted of George Levy, Marvin Lay, Ronald McCarthy, and Peter Tinch. So in Reunion, Mark and Randall were relatively new members, but Marvin and Peter went on these searches together, explaining why Marvin recognized Peter in Reunion. The researcher recounts what we know, that Peter went missing, and that Async obviously couldn't say what actually happened, so they fabricated the car wreck story. Which, to be clear, everyone in Async knew that the car wreck was a farce. They all keep the existence of the company and the complex hush-hush, so they went along with that narrative. They just didn't know that Peter was found 2 months later. But here, this researcher giving the presentation comes clean and says that on May 8th at approximately 5:30 p.m., Peter showed up at the front door of the complex. From here, Peter was placed in a secure room, where doctors began performing tests on him to see what had happened. He seemed perfectly healthy, but according to this researcher, his mind was beginning to snap. Async recovered Peter's camera and says that it will be available for viewing later today. This explains why the footage from Peter's POV was titled Informational Video, because it's an informational video that was established for Async to review. Upon seeing the clip of Peter skipping forward in time, the room begins to talk to itself. As the researcher clarifies, this seems to be the moment that he jumped 2 months into the future. Clarifying that for Peter, it was a little over 30 minutes before he found his way back to the threshold. The researcher says that at first Peter was understanding of the situation. Async in the complex must be kept secret, and there was the issue of his fake death. So he agreed to remain in hiding while they worked out a solution. But of course, Peter doesn't want to remain in hiding forever. He has a wife and family. And after a couple weeks, Peter began to grow restless. He began to make these bizarre drawings on the walls of his room. Walls that showed crowds of people gathering around doors. The date of May 17th, 1990, scrawled in the bottom right. Several people and interactions with their faces marked out. The researcher says that Peter deluded himself into believing he was still inside of the complex, that all of this around him was part of some great illusion. The complex was trying to convince him that he was out, although he was still in. And Peter began to be convinced that the async researchers, as part of this illusion, were going to harm him. The researcher says that on May 22nd, they were going to move Peter to an above-ground facility so that he could be above ground and experience sunlight and air to, not go crazy, and that during this transfer, Peter ran away. Stealing credentials, he forced his way back into the complex and remained in hiding for 2 days until he eventually attacked Mark and Marvin, as we saw, stealing the shotgun and running back into the threshold. The lead researcher mentions that Peter was convinced he could escape through an alternate threshold. Now, why would Peter believe that there's alternate thresholds? Why would he think there's another doorway somewhere in the complex? Perhaps it's simply because he thought the researchers were a part of the illusion, so the real threshold has to be somewhere, or Peter thinks there's other gateways. At one point, Dr. Kirk Maxwell wrestled with Peter and managed to take the gun from him. So now Peter, while unarmed, still continues to run through the complex, as we saw, making it to the elevator. Peter made it to the main floor of Async, but because of the odd hours, no one saw him as he escaped out the door and ran to the hillside. On the hillside, according to the lead researcher, Peter died from falling and hitting his head on a rock. So Peter, who survived the Backrooms twice now, made a run over the hill, fell onto a rock, and is now dead, which is super convenient for Async because now the guy that they were going to have to figure out how to unfake his death is now dead, so you can just stick with the first fake death. The lead researcher remarks on the tragedy of this situation and remarks how great of a mind Peter once was. We see some more of Peter's drawings, one of which shows a man standing by the seaside with text that reads, "If the wind is right, you can sail away." The researcher remarks that Peter gave his all to this project, and that if he was in his right mind, he would not want them to delay it on his behalf. The research must go on. We see the threshold fade into an image of the sun setting. But right as the researcher's narration ends, we're treated to a few odd images. One is a used needle of something lying on the ground, before we see, in glimpses, an image of someone in a buttoned shirt standing in front of a massive green ball of energy. This is surely someone interacting with the complex, or at least the energy that flows out of it. We see an image of 3 people gathered around a table, their faces in grief, perhaps at hearing of the situation, a desk covered in TV monitors and papers and artifacts, the same image of the man in front of the green energy, now shaded purple, and then a shot from a security camera on an empty street that zooms in on a man standing alone. Now, the guy standing in front of energy and the desk I'll talk about later, but I believe this person we see on the security camera at the end is likely Peter. Our final shot of the episode is an empty house with music playing as a phone hanging on the wall begins to ring. The camera pushes in on the phone when the video ends. So now Async has supposedly told their team members the full story, although I don't believe them. Yes, they were truthful about Peter time skipping into the future and then running back into the facility with a gun, but all that stuff about him going mad, I don't think so. They say that Peter was going mad and thought he was still in the complex, so the researchers were going to hurt him because he thought they were a part of the complex. Whereas I think Peter did the math and realized what would work best for Async is if Peter just went away. I mean, think about it. The only people before Reunion who knew that Peter was alive was top researchers. And if Peter disappears now, well, that's easy. They can keep the fake cover story to the public, and everyone at Async just thinks that he disappeared into the Backrooms. I do not think that Async leadership just has a kind heart and wanted to place him in an above-ground facility so that he could be happier and see the sunshine. I think they were going to kill him, and Peter figured that out. Now, I think it's possible now that Peter might be dead. He might have hit a rock as he was running away, or in other words, got shot in the head. But I also think it's possible that Peter escaped. It'd be reckless, but maybe Async leadership lied to the team members because if they find Peter, they're going to kill him. But for now, with things like the security camera image, Peter might be on the run. Perhaps the phone ringing at the end is Peter calling his family or someone being called to be told that Peter's still out there. But perhaps the one thing we heard that might have been honest is Peter's belief that there were other thresholds. I mean, we know there's other ways to access the complex. People keep falling into the thing. And as we saw in found footage 2, there's even reliable points where things can be dropped in over and over. So perhaps Peter became aware of that. Perhaps he knows of a way into the complex that Async doesn't. For now, Peter may or may not be dead, but what we do know is that this is really bad for Async. I mean, what's it mean for them if researchers can just disappear at random? Would you feel confident if you were exploring the Backrooms and knew that if anything went wrong, Async wouldn't have your back? If anything, they'd work to make you go away. That's especially bad for Async leadership if some guy whose death they faked, who now has a grudge against them, is out there in the world somewhere. I like to think Peter's alive. I think a lot of cool stuff can be done with the narrative if Peter's alive, but we don't know yet. Our next Backrooms video was uploaded nearly 2 years later. Damage Control was uploaded in January of 2023, and the next episode, Found Footage number 3, was uploaded September of 2024. This is for a couple reasons. After Damage Control, Kane began working more on the Backrooms film. And also between Damage Control and Found Footage 3, the entirety of his new series, The Oldest View, took place, which I have an entire video dedicated to The Oldest View if you want to check that out. If Kane makes something, I'm probably going to talk about it at some point. But we were not left waiting without reward, because Found Footage 3 is by far the longest Backrooms episode, clocking in at over 45 minutes. And in my opinion, it very well might be the scariest of the whole series. Found Footage 3 opens with someone's various home videos. Early in the video, we hear them turn on a radio, and the radio broadcaster is discussing the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing. The Oklahoma City bombing occurred on April 19th of 1995. Meaning we can assume that the events of Found Footage 3 take place in late April of 95. This puts it far ahead of the Async timeline we've seen thus far in 1990 and makes it much closer to the events of Found Footage 2, meaning again that everything we're about to witness is in a post-Async complex. In the beginning, we see our protagonist for Found Footage 3, a guy talking to the camera named Ravi. Ravi seems to be a journalist as he is talking about negative comments he heard made by an executive. So it makes sense as to why this independent journalist walks around recording things. We then hear a phone call he makes while in his apartment, as it seems he heard someone downstairs. He calls the landlord to confirm that no one's coming by to perform maintenance, so after hearing a suspicious noise, he goes downstairs to investigate. He finds that his glass door has been shattered. He believes that someone has broken in. Now, an important thing to note here is that the broken glass is on the outside, not the inside. Meaning, while it's reasonable Ravi would think someone broke into his house, it seems that instead, something is broken out. Ravi makes his way over to his closet, moving around a drum set he has set up in the middle of the room, and peeks into the closet. As he does, there's a weird distortion heard.
Someone there?
But this may just be digital, as Ravi doesn't seem to notice. He continues his search until he comes to the basement and finds a massive hole in the wall's been made. It seems that something has broken through the brick. But not only that, it reveals a path forward. Ravi is obviously alarmed by this, but finding this secret hallway beneath his home, he begins to investigate. As he steps in, this happens. It seems he was dropped through a tunnel that led to a cabinet. Falling out of the cabinet, he now finds himself in what seems to be a classroom or something similar. He tries to make his way back up the chute he fell through, but is unable to climb out, meaning the only way out is through. Obviously, Ravi is freaked out. He thinks there is an entire secret facility right beneath his home. He'll soon come to realize that this structure is much larger than any man or group could secretly make. Once again, it's important to note what the structure here looks like. A lot of us can see a brief flash of this place and think it familiar to classrooms or office spaces that we've been in before, but there's just enough about them that doesn't fit right. Aside from any attention to detail on the walls, other than things like a sign that points to stairs or a speaker, things aren't where they're supposed to be. A stool sits on a low desk. A chair has a back that is way taller than any of the other variations. Again, these are all pieces of things we're familiar with, but not fit together correctly. He comes to one room that has a long conference table that cuts off a door, which on the other side of the window is simply a brick wall. Again, all the pieces are there, but they're fit in ways we would never put them together. Ravi continues until he gets to a door where he can hear strange music coming from the other side. Eventually, Ravi finds a small passageway to crawl through. This takes him to a room with a microwave and a sunken wall, a couch, and behind the couch, in a place where perhaps a picture frame would normally hang, it passes on into another room. This room again leads to something that feels human but different. A single lamp is on. A kitchen table sits at the back with a clock next to it. The clock fixed on the time of 7:16. He continues to a bright room that has 6 chairs facing each other, and he looks up to see a false sky. It's the visage of a room with a skylight, but the sky's manufactured. The brightness to the room applied as if the sun were there, but all that's above him is a still image. The geometry continues to not make sense. He gets up to a ledge and sees 2 recliners facing a wall, and eventually finds a passageway behind a large dresser. Moving forward, he comes to a room that seems reminiscent of perhaps a house or a school. On the ground is a large playmat, the playmat being a carpet that shows several streets. If you grew up like me and you were into things like Thomas the Train and Matchbox cars, then a carpet like this is probably familiar, as a lot of little boys had them. It was a mobile playmat that you could drive your cars on and race on the streets against each other. But then here, it's just copied one for one in the complex. Other than that, the room has no details other than the red and beige walls. Weirdly enough, it's almost like how a kid would remember a school or a friend's house. When the kid came over, he didn't care about the windows or the pictures on the walls. All he remembered was perhaps the color of the room itself and the playmat that he would play with his cars on. Similar to the painting on the wall in found footage 2, it's certainly pieces of humanity, but it only grabs a few specific pieces for some reason. There's a cut and we find Ravi in another room full of sofas, to which Ravi says, keep that in mind for later. Ravi pushes into another room where the walls are much darker. There's odd details like a traffic cone in the corner, and then in front of a door, a large pile of chairs. It seems that someone barricaded themselves here for some reason. As he keeps moving, strange music begins to play again.
This better be an exit.
He keeps moving and then finds himself in a room that is very interesting. This room has very harsh corners and hallways, but compared to the rooms we've seen previous, the detail here is far more abstract. For one, we see a speaker on the wall that seems to be where the music is emanating from, but around this, the room seems further deteriorated. Beneath the speaker, we can see a black growth on the wall. Perhaps this is more of the mold or bacteria mentioned earlier. The carpet and wallpaper is chipping in several places. On the ground, there is an array of books and pieces of paper that seem arranged around a specific point. This is kind of reminiscent of like in found footage 2, where that girl was doing experiments with the null zone in her room and began dropping things through to see what would happen. Here, this almost seems like the setup around a null zone, but it's in the complex, so maybe it was someone who thought this would be a gateway back out. We can see that the room around this has been ransacked. Drawers and cabinets pulled open. This would also explain why the chairs existed against the door in the room before this, as whoever was here didn't want anything getting in. But then that begs the question, then why did they not cover up the door right next to where Ravi was? I mean, Ravi just stepped through that door. If they're going to blockade one, you'd think they'd blockade the other. As Ravi looks around, something scares him.
Oh my god. Right.
Now, we don't get a great look at what Ravi saw in the corner that made him exclaim. The corner's too dark to make anything out, but I think this is probably a dead body. Similar to how in found footage 2, that girl found where the body of the car crash victim crawled into the room and then died, and then that growth was all over it. I think here the darkness we see in the room is because there's a body in here. Someone probably fell into the back rooms and then survived for some time. putting chairs against the door, and then arranging the books in the room for some reason, perhaps to try to find their way back out, before they either starved or were injured and died in that corner. And similar to the last place we found a body, something else is in here with him. As Ravi begins to run away, he remarks that he's leaving, and as he looks back, whatever was in there turns off the lights. Ravi continues to make a run for it, running to the makeshift furniture store and shutting the door behind him. And as he begins to leave, this happens.
Hello? Hey!
This is such great horror, and I never want my analysis or trying to pick apart everything we see in the videos to detract from the fact that this is such a great series. There are so many things we can ask ourselves in that little interaction. We've seen the life forms up until this point. They're these monstrous, stilted creatures with some vague human mindfulness, but a bad mimicry. And if this is just another one of those, then why, when it came to a shut door, did it knock? Only to then seemingly revert back to its settings of breaking down the door and chasing Ravi. There's something so menacing about this attempt to be human before it sheds the facade. It's little moments like this that add to the tension and mystery in a horrifying way and leaves us asking terrifying questions. Ravi, being chased, keeps running into new areas. He runs into one place that has the carpet and ceiling of some kind of office, empty water jugs everywhere throughout, before he gets to a walkway and finds himself in a massive city. No matter how much you know,
I'll be right back. And I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Breakfast ASMR right here.
know about the complex, it will always surprise you. This makes it appear that he's on a high floor of a skyscraper, the bridge connecting the two buildings together. Are what we see in the windows actual floors that can be accessed, or are these just images of floors pasted over the blank windows, like the ceiling with the sky we saw earlier? It's bathed in the same red light we saw on the street in Pitfalls. There's a night sky filled with stars above him, surely another mockery. The complex could theoretically be endless and have spaces as small and large as you could imagine. Of course, Ravi's still being chased and has no time to consider this as he pushes forward. He finds himself at first in another succinct room, a balcony with no access above him, and a ledge he climbs over. When he gets to the other side, he sees this. Something that looks like the summarization of perhaps a school or a house in a neighborhood. The tile around looks like a walkway, and there are indicators that this is certainly mimicking an outdoor area. The green carpet alludes to grass, the street lamp, the slide. But the building itself is bare, just windows and a shell. It's like a house or a school, but a child's playset of a house or a school. All a facade to mimic the real thing. As Ravi is still being followed, he stands on the other side of this quote-unquote building, and suddenly the lights turn on. Nowhere left to hide in the darkness, Ravi continues to run, making his way up a staircase and finding a structure more similar to the rest of the complex, fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper. There's a black stain on the floor and some growth on the walls. Again, it seems in the years after Asink's influence, the complex has continued to deteriorate. Ravi continues until he gets to a room that has the layout of an apartment. Power outlets on the wall, spaces for windows, a radiator, a kitchen. But of course, the structure is wrong. Where the windows are supposed to be, there's instead just a brick wall. Where the ceiling should be, there's nothing. The brick wall just continues to a large light. Ravi climbs up on a ladder to see this. What appears to be a Tibetan Buddhist statue facing away from him. Its placement here is obviously odd and haunting. But for some reason, its inclusion as facing away from Ravi, away from us, feels even more menacing. Keep its presence in mind for now. The camera cuts and Ravi continues through more tight corridors, eventually finding himself in what appears to be reminiscent of a dance studio, categorized by the large white room with the mirrored wall, and speakers.
Alright, be right back. Gonna go put my stuff away. Any round. I think we're alone.
Speakers adorned in this studio play an odd track.
Ooh, excuse me. Wow. Ooh.
Ravi looks at a poster on the wall and sees this. This is a real poster
Ooh.
of the USC Arcadia Hospital flyer printed in Chinese. This is an actual flyer printed by the hospital in Arcadia, California for free health screenings. Only the version we see printed on the wall is the version for individuals who speak Chinese. Alarmingly, this flyer is from 2022, and we know that our cameraman at least went in 1995. So why on earth is it here? Well, it seems that the Backrooms is no respecter of times, right? So this whole place is just a jumbling of different areas and different periods of time in one place. But even then, that doesn't make sense, because if that were the case, then the majority of the complex would be caves and huts and small villages. You know, things that didn't just exist in the last 40 years. So what is this poster from 2022 doing in 1995? And this is also the second reference to Oriental imagery that we've seen combined with the Buddha statue from earlier, and it won't be the last. Ravi sees a sign on the wall that reads exit and follows towards it. This brings him to a large room with a sort of tower that goes up and up. Around the tower seems to be several instruments, old mixers, electronic keyboards, a microphone stand, and on the wall across from him, a painting of a smiling sun. He looks down the chasm beneath him and sees the same painting. He then looks up at the tower itself and sees the painting repeated over and over and over as this tower climbs. This sun, or this style of sun, is often referred to as splendor. With Cain, this splendor thing is a huge rabbit hole in itself, and the sun has appeared in a lot of symbolism up until this point, and specifically the image of splendor will continue to appear as we move forward. It is a can of worms that I do not want to open right now, so we'll do that later. Ravi finds what seems to be a radio system and thinks he can use it to call for help. After recording a distress signal, it seems that the signal begins to transmit. So as it does, Ravi continues to look for a way out. He continues back through the dance hall from before, coming now to a room with green carpet, where he comes across a drum set, as well as things like a plant and an RC car, this room branching off to several others. Now, if you'll remember, back in Ravi's apartment, we saw that he had a drum set. What are the chances of someone who has drums coming across drums in the back rooms? I mean, if they're just random printings and mismatchings of a ton of stuff from human culture, what's the chance a drum player finds drums? Ravi opens a door and finds himself somehow looped back to the makeshift playground from earlier. At the same time, Ravi starts to hear what sounds like someone transmitting through the radio, and he begins to run back, but as he does, this creature is unlike any we've seen before. Seemingly, this was the thing that was following Ravi all the way back in the room where I thought there was a dead body. But this thing looks different. It is not the same jilted form of the life form. This seems far more human. It has the proportions closer, but if we slow it down as it moves, it still isn't right. The arm is too skinny, the head swings too much. It's still just as antagonizing, but something about this one is different. Cain at one point was asked what this life was, and he referred to it as still life. Now, if he meant this in reference to the art form still life, that is art made out of inanimate objects, or if he was just saying this thing is still life, regardless, the community has referred to this creature as still life ever since. So, rather than going to the radio, which is a dead end, Ravi crawls through a hole in the floor. When he gets to the other side, he pushes a couch and a cabinet over the entrance right before the thing gets to him. Finding himself in what appears to be an old attic, he knows the barricade won't hold forever, and he continues. Before the running continues, we get this spliced in shot of wood trim at the bottom of a wall, and something small and black seems to be growing up underneath it. Perhaps this is more of the bacteria or growth we've seen throughout the rest of the complex. We then cut back to Ravi, who's making his way through a dark hallway. He comes to a room adorned with stop signs, wet floor signs, and a picture of Mao Zedong with candles lit around it. Again, this is more reference to Oriental and Chinese culture. It seems the complex doesn't just displace time, but location. Ravi continues through these concrete hallways, the setting very industrial, before he opens what looks like closet doors to find himself back in an office setting. He moves through here until he comes across these large windows that would seem at home along the edge of a skyscraper. He walks up to them and sees that the outdoors are once again bathed in a red light. City buildings, or the illusion of buildings, adorned around him. This place seems impossibly big, and the idea of getting out seems further and further away. Across the street from him, in the midst of trees, is a giant road sign, tilted on its side and now pointing straight up. Ravi continues through the complex and finds himself on another walkway connecting the two buildings. He continues forward until he finds himself back in the yellow wallpaper we're familiar with. It seems he's lost the still life that was on his tail. He finds a hole in the wall to his right and sees that it overlooks the room with the chairs and the fake sky ceiling we saw earlier. Balanced upright next to him seems to be what looks like a book. It's either a book or a brick with some writing or print on it. If you rewind to earlier in the video when he first walks into the ground floor of this room, we can see the book still balanced up here. We don't know what this is or why it's here, but its camera presence makes it feel important. Ravi keeps pushing till he comes to a hallway that has a gap in the floor. Similar to what Async noted earlier, this could be the discretion between two different points or different kinds of rooms within the complex. He pays no mind to it, but it's more of these fissures between two different kinds of spaces that we've seen before. And then, making his way to a large hallway, Ravi finds this, a cardboard cutout of a caveman, standing upright on its own in the middle of the hallway. There are no other indicators around it. There's no clue as to its purpose or how it got there. But here it is, another artifact from something that might have been human at some point, but here feels so alien. Ravi keeps moving forward, finding himself in another wide office space until he comes to a room with a fake house. There is a lot to take note of here. The ground is covered in discarded clothes. Charred stains and marks of perhaps blood stretch on the floor to his right, leading off to a dark tunnel. The walls and ceiling are blue with white blotches, seemingly meant to give the illusion of the sky. This seems to be reminiscent of a house in the countryside, surrounded by nothing but trees and air. But here, it's a blue box with part of a house in it. The clothes everywhere feel reminiscent to things that we've seen Async come across. Remnants of people they're covering shed for some reason. But then we come across something that Async hasn't seen before. In the floor, seemingly fused into the ground, is a person, or the statue of a person, or a body calcified. We don't know what this is, but it sits there, still and lifeless amongst the clothes around it. Was this somebody? Is this the complex trying to approximate the image of somebody? Is this what happens to people who fall through null zones and are perhaps trapped in the in-between? Is this what happens to people like the girl at the end of Found Footage 2? The energy consuming them, making them a part of the space? We don't know. But whatever it is, it's terrifying. Ravi continues forward and makes his way into the open house. Inside, there are black footprints across the ground. Someone's been here before him. This house is far more detailed than other similar spaces we've come across. Not only does all of the architecture make sense, the kitchen is where it should be, the table is where it should be, but the details are far more explicit. There's cooking implements on the kitchen countertops, a bottle of whiskey on the kitchen table. The lights, couches, everything seems in place, but something seems wrong. The footsteps lead to a chair that's tipped over. Just beyond it, there's a shoe surrounded by black marks that seems half stuck in the floor. While standing here, Ravi begins to hear footsteps around him. He looks towards the front door and again sees more detail. A lamp, a bookshelf, a fake bass on the wall, paintings. Ravi goes to open the front door to see that it's a dead end. There's pieces of what should be a porch, but they're surrounded in brick walls and concrete. But it sounds like someone is speaking to him right there. So, in desperation, Ravi calls out for help.
Hold on, sorry, I think someone's outside. Someone out there?
I'm sorry. I don't know where I am. I need help.
You're on private property. You need to leave.
I'm trying, okay? I don't want to be...
This is the guy who keeps coming around here trying to talk to my boys?
What? No, my name is Ravi, sir. I'm not trying to cause you any trouble. I'm just lost.
Ravi can't see this person, but he can hear him. The other person, other than the fact that Ravi's speaking to him, doesn't seem alarmed by the situation. He's asking if this is the guy who keeps coming trying to talk to his boys. Neither of them have any idea what's going on, and they continue speaking.
My family's trying to sleep. Leave or I'm calling the police. If you really need help, the station's a quarter mile down the road.
Listen, I can't. I've been walking for like 9 fucking hours, man. Where the hell are we? I can't even see you. Actually, do call the cops. That's fine. Just please help me out here. Hello?
Where are you?
What?
Where the hell are you? I just looked outside and I don't see you.
I'm not... I'm in like a living room with a fish on the wall.
What? Is this some kind of game you're doing? Are you having a laugh over this?
I'm not. It's just, it sounds like you're on the other side of this wall, but this door goes nowhere.
The two of them can hear each other, but they can't see each other. And from what the other guy is saying, it doesn't sound like he's in the complex. It sounds like he's in the real world. So Ravi is in this house in the complex, and this guy is in this house in the real world, which means the complex has created a near perfect copy of this real world location within itself. Not only that, but as someone is standing in the mimicry of it in the complex, someone in the real edition can communicate with them seemingly through a null zone. This is huge for an analysis of the series. It confirms that several of the spaces we see are at least mimic, if not one-for-one recreations of things in reality. That's a massive piece of the puzzle put together. The things we see in this complex are taken from real spaces. Both Ravi and this man are standing in the same place, but in different realities, or you could say different dimensions. The man seems convinced that Ravi is in the wall. This man seems sympathetic and tries to help Ravi by removing this space from the wall. But as he does so, this happens.
Thank you. I think it's...
What the fuck? What? Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck?
Hello? Harry, what happened? Hello?
Sure enough, it seems there was a null zone here, and when the man went to help Ravi, he was dragged in, similar to the girl we saw in found footage too. But he doesn't show up with Ravi here. Even though the null zone's right here, it doesn't create a reliable spot from this space to the other across both dimensions. Or if it does, perhaps it puts them at different times in the same space. I think this might be the case for one reason. In the background of where the man is speaking from, we can hear a commercial playing. It seems the man had his TV on and the sound is transmitting through here. Kane doesn't put things in by accident, and the commercial we hear playing is from a freecreditreport.com commercial that aired from 2007 to 2009. So perhaps then Ravi is in the copy of this house from 1995, but when the man touched the null zone, he showed up, perhaps in the exact same place, nearly 15 years later. We may see what happens to that guy in the future, but for now, Ravi is once again alone. Some time passes, and we cut to Ravi later, now bathed in red light. He points the camera at himself and begins to speak. It seems that some time has passed, and Ravi is near his end. He could have been in the complex for days or weeks or months. Now in his final moments, he turned the camera back on to record his last testament. He speaks of a pleasant memory when he was at a park with his friends, remarking that he can't remember the sky. Ravi remarks that he just wants to go home before saying that he was going to fix things, and the video ends. There's so many clues here, from the guy he speaks to, through the null zone, to the time discrepancies, to the splendor sun, to the oriental symbolism, to the still life. We'll get to that analysis shortly because there's only a few more videos to look at for now. Our next takes us back to Async for the lighting and tile survey. This is a presentation given to the Department of Energy by Dr. Julia Meisner. This presentation was on November 15th of 1989. This places lighting and tile survey pretty early on the timeline, 1 month after first contact, or in other words, 1 month after Async had stable access to the complex. This is when Async was just doing their research on the initial area past the threshold, and this video is simply their study of the architecture of the complex itself. To do research, they pull down one of the tiles and one of the lights from the ceiling. Looking up through the drop ceiling, they see something that looks completely standard. A subfloor above them, the lights connected to some central structure, HVAC ran above the drop ceiling. Everything looks perfectly normal, which makes it all the more odd. If the complex was just copying things we remember, then you wouldn't think it would copy all the infrastructure. Like, for example, you probably remember what the inside of your school looks like, but you don't remember what the plumbing, what the subfloor, what the insulation and heating systems looked like internally to the wall. So it's not like this place is just copying memories, it copies them well, at least in defined areas like the regular yellow wallpaper of the complex. And most of this video is dedicated to the analytics of it. In the presentation, Dr. Julia remarks that these lights are connected to something. As if it was in any regular building, there seems to be a central power supply they get their energy from. The ceiling tiles themselves are strange in size, being quite large at 1.14 meters by 1.27 meters. For context, a standard drop ceiling tile is 0.6 meters in both directions. But other than being large, everything about them is completely normal. It's composed of a mineral composition, standard of ceiling tile, fibers of amorphous silicate. Everything about it is completely accurate. The same for the ballast that holds the fluorescent lights. It's composed of galvanized steel with a thin layer of zinc. The lights are 1.2 meters in length, a little longer but very close to T12 fluorescent bulbs. The gas composition of the bulbs themselves and their wiring is again all standard. Julia also remarked that the ballast and light seem in great condition. Despite signs that they've been running for some time, there is no sign of physical wear. In fact, they are so accurate that they even have product information on them. The ballast is a universal Type A ballast, manufactured in 1975 with its own serial number. The same applies to the light troffer, manufactured in 1973 in Pennsylvania, and even the bulbs have a Sylvania label on them. There's something about this that feels menacing. It's one thing to contextualize the complex as a facade. It's just the cardboard standees of our reality to make us perhaps feel at home or approximate our existence. But we expect if we tore down the walls and we didn't find another room, we would find some dark void. We would find the absence of everything. But no, we pull apart the ceiling and it's just more ceiling. The subfloor above is also haunting, implying that you could dig up and find yourself in yet another room. This is just one layer of memory. It's not even an approximation of our memories. It's an approximation that's better than our recollection. When I asked Kane what his favorite episode of the series is, he said it was Lighting and Tile Survey. I think that's fitting because this is a detail most of us wouldn't even think about. Oh, who manufactured the lights that are in the complex? But giving us an answer to a question we didn't know we needed to ask raises more haunting questions. Why are the Backrooms so good at seeing us? Why is it so picturesque to reality? Or at least why is it in some details, but in other, it can't remember how chairs work or where kitchen ornaments are supposed to go? When it comes to what it does make, it makes them perfectly. It leaves more questions as to what the true state of this place really is. This leads us, what is to date, the most recent video on Kane's channel about the Backrooms, besides the movie trailer. In between Lighting and Tile Survey and this upload was yet another series Kane started called People Still Live Here. I'm really interested in People Still Live Here, but I can tell that there are more episodes that are going to come out to make some things we've seen make sense. So if I was to make a video on it now, it'd just be pure speculation with not a lot of grounding. So I will cover People Still Live Here at some point, just after a few more episodes are out. But after all the episodes of that were uploaded, we got another Backrooms entry in Static Dead End. Static Dead End was dated to May 29th of 1990. Meaning that this is, to date, the furthest episode we have in the async 1990 timeline, and meaning this occurs only a few days after the events of Reunion and Damage Control. So our video picks up right after everyone's figured out what really happened to Peter. By what really happened, I mean the time skip and him still being alive. If he's alive after running away, I'm not sure. They're all being told that once again he hit his head. We open with shots of nature as Marvin is on a phone call with George. If you'll remember, George was one of the researchers who was with Marvin and Peter when Peter disappeared in informational video. Marvin is furious, saying he doesn't like this and he doesn't trust the company. George is trying to reassure him that they all want the same thing. As they're talking, Marvin seems to blame async for Peter's death, fittingly so. We see a room where on a whiteboard, someone seems to have drawn the street from pitfalls, complete with the tunnel and trees around it. We see a label in the top left for room 14D plus 228. This makes sense because 14D is the room with all of the pits, and 228 must be the designation for this street. We see a closet space with things that async used to depress the DOE in presentation. A model of the initial threshold, pictures on the wall of how houses could be built in the complex. Marvin worries that they may be next. What happens if async considers them a liability? George remarks that it's okay, that they'll get through this, and then cut back to what async is doing in the complex. In room 14D, the room from pitfalls, we can see the completed walkway that allows researchers to step over the pits. They're also creating a sort of scaffolding, seemingly to lower people down to the street that Marvin previously fell through, or fell into. And now this door that we've had so many questions about, the door at the end of the hallway, now it's open and we can just walk right into it. And we can see the thing that Mark was so concerned about getting footage of in pitfalls. In this room, at first, we see more hallways until we find something strange. Along one wall, the texture isn't printing correctly. Where it should be the regular wallpaper, it looks like the wall is expanding. Async has put up sections of tape along the wall to monitor it, and sure enough, assuming these all started as squares, they're beginning to stretch out. The complex is either growing or shrinking in this space. This isn't the first time we've seen a design like this. If you'll remember all the way back in informational video, when Peter was walking by himself and came to the room with the green floral wallpaper, he saw a similar thing where it looks like the design was stretched as if the room was moving. And here, for whatever reason, it seems the complex is doing the same. If you'll remember, all the way back in Pitfalls, when we saw the open door across the room, there was a distinct green glow coming out of it. And then when Mark got to that door, he said he needs a camera now. And if you'll remember, in found footage 2, right before the video ended, the walls began to move as the green lightning, as I called it, began to appear. Perhaps this green energy indicates a change in the complex. And the reason it was glowing when Mark stepped up to it is because he was actively witnessing the walls moving. That would explain why he wanted a camera immediately despite Marvin falling into a pit. Now the greenness has gone away, but the after effects still remain. We can see where the complex itself was stretched. Marvin continues along the stretched walls until he comes to a new room that is weird even by the backroom standards. This room is carpeted with tile walls, but all of the effects in it seem off. It's as if a soccer ball, a chair, a table, a couch are all half melded into the floor. Even sunken sections of the floor implies that the floor melded into itself. Perhaps because this room was printed too hastily, or perhaps because of async meddling or something, it began to compress on itself. The artifacts that were within it began to deteriorate or become reabsorbed or didn't finish separating themselves from the wall of the back room around them. Perhaps if you think of it like a cell, it didn't get to properly divide before we laid eyes on it and it quit. Or alternatively, perhaps the complex was absorbing this area and didn't finish. You could even theorize that this presents a treadmill mindset of the complex. Perhaps it doesn't exist beyond what we interact with, but as we get closer to the edges, it prints more. Maybe that's why when the team got there in Pitfalls, they saw the green glow, and now that they're traveling through it, there is rooms you can step into, but they haven't had the time to finish creating as they should in a better mimicry. The remark on the weirdness of the room they're in, the final moments, the camera traces to a lawn chair atop a mound beneath the carpet. With that, the video ends. Again, as we get more answers about the complex, there are more questions. Sure, we know that people can be in the same place, and we know that the complex copies real spaces. But what's that mean for the green glow or rooms like this? With every answer, we get more questions, and I'm sure there will be a lot more asked before and after the movie comes out. But there's one more video that I haven't covered that I've been saving for the end that I want to talk about now. As a matter of fact, it's the only video in the Backrooms series that does not have the label of Backrooms in front of it. That video is I Remember. I Remember is the shortest video in the series, clocking it at only 1 minute and 30 seconds. It's also the only video that doesn't show up in the official Backrooms playlist. And I think that's because it's not something we're meant to know everything about now, but it certainly points us towards a lot. The video opens with the camera watching the sun peek through a window as wind chimes are heard. Someone begins a recording and begins to narrate. As they do, we see a missing persons poster on the ground, images of the sea and the sun splitting in on themselves, just like the sky did at the end of Overflow. We see Async's hallways and conference rooms bend and stretch on themselves. A diagram on the whiteboard tells us that cell images clustering leads to individual cell clarification. Perhaps the researchers were trying to better understand the bacteria, or something else we don't know of yet. We see old computers and servers, the early days of Async. We see the facility itself bend and bow. We see the same for the prototype that led to all of this in the first place. And then we see an image of a researcher in a gas mask with a protection hood standing before a great light. As he does, the image of himself bows as the light goes from yellow to green, witnessing something remarkable that is stuck with our narrator. Before finally we see an image of old computers lining a room, the image itself labeled CRN-S8R3. And as the image stretches, I Remember ends. This final image seems to be of a computer room. Perhaps the labeling, unless it's some code I haven't figured out yet, is just a designation for this room. Or perhaps something in this room that was meant to be remembered. Like perhaps it means computer room 9, slot 8, row 3, for example. There's not a lot we can do with this image yet, but there is a lot we can do with the narration. The narration read during this video reads as follows. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world, this was a vestige, calling forward unto strangled ears. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea, a pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. But I remember, fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards into themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? you've always been here. I believe that this is about the complex, and I believe it's about the complex before it was ever even called that. And I believe the man we see in the mask and the man we hear narrating is Ivan Beck. And I believe that everything that we have witnessed thus far has been because of him. I mean, as Kane said, he's the protagonist and the antagonist of the story, right? All of that I'll talk about in a moment, but for now, to make sure we're all on the same confusing page, let's talk about the timeline. And let's do it in the only stupid way that I know how. See, look at this. It's color coordinated and everything. It's also the best I can do, so this is what you're going to get. I mentioned most of the upload dates as we went through the series, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, Overflow is the earliest event we have on the timeline, occurring sometime in August of 1972. This is what caused the experiment that caused the green light to form, and as far as we know, is the first time humanity made contact with the complex. Or, you know, the energy that's behind the complex or something. After that, we don't have an event until May 10th of 1982, when Prototype takes place. During that gap, we know that a lot of research has been performed, because what started as an experiment that seemingly accidentally opened up the complex is now becoming them teleporting marbles to it, or trying to access it. Now, according to the dialogue we hear at the beginning of the third test, we're told that in April of 1988, Ivan Beck gave a presentation to the United States government. In that presentation, he said that if Async was allowed to conduct their research on the complex, it would offer a solution to all future storage and residential needs. And obviously from presentation, we know that he's referring to putting people and things in the backrooms. This is important context because Beck gave this presentation before Async opened the threshold. That means sometime before April 1988 and either Overflow or Prototype, Ivan Beck figured out what was in the complex. Or he at least figured out it was a space that you could hypothetically put people and things in if you could open the door. But remember, Async didn't manage to keep the door open and explore it until first contact. So that means somehow Ivan had information about what the complex was before Async did, and that'll matter for the theories later. So in April of 1988, Beck gives this presentation, and by July, the third test happens. So seemingly, the presentation went well, Async began their research, and then by October 17th of 1989, first contact happens, or in other words, Async conducts their sixth test and manages to keep the doorway open. So we have what we know so far to be the first interaction with the complex taking place in August of 1972, and then Async gets the threshold open in October of 1989. So 17 years of research occurred between Overflow and first contact. 1 month later, in November of 1989, the lighting and tile survey takes place. So Async took a good month to map out the dimensions and specifics of what they were seeing. Of course, as we saw from lighting and tile survey, whatever mimicry this place was, it was pretty good at it. Then we move into 1990, when a ton of stuff happens. The vast majority of Async's role in the story occurs in 1990. As soon as Async managed to open the threshold in first contact, people began disappearing, and the earthquake also occurred, as mentioned earlier. But the video missing persons occurred on February 3rd of 1990. I believe the first date we get for a person going missing on one of the missing persons posters is in December of 1989, but by February of 1990, or just a couple months later, it's become a noticeable problem. Because of Async's meddling, people are falling into the backrooms. At the end of the month, on February 29th, or March 1st, as we talked about the leap year discrepancy, informational video occurs when Peter skips ahead 2 months. The rest of Async believes him to be dead or gone and fake his death. About a week later, on March 5th, in Motion Detected, Async sees on the security cameras that there are things in the complex that are getting very close to the threshold. About a week later, on March the 5th, Motion Detected takes place. This is when Async sees on their security cameras that these life forms are in the complex and very close to the threshold. We're not sure what Async's reaction to this is, but we do see what their reaction is to the next major story event, Pitfalls. It's very possible that similar to their knowledge of Peter being alive later, to keep things running smooth, Async leadership didn't disclose to the rest of Async that they saw something on the security camera. Regardless, 2 months later, on May 6th, Pitfalls and Report take place. Pitfalls being the episode where Marvin falls into the pit and then sees the life form in the house at the end of the red street. He gets out of there, the camera's passed off to Async leadership, and on the same day, May 6th, they review it and become terrified by what they see. As we now know Clyde to be the one who reviewed the footage, and given his conspiracy with Ivan Beck to keep Peter's existence a secret, it's possible that when Clyde saw the life form in Pitfalls, he wasn't so much terrified by its existence, but rather terrified by the fact that now they can't keep it a secret. Or if they did know of the life form's existence, they thought they would stay away from people, but after watching the life form chase Marvin, that theory's out the window. So after Pitfalls and Report, Async boards up the opening just past the threshold and for the time stops their investigation further into the complex. Which is really bad timing because the next day on May 7th is when the Department of Energy is coming to see if Async is deserving of more funding. This is good explanation as to why in presentation when it shows the Department of Energy people being toward the complex, they're just in that initial room past the threshold. They don't go past the opening that is now boarded up. And we see in presentation what Async's plans are to allow the government to use the complex for housing and storage. The Department of Energy is there for a few days, and while they're there, on May 8th is when Peter shows back up. Which now that I think about it, I guess Peter got to what used to be the opening back to the room in the back rooms that led to the threshold and saw the giant boarded up wall. And we don't see it, but I guess he just broke through that, I guess. He's just built different. But Peter is alive, only Clyde and Ivan Beck and maybe a couple other Async leaders know of this. So they put Peter in isolation while they figure out what to do with him. And then on May 22nd, when they are moving him to above ground housing, he escapes into the complex. And then 3 days later, on May 25th, is when Peter, hiding in the complex, attacks Mark and Marvin, stealing the shotgun, and then running back through the Async facility, as we see in Damage Control. All of that occurs on the same day, and then seemingly at the end of the chase, Peter falls and hits his head and dies. Or if you go by my theory, he's still out there somewhere, but we don't know for now. Despite this revelation within Async that the higher ups kept Peter's existence or post-death existence from them, they don't hesitate on their explorations, and on May 29th, Static Dead End takes place. This is when Async has covered the pits from Pitfalls and made it to the room on the other side, where we can see the Backrooms moving. Again, this could be them expanding or shrinking, we're not sure yet. But we are sure that it has something to do with the green glow, as we saw all the way back in Pitfalls. And so far, that is the end of our Async timeline. The last thing we see is them doing research in the back rooms, discovering these expanding walls and the door past Pitfalls, and then there is a huge gap in the timeline. Because our next event doesn't take place until over a year later in July of 1991. I mean, it's not huge compared to like the total time length we're working with, but it is huge considering that all of these were within like days or weeks of each other. Because after the last we see of Async's research, Found Footage 1 happens where we see a complex devoid of Async. Does that mean something happened to Async in there? Or it's also possible that the complex is just really big and the chances of someone falling into the back rooms and then coming across Async are pretty low. I mean, it'd be like dropping two people at random points in the ocean and hoping they swim into each other. But the first found footage happens and the cameraman named Kane from that episode is seemingly attacked or killed by a life form. And then his camera falls out of the back rooms back into our reality. Obviously, we know that the threshold at Async allows people to come and go from the complex, but we haven't seen that done with null zones yet. We see people speaking through the null zones at the end of Found Footage 3, but no one actually passing back over. Although that does seem to be what's happening in the movie trailer, but we'll get to that. What we do know is if someone does go through the null zone that the camera fell through, that would be really bad, as that drops you back into reality, like 3,000 feet in the air. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine surviving the back rooms and getting out of it, only to fall to your death? Well, after the first found footage, we have an even bigger time jump. Because nearly 4 years later, Found Footage 3 takes place in April of 1995. I mean, we see all the chaos that can happen to the complex in a couple months. Imagine what can happen in 4 years. And in Found Footage 3 is when we see the speakers with the weird music. We see signs that people have been trying to survive in there. We see the signs of the sun's splendor, we see a still life attack Ravi, and we see communication through a null zone, seemingly also through time. And then, 4 months after that, in August of 1995, Found Footage 2 takes place, where the girls discover the null zone and she's experimenting with it and is pulled in. Again, we see an even further decayed complex. We see the growth over the walls with the picture, we see another life form attack, and we see that green glow everywhere, especially at the end. Perhaps if that green represents energy and it represents the complex changing, something async does in this gap around here causes the complex to become far more unstable. Perhaps Ravi was just lucky, comparatively, in Found Footage 3 to come across areas that weren't unstable, but the cameraman in Found Footage 2 certainly found it. But this also shows how significant the time jump was for the camera in Found Footage 1, because it's not until after over a year has passed since Found Footage 2 that the camera from Found Footage 1 is recovered on September 23rd of 1996. Keep in mind, the only reason we have the date of July 1991 for Found Footage 1 is because that's the date on the clapboard at the beginning before that guy fell into the complex. So he might have skipped to 1996 when he fell in, or the camera did when it fell out. If he skipped when he fell in, then that means the complex we see from Found Footage 1 could have been one post all of the green glow and weird stuff we see in 2 and 3. Again, the complex could just be big. It could just be that the 3 Found Footage videos are missing everything happening with async because of distance, or the consequences of what we see in the Found Footage series is because of everything async did in 1990. The damage they left could be what the Found Footage series is experiencing. And then finally, the most forward jump we have on the timeline, again because of the commercial, is the fact that the dad who is speaking to Ravi in Found Footage 3 is doing so from 2007 to 2009. Communication in the complex, even with those outside of the complex, can span decades. And this isn't even considering the fact that the poster Ravi sees on the wall is from 2022. But that also makes it interesting that the complex doesn't seem to be pulling anything that could be from before 1972. Sure, we see grandfather clocks and old inventions that could predate it, but we don't see like stone huts or like blacksmith shops. Everything we see could perceivably exist in a post-1972 reality. But why? Well, I have a theory as to why that I'll talk about later, but for now, there is one event on the timeline that I have kept from mentioning until now. I didn't mean to do that. And that is Clark's expedition, that at least some of it happens on June 29th of 1990. What am I talking about? Well, in the trailer for the Backrooms film, we can see our protagonist, Clark, exploring the complex seemingly for the first time. And when he comes across a security camera, likely async security camera, we can see on the security footage that it was taken on June 29th of 1990. That means that at least some of events in the film are set right here, at the end of the timeline we've been building up to with much of the async storyline.
When's the film set? The 90s? 93, right? 1990, okay.
June, July 1990.
Okay.
The YouTube series is just at the end of May 1990, so it's right there.
Okay, gotcha. So we're all within the same, few months of each other?
Yep.
This gets me pretty excited for the film. More than I already was. Because most of my questions about the series are right here. How do the async events resolve? What did they do to the complex that makes it the way we see in the found footage sections? Kane has stated that this movie will work as a standalone, but it's also, of course, a part of this series.
Is the film going to tie in to the YouTube series? Yes. As in, it's a continuation of it?
Yes.
But it will also be standalone. The people that aren't familiar can walk into it. Okay.
Yeah, that was a massive piece of just the...
Hi. Hey, Nico. I love your clues. Has the energy of... And I love it. Thank you very much. I aim to please. But, yeah, glad you like it.
The development of this, I have never been okay, retconning or breaking continuity. I think the film we have is one that absolutely is open to new viewers. I think it fits perfectly with where the the YouTube series was heading. It bridges and sets up a number of things that I want to dig into more in the future. And I think on all fronts it just generally is perfectly in the continuity of the world that's been established.
So I think in the film, we're going to get a lot of questions about async answered that I've been asking up until now. But as it stands, this is every piece of the timeline that we have so far. So now that we've established that, let's talk about the fun stuff. And by fun, I mean the things that will inevitably kill me. So there's a few things I want to talk about, but the first thing I want to talk about is what is the complex, literally. We can stew on symbolism in a moment, but for now, I'm asking what is it as it exists as a 3D space? Well, it seems in this recent batch of episodes, Found Footage 3 in particular, we get more information about it than we ever have. I've theorized since the first video that the Backrooms seems to be a place that amasses people's memories. Things that would otherwise be forgotten live forever here. But similar to a memory, it's not a perfect copy. At the end of Found Footage 3, we see what I think is a pretty good replication. In the blue house, it's good enough that both Ravi and the father can speak to each other from the same relative space, and Ravi can even identify details like the fish on the wall. But this room as well felt much more specific. There was drinks on the table, a chair was pushed over, there was signs of life in the house. All of the furniture and implements went where they're supposed to go. As far as copies go, the blue house is pretty good. But when we look at other spaces in the complex, that facade starts to crumble. Take, for example, the room seen in Found Footage 2. Sure, we see something that's trying to be a kitchen and a space nearby that might be a kitchen table, but the details are wrong, they're out of place, they're exaggerated. Or the house at the end that contains the life form, the one that the car crashed into. Seems to be a perfect layout of the house, but all of the details are missing, save for a few, like the picture on the wall. Like a memory, details fade, but the structures themselves do come from something that does exist. Now, while I think memories are certainly what Kane is going for here, that may not be the vehicle by which places in the complex are created. There might be a physical explanation as to why some parts of the complex are accurate to their real-world counterparts and other places are not. For example, null zones. We know that null zones work for at least people to cross into the complex, but what if it allows space to cross over as well? At the end of Found Footage 3, when we see the most accurate structure that we found so far, what happens at the end of that conversation? The father falls through a null zone. We've already established that the complex isn't hindered by time. So regardless of when the father falls through the null zone, the fact that that house is so close to a null zone makes its signal stronger, or its image more accurate to its real counterpart. Now, this theory also has some holes in it. If that were the case, then every initial room someone falls into should be pretty true to the Earth version, and then as they walk away, it becomes more distorted and dreamlike. But we know that's not the case. In Found Footage 1 and Found Footage 2, the first place they step into is already pretty deconstructed. Even if you want to say the null zones aren't true bridges. For example, say here you had 4 null zones that each have a counterpart in reality and a counterpart in the complex. Well, the way you may expect them to work is to connect directly across to each other like a bridge. So if the father in Found Footage 3 goes through the null zone in his house, he should show up in the complex counterpart in his house. But again, the complex is so weird about space-time. You could step into this one and wind up in this one. You could step in this one and wind up in this one. This guy could wind up in this one. And maybe sometimes they are direct, but for the most part, there's probably no predicting. Again, it's not like the complex cares for
Ivy
space
Hayes.
and time.
Hi,
But
hi,
even if
hi,
that's the
hi.
theory you're working
Welcome to
with, then the null
chat.
zone you fall into should be similar to
Stream.
somewhere, with all the appropriate specifics of that place's
Howdy doody.
reality counterpart. But unless there's a plethora of empty white and carpeted rooms somewhere and endless yellow hallways, that doesn't seem to be the case. The other theory is perhaps spaces in the back room become more accurate when it has a hold of the person whose memories it's trying to copy. Say, for example, that the yellow wallpaper and elaborate hallways come from the memories of someone who only had an interaction with the complex for like a minute. Well, that would make sense as to why the hallways don't make sense, because if we want to think of the complex as a scanner, it didn't have enough time to copy the image. Whereas if someone like Ravi falls into a null zone, Well, now the complex has days and weeks to copy images from his mind, so his memories should be much more specific. Or I should say, the manifestation of his memories. This could be an explanation for a weird detail that showed up in Found Footage 3. As I called out in Found Footage 3, we can see that in Ravi's house, he has a drum kit. And then sure enough, one of the things he runs into in the complex is a drum kit. If you ask me, this is too specific to be coincidental. The first theory to the complex that I mentioned could be true, and this space's proximity to the null zone that leads to Ravi's apartment could be the reason that it copied a drum kit, because in the real world there's a drum kit nearby, but it could also be because Ravi's nearby, so it's just building what he knows. This is a theory that's plausible, but we don't have enough information on to confirm or deny yet. If in the film or later in the series we see someone interact with a place that they recognize from our reality, then that probably means that I'm right about the second theory. That's all it takes to be considered good at these theories. If you just throw enough stuff out, someone will think you're clever. So the complex seems to be a place where memories manifest, or at least images from our reality are copied over. There's a bunch of theories that the complex is some kind of simulation, or everything in the Backrooms is happening within a computer, as well as theories like everything in the complex is inside of the mind or a dream of Ivan Beck. And maybe metaphorically on that last point, but I don't think that's what's happening literally. For one, both of those explanations seem pretty lame, but we see so much interaction with the outside world and conversations with the DOE and people slipping into the complex that simulation or dream theory doesn't really track here. The complex is certainly a place, and it is certainly using information from our world. If it gets that information directly from the world or uses us as a conduit, we don't know yet. So now that we've talked about what the complex is, let's talk about some of the things that can be in it. Of which currently there are 3 things we know of, besides, people. That is the Bacillus bacteria, the life forms, and the still life. Let's go through each of these, and in blue I have things we know about them, and in orange my speculation on them. So, starting with the bacteria that we saw in Missing Persons, we know that the bacteria mutated in the complex as compared to its real-world counterpart. We know from its discovery in Missing Persons that it at least can exist on dead bodies, and from what we see in Autopsy Report, we know it has the capability to preserve body parts. Now for some minor speculation, we know that there are several black growths around the complex. These seem to be strains of the bacteria that are growing everywhere. It seems that the bacteria attaches to bodies after death. In other words, they're not the cause of death. Sure, they have the ability to preserve organs, but we never hear anything about the bacteria itself being dangerous. But what we do hear is a lot of coughing. From Found Footage 1 to Pitfalls, anytime someone's in the complex for a while, they start to cough. I believe this is because of the bacteria's presence. It may not be lethal, but it certainly attaches to whoever it can. And being that small, it would explain how it's able to get through Asynch's respirators, as again we see with Marvin in Pitfalls. Now the other entity who we see the most of in the series is the life form. The life form shows up in Found Footage 1, Found Footage 2, Motion Detected, and Pitfalls. Well, what we know about the life form is it has at least some mimicry. It's at least shaped a little bit like a human, and the noises it makes are reminiscent of people. A lot of people compare him to the head crab zombies from Half-Life. It sounds like there is someone screaming in there, it's just so distorted and muffled, what comes out is monstrous. They seem to be hostile or at the very least attracted to people. In every instance, once they see a human, they begin to chase them. We've never seen what happens when they get a hold of someone, but given their everything, it's probably not good. From Found Footage 2, we see that they definitely come from growths. Whatever that nest was in the back room of the house the car crashed into, the life form came out of it. It seemed to be waiting there in dormancy until someone came by. And we also always see them after human aftermath. In Found Footage 1, one showed up right after we saw the writing on the wall. In Pitfalls, we saw one right after Marvin found the camp where it looked like someone had been living. And of course, in Found Footage 2, one comes out of the room where seemingly the driver of the car died. Going into further theories with them though, it seems that they're attracted to noise in general. Besides everyone making noise before they're attacked, we can see that on the writing from Found Footage 1. On that wall writing, we see phrases like, "I fear the sound doesn't stop," "God closed his eyes," but we also see "it hears me" repeated over and over. And again, this is right before the life form attack, so we can assume by it, the writer meant the life form. There's also the writing on there that says, "Don't move, stay still." So maybe like a T-Rex, if you just hold still, the life form won't see you. but understandably everyone who's encountered one so far starts screaming and running. I also believe that the life forms are made of human parts. If you look closely, especially at the one in Pitfalls, it looks like human bones connected improperly, as if its arm is several femurs and a hip coupled together. Combine that with the tubes or organs that run over them and the fact that their calls sound kind of human, it seems that these things are made from scavenged human remains. Speaking of the dead, they also seem to have vocalizations from the recently dead. The found footage life forms make this kind of obvious as it's someone screaming, which yeah, that's probably what they were doing before this 12-foot tall thing killed them. But it's especially apparent in Pitfalls, as the whole reason Marvin went over there in the first place is because he heard someone calling for help. And when we find the life form, it's repeating the phrase, "Is anyone there? Can somebody help me?" over and over. These were probably the final words of whoever was staying in that house. The life form now repeating it to lure others in. And again, from found footage 2, they build these large nests where people have died. It looks like in the same spot where the person in the car likely bled out, the life form grew around them, eventually consuming their pieces. And finally, we have our most recent and so far most scarce form of life in the complex, still life. We only see still life in found footage 3, and from what we see, they are very aggressive. They seem to run with much more precision and determination than the life forms. They are also very humanoid. Sure, the life form has elements of being a human, but other than the specifics, the still life seems to be in the full shape of a person. Sure, the details we can make out as it's running look kind of uncanny, but the way it runs, the way it crawls, looks like a person. But at the same time, we see that while they are human-like, they do not have human intellect. In other words, they know how to do things like knock on doors or turn off lights, but it doesn't know when to do them. As when Ravi's making his initial escape from it, he shuts the door, so the life form knocks. It's as if it knows humans are supposed to knock on doors, but not when or why. So now let's talk about some of my inferences with the still life. What is the only other humanoid thing we see in found footage 3? The only other thing that has the shape of a person? That's right, the statue or statue thing coming out of the ground in front of the blue house. What do we also see in front of the blue house? A bunch of empty clothes and blood everywhere. The still life we see run at Ravi looks strangely colorless, and a lot of its details faded and blurred together. I think the half statue we see in the ground is an incomplete still life being birthed from the complex itself. I also believe that the still life might be trying to mimic human behavior. That seems obvious given my previous point about them knocking on the door, but what I mean by this is for some reason they want to seem human even though they clearly aren't. They seem to be brutal and leave carnage behind them, as seen from the side in front of the blue house and as seen by how they chase Ravi. And most interestingly to me, they seem to just be an icon of people. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at the one we see coming up out of the ground in front of the blue house in found footage 3, again, assuming I'm right and assuming that's a still life, we see that it has a phone up to its ear. Why would a still life or any creation need to have a phone? Well, what if that's the state someone else was in before they were copied? If all the complex can make is recreations, then we can assume that the still life is a recreation of someone. And it takes a snapshot of whatever they are in a moment or their icon and then pastes that into the complex. I don't know yet why this would make them so violent or why they would want people dead, but I think still lifes are a creation of the complex as much as the rooms are. And I have a theory that connects all of these forms of life together. Beginning with the still life, I think that the still life is the complex's attempt at creating people. We know it does the same thing with space, right? For some reason, it takes influence from the real world and copies it in its own walls. I think still life means the complex is doing that, but with persons. This could be something it's always done. This could be something it's done since Async's meddling, which would explain why the only time we see it is in 1995, 5 years after Async. And I think that's why Kane referred to it as still life. Again, inanimate objects given shape. These creatures are made up of the walls and grounds of the complex. That's why they seem to be made of the same material they're rising up from. And I think just as the spaces within the complex mimic our spaces, the still life mimic our behavior. It makes sense to me because just like how the complex doesn't know how tall the chairs are supposed to be, or where the sink or oven's supposed to go, it doesn't know when people are supposed to knock. The still life are the pieces of humanity with the specifics out of place, just as the spaces themselves are the places of humanity, but with the pieces all messed up. Just how the Backrooms are a dreamlike representation of the reality we're in, the still life are a nightmare of what we are. But with my theory, I'm not sure why the complex would think, if the complex does think, why the complex would assume that humans are super violent all the time, unless that's like a commentary on us being awful. But I think a lot of the bodies we see in the complex may be the result of still life killing people who fall into the Backrooms, to which those bodies are then infested by the bacteria. We know that the bacteria infest dead bodies, and we know that it can preserve organs. Why would the bacteria need to keep body parts around? Maybe because that's what life forms are made up of. And remember how life forms always seem to come from the mold or bacterial growth? Well, I believe that the bacteria and the life form are the same thing. The cycle of life goes kind of like this. After someone dies, the bacteria cover their body and preserve some elements. Elements that can be useful later, like bones or a heart or lungs or vocal cords. When enough of the bacteria have formed together, they create these elaborate colonies that are capable of motion. It doesn't have to just use body parts. There's a popular theory that the life form we see in Found Footage 1 uses a camera tripod for part of its composure. The bacteria could consume whatever it wants, but at least some of what it consumes, as we know from Missing Persons and Autopsy Report, is organs. Are organs, is organ, whatever. And these bacterial colonies need to continue to grow. So it uses information gleaned from its last subject, things like a cry for help, and then uses that to lure others in. I think that's why we get things like in Pitfall, where we have a 10-foot tall life form that seems to be two bodies shoved together. This also explains why their movement is so jilted and clunky. I mean, it's a massive bacterial colony trying to get human parts to move towards something else. And honestly, my biggest piece of evidence for this whole thing is among the pictures that Kane posted to his Ko-fi account, or Ko-fi, however you pronounce it. When he posted the very first image of a life form, he titled it Bacteria. So that would mean that the bacteria, and therefore the life form, is the only organic substance we see in the complex. And we can assume that Hey Bacillus came over with a person or an animal at some point through a null zone, as it's not like they said the Hey Bacillus came from the complex, it just mutated there. While the only form of life we do see comes straight from the complex seems to be inorganic, as it appears to be made from the structure of the complex itself. This leads me to believe that the complex itself can't create true life. It can create the shape of life using the components it has around it to mimic people, but these are effectively automatons, and a far cry from the organic life, mutated or otherwise, that we find in the complex. We know that the complex itself became less stable as async began to mess with it, hence the missing persons cases and the earthquakes. Perhaps the complex, like an immune system, is attempting to shake async off, hence the still life. And if the still life are effectively the complex's antibodies, well, that explains why they're so violent. They're not organic, they're not real life, but their job is to make sure that all the real life stays away. Perhaps the complex doesn't want anyone in it in the first place, and these null zones that keep opening are just a byproduct of async meddling. Also, I keep using words to describe the complex like wants or thinks, but keep in mind I'm saying that in a very loose sense, as if I said, if I drop this coffee mug, it'll want to fall. I mean gravity's going to make it fall, but you get it. Whatever force that is in the complex might be attempting to repel people. We don't know why or when the complex began to mimic human life, or why the bacteria mutated into these colonies that can create life forms that hunt other people down, but it may all be a symptom of the complex's affinity, willing or otherwise, to keep people out. I should also mention that if my theory about still life is correct, then there's nothing saying the complex has to make the still life look like a human. If these are just defensive measures of the complex system, then it could be anything that could ward off people. The mimicry could be based on a vehicle, or a statue, or a really tall paper mache giant on wheels. That's not me saying Kane is going to put the rolling giant in the Backrooms. I'm just saying he can, and I don't like that. But a lot of these theories about the nature of the complex itself and the forms of life we see in it tie into things we see with async. For example, when Peter glitched into the future, we see him turn into a corner where he hears a crowd of people speaking. And as soon as he hears them, that's when Peter skips 2 months ahead. We know from Found Footage 3 that Peter likely came across the threshold of a null zone, somewhere where the line between the complex and reality is thinned, and he heard a crowd of people that seemingly are connected to this space, or the space with the yellow wallpaper at some point in time. Similar to what we saw in Found Footage 3, this thinning of the barrier is followed by a flash or a burst of energy that either throws someone into the complex, or as we saw with Peter, throws them forward in time. My theory with the life forms also ties into a lot of the stuff we see with Async. Obviously, Marvin coming across the life form in pitfalls, but also the remnants of people that Async finds. If you'll remember in some of the early videos, they come across piles of clothes surrounded by this black growth or mold. This would make sense because when someone is killed, the bacteria doesn't need their clothes, just their body parts. So someone dies, they're consumed by the bacteria keeps what it needs while the rest decomposes, and then as the life form toddles away, all that's left is the victim's clothes and a black stain. My theory of the life forms using human body parts is further supported by what Async saw in motion detected, as the life form we see peering around the corner seems to have legs for a head. I also think something happens with Async between what we see of them in 1990 and what we see in Found Footage 3 in 95 that causes Async to realize that the life forms are attracted to sound. Hence, several of the speakers we see playing music set up throughout the complex. Perhaps these work as lures. As it seems, Async is catching on to a lot of this. Like we saw in I Remember on the whiteboard, they say cell images clustering results in individual cell classification. Perhaps they mean the bacteria forming around bodies and then becoming life forms. And there's a lot of stuff they've started to figure out that we're just putting the pieces together on, like the nature of null zones and the Backrooms expansion, which the majority of the expansion stuff we see is in the Found Footage series, set after the 1990 timeline, when the wallpaper becomes stretched as if the space is growing, as if it hasn't finished its image yet. We even see this in Found Footage 1 for a moment. But there are a couple places we see the Backrooms expanding in the Async timeline. For one, there's Static Dead End, where they're monitoring the growth of the rooms by putting tape up to measure its expansion. But on the timeline, the first instance of this we see is during Peter's flash forward. Informational video, when Peter's wandering by himself, he comes across the room with the wheelbarrow and the axe. But as he goes further into the room, he comes across another wheelbarrow that is a copy of the first one, but much larger. And on the wall behind it, the wallpaper is stretching. I think this is effectively a room under construction. Perhaps the real space is meant to be outdoors, so the room approximates it with wallpaper that looks like trees and grass. We can see it growing in one place and copying the same wheelbarrow, but much bigger. It's like it doesn't know what to do with it yet, and instead of giving us a house, it's just the picture of the side of one. The complex seems to be changing, and I have a theory as to what's causing it. The sun has made an appearance in a lot of the imagery we see throughout the series. To get it out of the way, because I mentioned the Splendor sun earlier, I don't think Splendor specifically has significance to this series, at least not yet. If Kane is laying the groundwork to give Splendor meaning within this story, at this point we've only seen it once and there's not a lot to go with. For now, I think it's more of an Easter egg in preparation for some other series he has planned, or perhaps since the last episode of People Still Live Here was titled Sunshine, it'll make an appearance in that series. But for now, I think this is just an Easter egg. With my luck, the movie's going to be full of these things, and it's going to be like the most crucial element of the whole plot. And if that's the case, then I don't know, I guess I'm mad about it. But what we have seen a lot is the literal sun. In informational video, we see an image of the setting sun overlaid on an image of the threshold. In home video, there's an extended shot of the sunset over the ocean. The sun seems to be a consistent theme throughout the series, and outside of the series that we'll talk about in a second. But before we even get into theory, there are a couple moments in the series that seem to be defined by the sun. And those are two of the first several moments that humanity made contact with the complex. So, as we understand it, the first time humanity interacted with the complex was on August 4th of 1972. This is when overflow takes place. We see the piece of paper signed by Ivan Beck, and then we see the green glow. August 4th of 1972 is also, coincidentally, the date of one of the biggest solar storms in recorded history. This solar storm was so massive that it messed with several radio and television signals on Earth. Solar storms give off intense electromagnetic radiation, and it can affect everything across wave spectrums, from X-rays to radio signals and television signals to even the visible light spectrum. And what is the machine Async uses to get into the complex? the low proximity magnetic distortion system. So it would make sense that a solar storm would affect this equipment, and perhaps give it the supercharge it needs to make
sorry about that.
contact
Need
with the
to stretch.
complex, to effectively break through to the other side. As the sun sets, there's a chance to witness a rare phenomenon known as a green flash. This happens when the atmospheric composition is just right to separate the visible light rays of the sun from its typical red and yellow light into its more base parts that includes the shorter wavelength of green. And on the same day Ivan Beck and his team seemingly make their first contact with the complex, what color do we see the system give off? A green glow. Now, I'm just touching the surface on this. There is a ton of nitty-gritty you can get into when it comes to the science within the Backrooms series, and a channel I highly recommend for that is Little Red SM. She makes fantastic videos looking into several ARGs, but for Kane's Backrooms specifically, she has hours of coverage over just this green light phenomenon. If you're like me and you really like to dive into a topic like this, I'll have her channel linked in the description. Can't recommend it enough. But that isn't the only time a solar storm makes its way into the story. If you'll remember, on the third test, when Async was trying to open the complex, they failed. It wouldn't be until the sixth test in October of 1989, in First Contact, that Async manages to open the threshold and keep it open. So what happened between the third test and the sixth test? Well, maybe it's because, in the real world, October of 1989 was home to several solar storms and solar flares. Meaning that once again, maybe the reason Ivan and Async managed to get through in First Contact is because the sun lended the energy, or distorted their magnetic system enough that it did whatever it needed to do to open the threshold. Did Async know of this and time it for that date, or was this just a lucky coincidence? We'll come back to the sun in a second, but for now, there's probably another question that you're asking. The complex seems pretty complicated. You have to have this super vast array of scientific knowledge and equipment and then get lucky due to energy of the sun, assumedly. And how did Async know to try to get into the complex in the first place? How did someone figure out there was something over there? And who's behind Async anyway? Who's been helming this exploration for the beginning? Well, I think all of those questions can be answered by one. Who is Ivan Beck? Ivan Beck's name shows up all over the series. He's the one who was called when Peter Tinch was discovered alive. He's the one who was supposed to be there for the presentation and damage control after Peter assumedly died. He was the one in the third test who was mentioned as going to the government to try to get funding for Async. He's the one who brought the body and autopsy report to be examined by a medical examiner. It seems that he's in the know on everything that's happened so far, and seemingly is the one who's calling the shots. His official title within the series is Vice Director of Async, but I don't buy that. If there is a true director, then they're probably just a figurehead or some connection to the government. Ivan Beck seems to be the one leading this project because seemingly he's the one who discovered the complex. We never see Ivan Beck in the series, and there's not a lot to infer about him from the Kane Pixels channel, but there is a lot to infer about him in the Not Kane Pixels channel. Not Kane Pixels is Kane Pixels' second account, despite what the name may lead you to believe. Also, the profile picture for Not Kane Pixels at the moment is that godforsaken sun that's going to haunt me in my picture for second account, despite what the name may lead you to believe. Also, the profile picture for Not Kane Pixels at the moment is that godforsaken sun that's going to haunt me in my dreams. On Not Kane Pixels, Kane mostly posts his music. In case you didn't know, Kane composes all of the music for the series as well. Not only that, but he makes way more music than he makes videos. So there are hundreds of unique tracks on the Not Kane Pixels channel, each with their own unique title and cover art, and some of which you've been hearing throughout this video. And yes, that's right, Kane, who's already had as much success as he has had from visual storytelling, is also a musician. So sometimes, I guess, God finds it funny to give all of his gifts to one guy for some reason, but he also puts me here to keep them humble. So I want to let you know that he smells. Not actually doesn't smell, but he could. You wouldn't know. I would. And maybe he does. Who knows? A lot of the music on Not Kane Pixels is standalone and doesn't seem to relate to any of the series he's made, but some of it does. For example, The Oldest View has a soundtrack. There's several actual track songs and fake track songs for People Still Live Here. Like songs like Ocular Migraine would belong in there. Songs with titles like Shepherd Boss Fight, dot wave parentheses real, probably not. There's also several songs on here that will probably never get used for a series, if I had to guess. Songs with titles like Glory to Lockheed Martin and Holy Land Algorithm and Oops, No More Job Market. He also made me a song called Iceberg Boy that you guys have probably heard in the intro to a lot of my videos. And there's also an AI song on there of me poorly singing Whistle by Jason Derulo next to a song called TikTok Sigma Male Trillionaire Grind Set. And the picture for that one is Thanos in a suit coat. Youngest director in A24's history, by the way. I point all of that out because the unofficial playlist for the Backrooms series is a playlist on Not Kane Pixels called Out of Sync. What's funny is I think only part of one of these songs actually shows up in the Backrooms series, but it's clear given what I'm about to talk about that a lot of the titles and imagery we see connects to it. For example, the first track in the playlist is called A Long Time Ago, and the artwork for that song is by George Brim. If you'll remember, he's the same artist who did the painting of the girl that showed up in the house in Found Footage 2 and in the related home video. On the cover for the song, What the Fuck Are You Talking About?, we see an image of the sun setting over the ocean. In another track on this playlist, we see that same image overlaid with an image of Async. This is for the song Sailing, Kane's cover of the Christopher Cross song. One of the lyrics to this song is if the wind is right, you can sail away, which if you'll remember is one of the things Peter wrote on the wall while he was imprisoned within Async. So establishing that the Out of Sync soundtrack has a connection to the Backrooms series, I want to pose the theory, not like I'm the first to say this, that this soundtrack is about the life of Ivan Beck. And for my reasoning on that, we must first look at Kane's other Backrooms soundtrack, the official Backrooms OST. This is the soundtrack that shows up through most of the series. So while we've heard a lot of these tracks before, it's the cover art and titles that I'm interested in now. I'm going to say this and it's not going to make any sense, but I have to say it now because otherwise all of the pieces I'm about to say are going to sound confusing. But I think that in that 1972 experiment, Ivan Beck not only witnessed the complex, but was injured by the ensuing energy that left him with amnesia and a missing eye, as well as his never-ending desire to make it back to the complex. For example, several of the tracks have this cover image. This is an image of a researcher standing in front of a green glow, or as we know now, one of the magnetic reactions that leads to the complex. We've seen this image before. It was the image that became distorted in I Remember, which we'll get to in a minute. But if this is a researcher witnessing a green glow, and assuming they're not within the complex, the only time we've seen someone in reality witness a green glow was in Ivan Beck's 1972 experiment during the first contact. And the last song in this playlist that has this cover image is titled Congratulations, Ivan. Now this could be for some future event within the series, maybe when Async falls apart and Ivan gets everything he's been looking for, but this can also be indicative of the moment that Ivan opened that first portal. But I think the most telling image we get of Ivan Beck through this playlist is the series of songs that has this cover. We see a man in a suit coat with a censored face. Behind him, we can see the charts of several tests, and in the bottom left corner, we can see the headline from the faked vineyard wreck that they used to cover up Peter's disappearance, something that we know was orchestrated by Ivan. Around him, we also see 8 rods pointed in on each other. This is the prototype machine that we saw in Prototype, or in other words, Async's first attempts to get into the Backrooms. And at the center of it is what would be Ivan's face, but instead it's covered with an image. This image is a picture of the sun during the August 1972 solar storm. And the spot that the solar storm would normally be in is covering Ivan's right eye. This also lines up with a few sketches that Kane has posted or shared to his Discord, including this image of what seems to be Ivan Beck with a headache. However, his right eye is obscured, and in the silhouette we see behind him, we see a projection of Ivan again with the right eye injured and the sun appearing in his head. Or this artwork that depicts a scientist working on the prototype with text around him that says, "Forever, you won't find yourself there because you don't really exist." And throughout the image and on the young scientist we see, the right eye is gone. Although through some of the other images it looks like the left eye. But maybe it's like, because it's a drawing, the left eye is normal because the right one's enlightened or whatever. I don't know. Establishing these things about Ivan, let's look back at the Out of Sync playlist. As mentioned, the first song is called A Long Time Ago. In a series of images Kane posted and has since deleted, among them he said that Ivan Beck was born in Karlovy Vary, Czechoslovakia in 1931. Karlovy Vary 31 or KV31. KV31 being the group who is conducting research on the low proximity magnetic distortion system. Now, it's also worth mentioning that the name KV31 is in reference to a real discovery, as it's the name given to an ancient Egyptian tomb that was found in the Valley of Kings. But you can see the connection between an ancient tomb being discovered and the complex being opened. I don't think it's coincidental that KV31 also lines up with Ivan's place and time of birth. But a long time ago, when Ivan was a boy in Czechoslovakia, he didn't have to worry about all that. There are some tracks I could make reaches for, like Insight in Mind, which pictures an American community, potentially being when Ivan was young and immigrated to the United States. But for now, until we get more information about Ivan, I'm just going to stick with stuff that I believe to be true as it relates to the complex and his injury. For example, there's a track titled Post-Traumatic Amnesia, the cover art being of an eye showing several rooms within the facility bending in on each other. This is likely in reference to Ivan after the initial incident. There's another track on here with a really interesting cover called A Life Entropy Part 1 that has this cover image. And of course, just going to go ahead and point it out, that stupid sun is there off to the right staring at me, and I don't like it. This is a famous historical image called the Flammarion engraving. It's a medieval artwork that depicts a peasant walking to the edge of the flat earth and looking out past the firmament. Or in other words, someone stepping off the plane of our existence as it was understood then. And as he looks out past the sky and the stars, he can see everything. He sees the solar systems, he sees the heavens, he even sees an image of wheels within wheels, in reference to Ezekiel's depiction of the angel he viewed during his vision, leading to what is now commonly referred to as a biblically accurate angel. Again, even though all angels in the Bible are therefore biblically accurate. And also, yes, I found some way to mention them in this video. It's me. Of course I did. But if this playlist is in reference to Ivan, I believe this to be representative
One second. And
of him finding the complex, of him crawling out past the firmament, past the boundaries of what we know to be reality. There's a track called The Same Material that begins with a shot of a California evening, but then fades into an image of the threshold and then an image of the threshold covered in green. There's a track called Sea Ice that has several nature shots. From ice floating across the sea to Aurora Borealis, notably green, and the sun rising over the ocean itself. Keep all this sun and ocean symbolism in mind for later. There's another track called Ivan Visits the Light plus Defy, which shows the sun rising on a suburban home. There's a track called Ivan V2, spelled IVN, which is a sequel to another track on Not King Pixel's channel that's just called IVN. That one features someone floating in the midst of green light while their whole face is shown. And then here in Ivan V2, we see that same floating image, only this time, instead of a whole face, we just see a single eye. Perhaps this is the moment that Ivan first experienced the complex, the moment he made contact with the energy of what was on the other side. Then there's a track called Visible Light, which shows a sketch of seemingly Ivan surrounded by people and the prototype. However, as the song goes on, it begins to change. The picture becomes blue. We see mountains rising beneath him. Behind him, we see what appears to be the ocean, and the colors stretch through the entire visible light spectrum from blue to red, and of course, ending with green. And currently, the final track on this playlist, titled Old Song, has another George Brim artwork, perhaps now representing Ivan Old, a changed man from that first song a long time ago. And that's most of the symbolism of the timeline of the soundtrack. Things I mentioned earlier, like Sundown Entry Wound that shows the sun with the green flash, is especially applicable now since we have the theory of Ivan being injured by the sun itself. But there's a couple other tracks in this playlist that are particularly important. Those are Overlooking the Sea and You Have Always Been Here. If that sounds familiar, that's because both of those titles are quotes from the video I Remember. I believe I Remember to be a monologue from Ivan Beck. And if the soundtrack isn't proof enough, there's proof of that in the series as well. In the beginning of Overflow, when we see the night sky before we see the experiment where Ivan Beck gave humanity its first touch with the complex, we hear a strange sound.
Market and non-market economies. Well, as I've said, that our negotiations in this area with the Soviets are just...
That's right. Wind chimes. Kind of makes sense for the outside night sky setting, but it's not the only time we see it show up. At the end of Found Footage 2, when we see that the entire video was being watched by someone from their television, when we cut back to the television, sure enough, once again, we hear wind chimes. So it seems to me that these wind chimes are a tell of Ivan Beck. He was the only character, or at least named character we know of, involved in Overflow, and we heard wind chimes then. And if the camera from Found Footage 2 was recovered, it would make sense that Ivan would be the one to view it. Sure enough, there we hear wind chimes. And then in I Remember, at the very beginning, we open with a shot of wind chimes. Without even looking at the Not Kane Pixels channel, this is an indicator to me that Ivan Beck is the one speaking. So now that we know that our mystery man who's behind all of this is talking, let's think about what he has to say. I had a home once, a manor overlooking the sea. Upon the world this was a vestige, calling forward unto strangled ears. Ivan is calling back to something he had that meant something. In a world of strangled ears, of people who have forgotten, he remembers something that was important. But when the skies turned dark, the house was taken by the sea. A pillar truncated, cast down to the seabed with all the other forgotten things. This thing he had that was so important was destroyed, and it was lost along with everything else that had been forgotten. But I remember fleeting shells sinking ever slowly, folding downwards into themselves. He's still speaking within this metaphor for losing something and it falling to the sea, but there's something more here he's talking about, something that should sound familiar. Forgotten things, things folding in on themselves, forever tearing along the seams of the sky until nothing remains except the eternal ghost. He's speaking of something that wars against existence itself. And you ask yourself, could there ever be anything greater than this? Again, as we see that researcher who I believe to be Ivan witnessing the green flash for the first time before we see an image of a server room as Ivan closes with, "You have always been here." This same image being the cover image of another track on the Out of Sync playlist called Remains. So, what do I think he's talking about here? Ivan Beck believes he had something special. It was something that mattered until the sea took it. And now that he's lost it, he is doing everything he can to get it back. Whatever this thing is, it's so worth remembering. It's so worth going back for. It doesn't matter if it tears apart the sky, because what could there be that's greater than this? There's a few possibilities here. Either Ivan lost someone or something, and perhaps he believes he lost them to the complex. Or, say it was a loved one who died, perhaps Ivan thinks if the complex is full of our memories, maybe the memory of that thing or that person could still exist in there. Mausoleum where you can forever access what once was. Or Ivan could be speaking of the complex itself. The memory he has of it is enough to want to get it back. It was something important. But the sea became lost within itself. There's a lot of symbolism that shows up with that between the sun and the ocean imagery. I think the sea is a great way to look at the complex as it relates to humanity. The sea, for most of human history, was an impossible, insurmountable force. It stretched on and on. It had to be full of monsters and was something we could never hope to venture into, let alone map. But sure enough, we did. And then we did the same with the moon. And we continue on in our discovery, but now humanity's found the complex. And just like that, once again, humanity is standing on the shore overlooking the sea, wondering how we could ever get across it. And here's Ivan, another sailor with a home by the ocean, looking at everything he's lost to it and wondering how could he do anything else. I believe Ivan Beck lost something to this sea, and it's something he wants to get back. And if it's not any one thing, it might be his memory. Remember, there's a lot of references to amnesia, that Ivan's forgetting something that he can't remember, but maybe the complex has. If Ivan suffered amnesia from his injury, but the complex copied his memory, then maybe, as he said in I Remember, the sea took it from him, or at least as he sees it. That piece of him, what he's afraid he'll never get back, has always been there. Some take this to mean perhaps there is a mimic or a copy of Ivan that's been in the complex for decades. Some even saying maybe that's what IVN means. It's this evil or complex variation of Ivan. But I don't think so. I think it's part of his identity that he needs back. I think he was a sailor at the ocean, and then the ocean took everything he remembered. So what could he do other than sail into it? Maybe Async can open the threshold. Maybe all of these secrets will come to life, and he'll find whatever he's missing. Hey, if the wind's right, you can sail away. And the sun, this impossible entity that seemingly blinded him and gave him new vision, might just be the when he needs to do it. As a matter of fact, the sun and ocean imagery has been in the series as long as the series has been around. Because if you go all the way back to the first found footage and see the writing that someone left on the wall, above the shut eyes we see a window. And when we look through the window, we see the sun over the sea. Ivan Beck is Captain Ahab, and the complex is his white whale. As the whale took Ahab's leg, the complex took his eye and his memory of something that mattered, and he'll die if it means getting it back. I mean, what could be greater than this? I think Ivan is an inciting character at the back of everything. As a matter of fact, I think he's the reason that the complex looks the way it does. In other words, I think he's the reason for the yellow walls. If my theory's right, then before 1972, no one had any interaction with the complex. Then Ivan's injured and he becomes the first prototype that the complex maps its system off of. Remember how Kane said and then deleted that he said that Ivan was born in Czechoslovakia? Well, he's also mentioned that the yellow wallpaper design comes from Europe. And if you find the source for this kind of yellow wallpaper, most of them originate in castles in Europe. I think before Ivan reached out to touch it, the complex was just a nothingness, a void of energy beyond the veil. As soon as Ivan broke the glass and let that veil in, he was the first thing it touched. And when it did, he became the first blueprint. The complex didn't get a good or stable look, but somewhere in Ivan's past, I guarantee you, he's seen yellow wallpaper with fluorescent lights. And that's all the complex had to work with for decades until Async showed up again. So that's what it did, over and over and over. The first time I ever spoke to Kane, when I made the first Backrooms video, I asked Kane who the protagonist of the series was, and he said Ivan Beck. Now with the hindsight we have, that makes sense. But then I asked him who the antagonist of the series was, and he once again said Ivan Beck. According to you, who would you say the protagonist of the series is, if any at all?
Let me think. I have an answer, but it might not make sense. But I think that's why it is a good answer, and the answer is Ivan Beck.
Ooh, all right. Who, if any, is the antagonist of the series? Or what?
Ivan Beck.
Ah! I think that makes sense. Ivan Beck is the agent at the back of all this. He's the one compelling the government to fund Async, his company, to push forward into the complex. And with that, he is both the captain leading the charge and the captain driving sailors to their death. He is the hero and the monster of his own story. Something Kane has talked about a lot is he doesn't like to think of Async as evil, per se. Sure, they've done wrong things like their handling of Peter and whatnot, but just as we did with the sea, just as we did with the moon, if humanity discovered something like this, how are we not going to reach out and touch it? They're scientists. They want to know what's beyond the veil, wouldn't we all? But perhaps their desperation to do something understandable will lead them and all of humanity to a horrible place.
A lot of what we see out of Async in the YouTube series is them disregarding the dangers of it, basically. Like them getting into trouble because they don't fully understand what they're tampering with. So is that kind of theme going to be continuous through the movie? I guess so, if it ties into the series.
I would say the ideas that you just brought up are for sure on display there. I would say what it really is the inclination to sort of look around a corner and dig for what's next. Because for me, I deeply hesitate on condemning human beings for that trait. but I think every single thing is pretty much broken down into what happens next, like needing to cross an ocean, needing to again, like look around a corner, needing to you know, just go too far sometimes, even if it comes out in ways that seem benign or naturalistic in some way. It's always the same trait. And I would say very much so, like the Backrooms in particular, I view it in the context of the series as a neutral technology that's not inherently anything.
I think we're going to see more of Ivan as the series goes forward. I do not think, however, that we're going to see that much of Ivan in the movie. I don't know this. Like I said, I don't have any secret information as far as Ivan's concerned. I just cannot see how a succinct 2.5 hour movie, whatever, will manage to get across all of that in a satisfying way and become an Ivan Beck narrative. I think Ivan Beck is being saved for the web series, as it should. If not, then good luck explaining to your mom how solar storms affect magnetism in the theater next month. I think the story we'll see in the movie will certainly connect, but I don't think we're going to see the conclusion of Ivan Beck's character or get a whole grand arc about him. He'll probably get mentioned, which would be cool and would make me happy, but I don't want to see a resolution there. There's a couple things with Ivan Beck's character that I can't nail down yet. For example, at the end of I Remember, we see that picture of the server room, and there's also an image of computers or servers for the cover image on the track overlooking the sea. And I think that one's pretty self-evident. The sea is the back room, so overlooking the sea, the image is the systems that keep the threshold open. But I'm not sure what the server room is with the line, "You have always been here." Perhaps it's recorded data from the back rooms. Perhaps it's the computers that were a part of the first threshold. A lot of people will point to this to tie back into the simulation theory that "you have always been here" meant you're always in a computer. But again, I think that's lame. Again, I'm making a lot of inferences off of things I think up until now, but there's some stuff that we just don't have the pieces for yet. So what do I think we're going to see out of the Backrooms movie? Well, like I said, I haven't been told anything directly. As a matter of fact, Kane's lied to me a lot so that I can't do that. But what I do have is a trailer, and I think that trailer gives us a lot to work with. There are currently 2 trailers and a short ARG associated with the film. In the first trailer, the teaser trailer, we see a room in our reality as it goes through different iterations, becoming more and more obscure, eventually becoming the facade of a real room like what we see in the complex. Which certainly means I'm right about my dream theory thing, and I won't be proven wrong, and everything I've said in this video will be right, and Kane will not make me look stupid, assuredly. The film's protagonist, Clark, played by Chiwetel Ejiofor, says this place builds room, or it's more like it remembers them. And the more it remembers something, the less it does. This seems to be in line with everything we've theorized so far. The complex uses spaces in our reality, but makes them different. Less detail, more abstract, maybe just from generations of recreating the same spaces over and over. Or as I theorized earlier, perhaps if it's using memory as a source, less access or time with people's memory, or distance from null zones, you get it. So everything we've seen in the teaser trailer looks pretty good and goes in line with stuff we've seen from the series. I can also confirm, having been there, that the final room we see in the teaser trailer is a real set. And I know I can say that out loud because Kane said that out loud, and if he didn't get in trouble, probably fine. Probably. But in the official trailer, there's a lot more to dissect. For one, we see that Clark owns a furniture store called Captain Clark's Ottoman Empire, which Ottoman Empire is an excellent name for a furniture store. In the trailer, we can hear Clark speaking to someone who we can assume to be his therapist or psychiatrist named Dr. Mary Klein, played by Renate Reinsve. Which I just want to say, I mean, obviously it's super cool to see Kane make it this far and get this film made and to see all this hype around it. He certainly deserves it. But it's also really cool to see such high-profile actors be attached to it as well. I mean, Chiwetel and Renate are highly acclaimed actors, and Mark Duplass, who's also set to star in the film, has made some of my favorite horror flicks. Creep was probably the scariest movie I watched in high school. It's cool to see in how many layers this has become such a cultural thing. I'm really proud of Kane. Don't let him watch me say that line. Pretend like you didn't hear that. Clark is saying that in the basement of the furniture store, he seems to have found a null zone, although he doesn't know to call it that. A null zone that, considering he lived to tell the story to Dr. Klein, has reliable entry both ways. In other words, it's one of these good null zones over here. And remember how I said it's likely that the complex copies things that are near its null zones? And the reason people don't fall into a one-for-one recreation of their space is because perhaps the null zones change which one you go in on and which one you come out of. Well, for this reliable null zone, just like the one we see at the end of Found Footage 3, after Clark passes through, what do we see? A bunch of furniture piled up. This would make sense because right on the other side of the null zone is a furniture store. It seems that the complex is just copying things that are near the door. Clark turns down a long hallway and sees this. This looks like the cardboard caveman from Found Footage 3. Previously, I've thought that the caveman was maybe created by the complex because it's reminiscent of like old Geico standees that used to be outside of cell phone stores. So maybe the one we saw in Found Footage 3 was just kind of an odd single creation, but seeing it again here makes me feel a bit different. What if, for whatever reason, Async is putting these things up? I'll have more evidence for that in just a moment. Clark tells Dr. Klein that he's going to come back with proof and hands her a map he drew of what he walked through the complex. It's not the same layout, but this style of drawing a map reminds me a lot of Peter Tinch's that he drew right before the attack in Reunion. It then looks like the film is going to have some found footage segments, which is really cool. I mean, Kane's series is known for its found footage aesthetic, the old analog horror look. And it's funny because initially the analog horror format was just to hide the imperfections, the fact that it was in Blender. I mean, Kane's series looks amazing, but when you put the analog filter over it, in some places it's hard to tell what's real and what isn't. But because the series has like 100 million views based on that analog format, well, now it's just part of the show. And I'm really excited to see what he does with it in a live action setting. We see them come across a room with a Christmas tree and a bunch of half-sunken bodies in the floor that look like they're made out of the floor. If I'm right about the still life, and these are a bunch of still lives, this is a horrible room to be in. We see one room that appears to be tipped on its side, as it seems our cameraman is walking on the wall and looking to his side, which is actually the tiled ceiling. But if we look at the frame before the camera moves, the ground is covered in piles of clothes and what looks like blood. I don't know how intelligent the still lives or the life forms are, but if they're intelligent enough to have a disposal area, then this looks like a waste zone. Bodies are converted by bacteria into life forms, and then the clothes they don't need are piled up here. That or a ton of people got torn apart right here. Given that the room's on its side, there could be some super elaborate scenario where there was a null zone in the midst of like a giant party or a conference somewhere with a ton of people in one room, and everyone fell through the null zone at once and then like all crashed into the floor of this room, so the bacteria just had a feeding frenzy and made like 100 life forms. I don't know, but it looks like something bad went down here. We see rooms where it looks like the same chair is being copied over and over. We also see a room that has what appears to be pirate ship steering wheels on the wall, and this could track back to my theory about people being in the complex and the complex beginning to steal what they know. Similar to Ravi's drum set, perhaps it would steal the pirate steering wheel that's in Clark's mind, you know, because of the Captain Clark furniture store thing. I should also mention that the 8-pronged wheel is again symbolic of perhaps the prototype. Not sure if that's what they're going with here, but it's Kane, so you never know. One important thing to take note of is when Dr. Klein comes to find Clark in the furniture store, we see a picture of a bright beach behind her. That'll matter in a moment. Now, there's a couple seconds in the trailer that gives us a ton of information. Walking through the complex, Clark finds a security camera. When he goes to the camera, we see the perspective of whoever's monitoring the camera. So this camera isn't a piece of the complex, this is something set up, most likely by Async. And we get a few things here. Most importantly, the date at the top of the screen. Like I talked about in the timeline, this confirms that at least part of the movie takes place on June 29th, 1990. Placing it a month after the events of Static Dead End, which again, right near the end of the Async timeline, perfect setting for a story. But what I also want to mention is the thing in the doorway behind Clark. We see a white silhouette with something black in the middle. Well, if we go back to earlier in the trailer when Clark's walking down the really long hallway towards the caveman, if we look at the caveman statue, we can see it's just to the right of a doorway. I believe the shot of the camera is after Clark walks in that door. So the white thing we see through the doorway through the security camera is the backside of the caveman cutout. But if you'll remember the caveman cutout we saw in Found Footage 3, there was nothing behind it. It was just cardboard. But now something is, and it seems that there's a wire ran to it as well. I believe what we're seeing is a speaker. Remember how in Found Footage 3 there were speakers playing weird noises throughout the complex, and I theorized that Async was doing that to lure the life forms? I think we're seeing the early stages of that here. Because when Clark was in that long hallway, walking towards the standee, we hear this.
Hello?
The audio we're hearing is the Voyager's golden record. So, in 1977, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, two spacecraft, were launched into space. Aboard each of them was a vinyl called the Golden Record. The Golden Record was placed there like a message in a bottle. If any extraterrestrial race found the record, they could play it to understand Earth. It's a novel idea, and the things we put on there are pretty heartwarming. It contains greetings in 55 different languages, which is what Clark hears when he sees the cutout, as well as musical selections from many cultures and sounds of things like footsteps and laughter. So it makes so much sense that when Async started to put these audio recordings out in the complex, that's what they would use. I mean, the complex is the ocean, it's the sea, right? It's space, it's our final frontier. And if there's life forms out there, then we'll try to greet them as kindly as we would want to greet anything else. I mean, from what we've seen in the series, that doesn't go so well, but hey, it's the thought that counts. After that, we see a shot of a few Async researchers. It seems one of them is pulling another one off of something. The one who's being pulled off seems to be holding a fire extinguisher, but pay attention to what's on the wall behind them. We see a stretched image of the same image that was in Clark's store. Similar to the room with the wheelbarrow that we saw in informational video, the complex is taking images of things that exist outside of its null zones and stretching them as if it's trying to put up an illusion. But of course, the illusion is distorted from the actual picture. There's a very quick shot we get of Clark going up to the old null zone or the old doorway and not being able to get in. I theorized earlier that perhaps if someone could go out the same null zone they came in, they could get back to where they were in reality, but I don't think these null zones are an exact science. You can probably get locked out, which might be what's happening to Clark here. There's one shot we see on the found footage cam that is an exact setup of the classic Backrooms image, like the OG one from way back on 4chan. And I just thought that was pretty cool. We see one shot of Dr. Klein in Clark's basement. We can see to the left on a whiteboard, Clark's just like me for real, but we can see on the whiteboard that Clark and supposedly the rest of his team are mapping out the complex. We also see that, similar to Async, he's used blue tape to denote this anomaly that he can pass through. And then, would you look to the right of Dr. Klein here? What do we see hanging from the ceiling? 5 wind chimes. Now, I'm not alluding to and don't think that this means Beck is secretly involved with Clark somehow or anything like that. But Kane knows what the wind chimes mean, and I know what the wind chimes mean. And when I see that, I feel like he's winking at me through time, and I don't like it. We get a quick shot of a really narrow hallway, followed by Dr. Klein, covered in blood, pushing her way through it. On the floor of the hallway, we see a cord lying on the ground. And on the wall across from the camera, we see what looks like a blue sky. If we look at the scene of the Async researchers, we can see that a similar cord is lying on the ground around them, as well as the picture with the blue sky. So perhaps these scenes take place in the same room, or the one that Dr. Klein is pushing towards is another fake sky, or just a blue wall. And maybe Async has these cords all over the complex. I don't know. But after that, we get one final image. A room that seems to be a pool or pool-like area within the complex, and then Clark standing on the other end, listening to the wall. It's very ominous, and who knows what this could be. Maybe Clark loses his mind, maybe this is a still life that looks like Clark. I've got no clue, but what I do have a clue about is that I'm excited. There's so many things we see just in the little bit that we give us that tie into the main series. Like I said, Kane has confirmed that this movie will exist as its own standalone film, but will also tie into the whole series. It won't break the continuity, it will just add to it. Again, I wouldn't go into this expecting a resolution that ties up all the loose ends to the Async storyline. It looks like this is going to be more in line with the found footage tapes we get. It's going to be more personable about someone who finds their way in and stumbles across all the things that Async has done. And there are so many cool things you can do with that narrative, and I'm excited to see where it goes. And if we can just take a step back, Is this not incredible? We have been watching this series for years, theorizing about plot points and characters and dynamics and how the science works. And now it's shaping up to be the biggest horror film of the year, one of A24's biggest films of all time. It's such an incredible opportunity to see something that we've loved for so long come this far. And I know there's a lot of people who get annoyed by their interest becoming more mainstream or more people putting eyes on the thing they're into. And I know that, some people, not naming any names, may have potentially, with a few different pieces of media, proliferated that a little bit. But what this means is more success and more resources for Kane. I've said it from the first time I talked about the guy. Kane was meant to be a storyteller, and now he gets to tell them so well. I mean, you think this guy's going to quit at the Backrooms? There's no telling how many films this guy's going to come up with. The series is to the rooftops, and we got to be there when it was on the ground floor. This is such a fascinating thing to see. I can't wait to support the movie and see it like 4 or 5 times while it's in theaters, and hopefully you're excited to check it out as well. Again, May 29th. But something I really want to emphasize is why Kane's series has been so effective. I mean, there's a ton of YouTube horror series that are really good, and some of them great, but they don't get to the heights like this series has. And a lot of it, sure, was the idea and the technical prowess. The Backrooms had floated around online forever, and a ton of different creators took their shot at telling a story within the setting. So it was inevitable that someone would come along who had the technical skill to match the setting and make it into something big. But that's just why Found Footage 1 was so successful. That doesn't explain the continued millions of views and tens of millions of views across over a dozen videos. And I think a large part of it is Kane's commitment to the delivery.
And then the floral pattern is the one that I used throughout the entirety of the first short, and which is really just like a pilot at this point, or like a little tech demo that was really fun at the time. But
that is kind of funny to think of it as a pilot.
I feel like I have like
looking at where we're at right now.
Insecurity about it, where I have to say that each time, just because it was like I made it for fun to like decompress, and like it was definitely like that's not to like I really enjoyed working on it. It was some of the most fun I've had on that thing because it was like
you're not devaluing.
It was the start. It wasn't like it was just like. I was doing the Attack on Titan videos for a while, and it's just like, okay, I'm going to do this different thing, and it'll just be the thing, and it can be whatever I want it to be. And then, of course, I realized I had to make life difficult for myself and attach it to this other much bigger thing, and then every little choice had to be like scrutinized and kind of gain psychosis.
And now we're standing in.
Yeah, and but it resulted in this, and so I feel pretty good about it.
Feel pretty good about the Attack on Titan spinoff you did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I spent like, I don't know what it'll cut down to, at least half an hour talking about a character who we have never seen, but has only been mentioned by name, giving his entire lore, background, events that happened to him, how he may be the catalyst for the story, through an unofficial soundtrack that the name of it just relates to the name of the company from the main series on a different channel. And again, it's a soundtrack. It's not even visuals or its own like moving narrative. It's just pictures and sounds and titles. But you can tell from a setup that the message was so precise that the delivery can be whatever it wants to be as long as it keeps its thesis in mind. And Kane does it in such a dedicated way that you can learn so much from things that would otherwise be so tangential. I mean, look at some of the stuff they're doing with marketing this film. So A24 started airing this commercial. It's an ad for Captain Clark's furniture store, with Chiwetel in character as Clark advertising the Ottoman Empire. For one, I really appreciate the faith A24 has in the product to do stuff like this. I mean, they paid money to run an entire advertisement that says nothing about the movie. It's expecting that the audience will see it, be interested in why they got seemingly a 90s local TV ad for a furniture store, and then look from there, finding the film. I mean, if you didn't know, there isn't even anything that indicates this is a movie or the Backrooms other than the little A24 logo in the bottom right. But if you'll notice, at the top of the screen while Clark is talking, a phone number flashes. And if you call it, this happens. A lot of you may not know what that is. That means it's a fax number. In other words, you're not supposed to call this number with your phone, you're supposed to put it through a fax machine, as the logo next to it indicates. When you do, you get a printed out advertisement for Captain Clark's. There's some funny on the nose wording like, get lost in an endless sea of quality tables, chairs, lamps, couches, and bedroom sets. Get it, sea, like the complex is the sea, and getting lost in all the furniture, like again, the complex. But if you'll notice, on the top left-hand corner of the page, there's a date. This date is for May 17th, 1990. And that date has shown up in one other place. Can't remember? Well, if you guess that's the date that Peter Tinch wrote on the wall while he was being held by Async in the complex before his escape, then you'd be right. But you'd also be insane, because why on earth would he have written that? What does that even mean? Why is that on the same day? I guess it could be a coincidence that it's on the same date, but I don't think Kane knows what those are. So, I don't know. I have no idea what to do with that. Yeah, the date Peter Tinch wrote on the wall, we should have known that it would be on the fax number for a furniture store. But it seems that teaching us to fax was leading us to the next step of the ARG. Because A24 also released merch that is a t-shirt for Captain Clark's Ottoman Empire, of which I bought 4 of immediately. There's a couple things when we look at the back of the shirt. For one, we again see the pirate ship wheel imagery, which is a weird placement for it for graphic design. You would think it would be attached to a ship or something, but it just sitting there makes me think even more of the prototype, the 8-pronged wheel imagery. But also something else to point out is Captain Clark's sword weirdly has 2 blades. Like there's only one hilt, but it looks like 2 swords split off from each other. Perhaps this is a bit of symbolism of the complex copying things the way they exist in reality, but a little bit different. Like, why would you need a sword with 2 blades? This isn't me saying the sword ties into the ARG or anything, I just think it's symbolic of the complex. But on the t-shirt, we get another fax phone number. This one prints out a piece of paper that says, join the South Bay Bulletin Board. On the early internet, you could sign up for these bulletin boards where you enter your email address, and if there's updates or sales, they would send them to you. Back before spam mail, people considered it nice to be told when they could buy things instead of flooded with it constantly, all the time, forever. And here we see another phone number, and this one we do call.
You have reached the South Bay Bulletin Board archive. This number's been out of service since 1991. For access to the archived South Bay Bulletin Board, visit 408bbsarchive.net.
That address takes us to a website. Here we see an old bulletin board system, and when we hit enter, this is dial-up internet. Again, most of you don't know what that is. The average age of my audience is probably like 12. It allows you to enter your email and phone number so that you can stay up to date, which of course I did, and my editor is going to be nice and not show those things on screen. So assumedly, whatever the next step of this ARG is, it'll be sent straight to my phone or email. And that's awesome. But not only that, if you look at the fax paper that we got the number from in the first place, for one in the top left, we can see that this is on May 18th of 1990, so one day after the last fax. But look at the image itself. Around the South Bay Bulletin Board, it's the sun. And beneath it, across the bottom of the page, we have a ship on the ocean. This is, oh my gosh, I love it when people do cool things with the opportunity they're given. This is great. Because to anyone else, this would be completely normal, right? Like, yeah, it's the South Bay of California. They're going to have bays and suns and oceans. But we know from watching the series that there's so much more in this. We're getting those same symbols that have been important then proven to be important now. The series has never lost itself. It's just became more of what it always needed to be. And seeing Kane have the resources to do things like this is incredible. Normally when something I like gets adapted or goes mainstream, I always have the fear in the back of my head that maybe it'll lose some of what made me love it so much, or there won't be as much dedication to the presentation of it. But I never had that concern with Kane, because every step of the way, he has put this much heart into everything. I mean, who takes the time to add the sun and the sea to a fax paper that is like step 3 out of who knows how many in this ARG? It's that kind of dedication that gets me so excited for the series moving forward and so excited for the movie. And to go back to the question I originally posed, why did Kane's Backrooms surpass the rest? I think it's because of the conflict and the soul at the heart of the story. Kane's Backrooms isn't the first series to deal with concepts of things like man becoming too arrogant in their drive for science or the future. I mean, we got most of those themes in Jurassic Park. It's also not the first series to deal with things like non-Euclidean geometry or weird impossible spaces. Things like the cosmic horror of the complex itself have been adapted in a ton of different ways. But it's because there's such a consistency in the tone behind what Kane says that no matter how it comes out, it feels coherent. It feels like a part of the whole. The piece of media that I hear get compared to the Backrooms most often would have to be Mark Danielewski's House of Leaves, which I'm sure I'll inevitably make a video about that book and ruin the online discourse around it for about a year. But the story at the core of House of Leaves is something called the Navidson Record. I mean, technically, the story of House of Leaves is a publishing company who was sent writings by a guy named Johnny, who found other writings from a blind guy named Zampano, who wrote about the Navidson Record, which was a documentary film thing that doesn't actually exist. But Navidson Record. Will Navidson wakes up one day to discover that there's a new room in his house, and when he measures the distance through it, the measurement on the inside of the house is a 1/4 inch bigger than the outside of the house. Of course, this would be impossible. If it was the other way around, you could say maybe they're not accounting for, the insulation or the material of the house itself, but there's no way it could be bigger on the inside. This discrepancy drives Will crazy until new rooms begin to appear. Eventually, a door appears in his living room that leads to a labyrinth. A labyrinth of looping hallways and rooms that all look the same but couldn't have been designed by human hands. The space is impossibly large, and whoever built it didn't seem to care for the people who would one day venture in. House of Leaves was published in 2000, and if you think this sounds a lot like the Backrooms, that's because it is. House of Leaves was a huge hit, and a ton of people took ideas from the story, things like the impossible staircases, and the forever hallways, and the labyrinth created under someone's house, and that made its way into a lot of different stories before the yellow wallpaper Backrooms became so popular online, to where a lot of people found that as their first introduction to the concept. And sure, those ideas are cool, and you can do a lot of cool things with them, but what makes House of Leaves stand out is the conflict that Will Navidson has with himself throughout the story. I mean, there's a lot of things that makes House of Leaves stand out, like the way the story is written, for one, but there was a soul at the back of everything Will did that made it feel so much more engaging. Will used to be a war photographer. He used to place himself in the most dangerous spots in the world so that he could get the perfect shot, make the perfect discovery. And now there's a cosmic labyrinth within his own home, so of course he wants to dive into it. At every point the danger is surmountable, at every point it seems it shouldn't be worth it, you understand why Will has to keep pushing forward. Because if nothing else, then because it's there. How could we as people see a frontier so strange, so undiscovered, and not step into it ourselves? I mean, it's what we've been doing for as long as we've been around. I mean, it's the sea, right? What kind of person hangs around the sea long enough and doesn't think about becoming a sailor? Which it's not lost on me that Clark's character is a pirate in his furniture store ads. A sailor who ventures into the sea to take and conquest. Perhaps that may relate to his character arc in the film. Also, his name is Clark, like Lewis and Clark. He's named after one of the most famous explorers in United States history. It's things like that. It's notes of the theme that underline everything that make it feel so consistent. But the struggle of Will Navidson in House of Leaves is one of the things that stuck out the most to me when reading the book, and it's something that reminds me of Async every time I think of it. Now, Kane has never read House of Leaves. Me and his dad keep trying to make him read House of Leaves, but I think that's all the more telling, that both Danielewski and Kane Parsons stood before this figurative sea and thought of explorers. How could someone stand on the shore and not want to step in? Every time I talk to Kane about the series, he emphasizes that he doesn't see Async as evil, just misguided. Sure, some members of Async may be doing evil for the greater good, but as the company itself, as the researchers, who would they not be to want to explore the great unknown? What kind of astronaut doesn't want to go to space? And it's in that righteous desire that they find their folly. The drive of what's good allows the monster, the real villain, to come out. If you'll remember way back in the Backroom series, in the unlisted video that showed a car no clipping into the Backrooms that we then see hit the wall in found footage 2, that video's title was a long string of numbers. Well, this string of numbers is the ISBN code to the yellow wallpaper. The Yellow Wallpaper was a short story written by Charlotte Gilman in 1892. Charlotte Gilman wrote The Yellow Wallpaper based on her own experience with postpartum depression, or temporary nervous depression as it was known at the time. The story The Yellow Wallpaper is from the perspective of the woman who's just given birth and has now been prescribed rest cure until she feels better. She talks about how all of this is perfectly normal, how it's totally understandable that her husband would do things like lock her in a room and not allow her to come out for several days as she slowly loses her mind. Through The Yellow Wallpaper, she continues to talk about how sickly the walls look around her, how the yellow pattern causes her to feel ill, until eventually she becomes convinced that there is a woman on the other side of the yellow wallpaper trying to get out. So one day she tears down the wallpaper and begins crawling around on the ground like she saw the woman do within the wallpaper itself, now believing herself to be that freed woman. At the end of the story, the husband comes into the room, sees what she's doing, and faints, to which, as she crawls around the room on all fours, she simply crawls over him. Now, this story's been talked about for a long time, and there's a lot of different ways to look at it. The most common critique you'll hear is a feminist critique. Obviously, the greatest theme is about the position of women in the 19th century and the intense expectations that were given to them, and how a lot of the time their prescriptions made things worse. Oh, this woman has postpartum depression, we should lock her in a room for weeks. That'll fix it. As we can see from the outside looking in, the prescription wasn't for her betterment, it was to save the embarrassment of her husband. In this critique, the woman seen through the wallpaper at the end of the story is a triumph. It's a more free, powerful version of herself that makes her rip the wallpaper that has made her feel ill off of the walls, and then quite literally step over the husband that did this to her. However, I think it's for a different reason that Kane made the code for this story the title of one of his unlisted videos. Obviously, of course, there's the yellow wallpaper. You could imagine the wallpaper from the story being the wallpaper of the complex. But of course, there's the note that it's within the wallpaper she sees a monstrous woman who by the end of the story turns out to be herself. And in her desire to free this woman, that allows the woman to come out, to become her. This feels so much to me like a representation of Ivan Beck. Someone so determined to step into the other side, to take what he feels was taken from him, not realizing that inevitably the complex might as well be nature, and man can never fully tame nature. At its core, that seems to be the central conflict of the story to me. The complex is just the next great frontier, and Async are the adventurers who are seeking to map it. It's so interesting to me because I feel like a story with these same tones could have been told in the 1400s, before the oceans were charted, when sailors feared they would fall off the map or fall prey to monsters. And then in the early days of the space race, what would we find when we ventured out into the cosmos? But inevitably, we filled in the maps now. So the Backrooms asks the question, what if there's more map? What if there was a next great frontier? What could we do other than charge in? It's man versus nature, but with characters in mind like Ivan Beck, it becomes a story of man versus self. What did he lose that was so important? Is it worth the destruction of himself and potentially the rest of the world? What does identity and knowledge and purpose mean to one man when it can't possibly be worth the potential cost? How can the white whale be worth it if the whale is truly that dangerous? But then again, what's Captain Ahab to do? Get off the ship? It's a tale as old as time about man's hubris, about exploring new horizons, about sailing over the sea. It's just using the setting of a creepy picture that floated around the internet, and asks, what if the next great unknown is all the more terrifying? That's another thing. The inherent horror of the complex is, again, something that's so intrinsic to people. We all have a fear of forgetting, if that be the fear of forgetting loved ones or the fear of losing our memory as we get older. When discussing the Backrooms, I see a lot of people bring up the caretakers everywhere at the end of time, a 6-hour art piece that mimics the stages of dementia through music. One of my earliest videos on the channel was me listening through the whole thing, and safe to say, it's a powerful experience. One of the most remembered images from everywhere at the end of time is the final stage, which is presented by a picture turned around. All that can be seen is the blue tape on its back. Now, I'm not sure if Kane began using blue tape so much in his series because of that visual, but nevertheless, both pieces are harkening back to the same idea. What if we're forgotten? What if our existence is just a small drop in a big ocean? I mean, the complex is a space that is actively forgetting us. It takes all of our memories, all of these cherished ideas we have of home and places and people we love, and makes it these bastardized versions, these vague representations of some of the pieces placed here and other things placed over there, and maybe some big picture items, but otherwise blank and empty. It's as if you're watching something's mind deteriorate in real time, but the thing that it's forgetting is us. Carl Jung theorized about something called the collective subconscious. Basically, the idea that there is this invisible collective of human experiences that people draw on when they're born. Basically, the idea of a collective group of thoughts or ideas that humanity pulls from. Things that are simply understood, things that seem passed down to us. Well, in the Backrooms, it's as if that subconscious is a place. And what if we peek behind the curtain and we see where our memories go, only to find that they don't matter? They're being erased away as we watch. It's an overwhelming cosmic dread that can be filled in so much of the series. What if our last great frontier is the frontier that doesn't remember us at all? In that sense, it's almost like async is warring against God. The complex is something beyond humanity. It uses our thoughts and our visages as a sandcastle. So by mapping it, by exploring it, are we staking a flag in something so that it won't take our flags from us? Or is it just a death rattle? A final attempt for humanity to take back something we could never hope to conquer? Would it be better to lie down and let oblivion happen, or to sail into it and try to make a difference? Kane's Backrooms is the one that has stuck around, the one that has made it to this level of success because it asks those questions and it asks them so well. There's never a moment of preachiness. There's never a time where characters sit down and all of this is explained in high concept things you'd hear in an overrated YouTube video. It simply takes characters, puts them in the setting, and lets humanity speak for itself. And I think it's those kind of stories that are the most impactful, the ones that simply show us what it's thinking rather than telling us. It's such powerful ideas and such a terrifying structure, and Kane is really getting all it's worth. I can't wait to see where the series goes from here. I can't wait to watch the movie, because at the root of it all, I know no matter how scary the creatures we see are, how much we can theorize about green lights and characters and missing eyes, there's going to be a story at the base of it that matters, something that says something. And it's not something you find every day, but I'm glad we found it this time. There's few things more rewarding than seeing someone doing the thing you know they're supposed to be doing. When it comes to Kane, I can't imagine him doing anything else. This series, the presentation, the deliveries, the theories, the scares are all fantastic. And despite everything, I think this guy's still on the ground floor. Kane, I couldn't be more proud of you, and this couldn't have happened to someone more deserving. Thank you for telling your stories, and thank you for letting me watch. And also comb your hair, or put on deodorant, or something. I hope you're as excited to check out the movie as I am. Again, it's coming out next month, May 29th. And as I mentioned, after it comes out, and after it's been out probably like a month, I'm going to make another video analyzing the film, so we can see how many things I got right and how many things I inevitably got wrong. But regardless of that, for now, I'm just happy you stuck around this long, and I just want to say thank you for watching. It's really cool to see a series that has meant this much to me come this far, and I'm glad we get to watch it together. I said it earlier, but thank you all so much for the support that you showed on the original Backrooms video. Obviously, I didn't have anything to do with Kane's success. He was already huge by the time I found him, and he certainly didn't need my help. But regardless, it is cool that making that first video put me in a position where I could reach out to him, and now I not only know a cool film director, but I know a cool friend. You all continue to throw me into blessings that I can't thank you enough for, but sincerely, thank you for everything you've given me. Of course, if you somehow still haven't seen Kane's series, I'll have it linked in the description, as well as the Not Kane Pixels channel. Be sure to check all this stuff out.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are going to be doing a spider special. We've been seeing that arachnophobia is very present amongst the online space, and we have 2 spider stories today. The first one being, my wife underwent exposure therapy to cure her arachnophobia, but it worked too well, and now she's freaking me out. And then we have an even older story from, that was 1 year ago, it said it was posted to No Sleep, and then we have one from almost 10 years ago that's called The Forest of 1,000 legs, which is like one of the most brutal names of all time for a story. That's sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for these. Spiders freak me out. Well, some spiders freak me out. I'm not arachnophobic to the point that if I see one, I'll lose my mind. But if I see certain ones, I lose my mind. And I have nightmares about spiders a lot and things like that. So the stories today definitely have the potential to bother me. You're not really afraid of spiders, just snakes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, like, listen, when I see tiny spiders, I'm always, you know, I don't want them like biting me. If they can bite, I don't want that. But I will say like if I saw a fucking giant, one of the giant like hairy spiders, I mean, I would not be stoked on that.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like every depiction of the scariest version of a spider it can be is in movies is when they have a real spider come in, like into frame, walk in, you know, and then they have it on a string, like a practical version of it, and they just literally pull it at the camera and it's just like flat and it's flying at you. That actually freaks me out a lot.
That's like in that movie Arachnophobia when it jumps at him when he's looking for it at the end.
There's so many fun spider movies. At least when I was younger, I really loved Arachnophobia because John Goodman's great, but also Eight-Legged Freaks.
Eight-Legged Freaks is awesome. I used to watch that all the time as a kid. Them like shooting the spiders in the mall and all that.
The spiders in the giant spider in Lord of the Rings and in Harry Potter both freaked me out.
I'll put out this bounty. You don't get anything for it, but you'll help me feel better. So that's its own reward. I'll pull out this bounty. There was a movie when I was a kid that I watched on the Sci-Fi Channel with my dad a couple times about a giant spider or like several giant spiders in the subways under New York. And every time I look that up, it brings up a movie called Spiders, which is about like alien spiders taking over a train station underground. It's not that one. It was a movie
that sounds a lot like what you just literally said, though.
No. This movie, I remember a few very distinct scenes. There was one scene, it's like a SWAT team goes down and they have to get on a train car to go to an abandoned part of the track where like there's a spider's nest. And there's a shot where one of the girls' SWAT team members is loading a gun and she looks down like an empty rail car tunnel as they're going. And she sees a giant shadow of a spider on the wall. And then there's another scene where there is a wedding party on a subway train that is going to, I guess, a reception or whatever. And a giant spider gets on there. They're screaming and everything. And then there's a shot of the train car pulling up to station and the doors opening and blood pouring out of the door. And I have looked for this thing. I've looked on like old horror movie forums. I've looked on Sci-Fi Channel forums. I have not found this film. So if you can find it, I would really appreciate that. I'm not crazy. I have this recurring dream where there's this one kind of spider that really bothers me. They're called golden orb weavers. Even seeing them like makes me uncomfortable. And I have this dream where like there will be a bunch on me and I can't get them off, or people are throwing them at me or something like that. So I'd say I'm fairly arachnophobic. So we'll see if the stories freak me out. Were you going to recommend something before I cut you off?
And I'll recommend just as a movie that it maybe I feel like it's gotten a lot of hype over the last couple of years. There's this movie called Possum that's really good. That's a very unsettling kind of very unsettling movie, but it's just about a man who's carrying around a briefcase and there's like this puppet on the inside of it, but it's like a spider and it's like this fucking human head. It's very, very sick. So if you haven't seen Possum, check that out. It's really good. But guys, thank you so much. If you're listening on Apple's fucking podcast or Spotify to listen on audio platforms for the podcast, it does help a lot. And please be sure to give us a nice rating there. It would mean the fucking world. And also just want to shout out the patrons. Thank you so much for the support on what we're trying to do here. And then also if you want some extra content, we watched Lee Cronin's The Mummy. So if you want to hop along for some of those fun experiences, feel free. I think whenever the Backrooms is out, we'll probably talk about that out there on there too. So, but without further ado, let's get into it.
A little bit of further ado, because our first story about the wife undergoing exposures by Christian Wallace, which obviously, friend of the channel, OG,
writer. We love covering his stories. He did the story about my wife's taking our role play too far, the only other astronaut on this mission, the deer that walks on two legs, bunker of a prepper family, and another story I think I'm missing. And then when we were in person, I don't think it's been posted yet, at least not the time of recording. But we recorded the story about an abandoned white supremacist camp, also by Christian Wallace. So big fan of his stuff, everything that he writes. But before the episode, Hunter, I looked up Christian Wallace Creepcast because I was trying to remember how many stories that we had covered of his, because I knew it was a lot. And one of the first results took me here. I just sent you a link. Did you know that this existed?
Let me see. What is this thing you're about to show me? No. What the hell is this?
This is the Creepcast Wiki. And dude, this, I don't know who's running this or how many people are. It is, okay, for example, you go to the episode list. It's every episode we've ever done. Let me just click on Turn It Off, for example. One of the first stories of 2026. It gives a summary of the episode, the number of the episode, and then all of our gags and bits. For example, it's for Turn It Off. It says, the episode begins with both hosts fighting like divorced parents. At 17:53, both hosts laugh at how much juice the protagonist drinks. At 26:49, the video ends when it's revealed the characters are British. At 47:32, Wendigoon mentions how often Meat Canyon brings up belly kisses. At 50:08, Wendigoon talks about Goosebumps episode Cry of the Cat. At 1 hour, 3 minutes, 53 seconds, the editor adds a bear trap clip when Wendigoon is right. And at 1:19:16, both hosts laugh as the protagonist yet again drinks juice. And then in the trivia segment, it says the 3D animated background for this episode depicts a lit up tent in a forest clearing. This is more than I keep track of when we record these things.
Wow.
For every single episode. And then, get this.
There's a Grandpa Ernest wiki. What?
Yes. Every single character that we've made up in bits has their own wiki entry with a list of how many episodes they've shown up in and what gags are around them and stuff like that.
My God. Who is running this?
I have no idea. Okay, so I found the bunker of a prepper family, right? If I click on that, it's where was that at? Oh, there's a character list, and the character for that one is Officer Mole. And his description when you did the mole voice, it says, Officer Mole is a subterranean mole person masquerading as a police officer. Bob, as he's called by his colleagues, is known for his love of digging holes. And then it has like physical description, mole.
This is uncanny. There's the David
kind of freaking me out a little bit.
The David King page just says he once hired obese Italian mobsters for $42,000 in Bitcoin in 2012, which is now worth $1.2635 billion, making the mobsters rich. That's just written down in here. Okay, what the fuck,
dude? There's more stuff in here than I think I've ever written about anything I've done.
Oh my God.
Like, okay, I just click on I Talk to God. It's in the
Yo,
trivia
Wolf,
segment,
yo, I
it
just
says
woke
at
up.
28:34, 33:09.
I mean, I was like, when you were going to show up, and I was like, boom! It's 3 big booms right there.
At 35:50, the editor plays with Wendigoon's green screen. What? Like, that is an insane amount of information. I don't know if I should feel flattered or terrified.
This is actually incredible. This is so in depth. Whoever's doing this, I applaud you. This is extremely impressive.
All right. Well, with that out of the way, let's begin. Christian Wallace, my wife underwent exposure therapy to cure her arachnophobia, but it worked too well, and now she's freaking me out. I don't like spiders. I don't like it when they bunch themselves up so their legs look like tangled wires. And I don't like it when they spread themselves out like radial spokes on a wheel. It was bad luck that when I met my wife, we discovered we were both scared of them. As the man, I kind of just wound up taking over spider killing duty. At first, this meant squealing while trying to lob a shoe at one of them from a distance, but as the years went on, I kind of just got tired of the stress and anxiety. Fear is exhausting. So is the pageantry of it. Jumping up and shouting and lots of running around.
Over time, I found myself having less and less of a fear reaction to them. Don't get me wrong, I didn't want one crawling on my face, but it wasn't like they had me running away in fear every time. Lily was never great with them either, but it wasn't what I call worthy of therapy.
That's fair.
For the first 10 years I knew her,
Usually I'm
she was
not.
a fairly
I'm almost at
run-of-the-mill
4 hours.
germaphobe.
Usually
Things only got bad after this one night when we...
Usually I'm gonna. Usually if I'm streaming. It depends. But yeah.
just come back in from an evening with friends. There'd been a storm outside, windy as hell. I remember putting the keys down on the table by the door, and when I looked back, she was pulling down the hood of her coat. She let out a sigh, ran her hands through her hair, and she looked a little puzzled by what she'd felt. When she lifted her hand away, there were thin black legs poking out from between her fingers. It took a second for her to react to what was all bunched up inside her cupped hand. Then she screamed and threw it onto the ground. I saw it for only a second.
Yeah.
It was so fast. Then it was off and under the nearest door, and my number one concern became comforting my wife, who was having a full-blown panic attack.
Get it off! Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!
She screamed while slapping at her neck and hair. I hugged her tight, checked her hair, and then checked it again when she asked me to. Then she stripped her top off to make sure nothing else was clinging to her clothes. Before I took her into the kitchen, we had a cup of tea while she kept scratching at the back of her head.
Little fucker! I can't believe it. Did you see it? It was huge. One of the biggest yet.
Truthfully, I had only half glimpsed memories of it scuttling away, but it had been big. Large enough that a pint glass wouldn't have fit over its darting legs. Just seeing it had left me feeling anxious, but at the time I ignored my own discomfort. After all, I'd hardly been the real victim.
It got away. God, it's still in the house somewhere, isn't it?
I wanted to lie, but thought better of it.
Somewhere, yeah, but we'll spider-proof the bedroom tonight, and I'll go looking for it in the morning. Thank you. Jesus, I know I'm gonna have a hard time sleeping tonight.
So I said like, oh, the story might bother me. It might, mess with me or whatever.
Yeah.
The description of the legs coming through her hands immediately bothered me.
Yeah,
I'm already checked out.
I just thought of all the like bristles, you know, like all like the tiny little hairs going through. There was something that kind of was similar last night that happened to me, not necessarily in my hand, but my dog threw up in our bed and it was just a full-fledged like mouse, like a field mouse. And
nice drawing. It's looking good. Yeah, I'm having a fun time trying to get that right now.
And then like the dog just looked at me like, I don't know, sorry, like that kind of thing. But I immediately I didn't bother. My wife is gone right now with her buddy on vacation. And yeah, I texted her that and I was like, you really dodged a fucking bullet by not being here tonight.
I feel now I'm thinking about spiders and like stuff like that.
Well, see, that's like fucked up. Is when you read a story like this, you're gonna start feeling shit on like your legs and hands, your arms.
I'm looking at my desk. There was one time, I don't even think it was a spider. I think it was a beetle or something. But one day I was at my desk and I just saw the legs peer over the side. And it was something crawling underneath my desk. But now I'm like looking at the prim of the desk and making sure, and it's like already messing with me a little bit. Gosh, I keep thinking about this dream I had where like someone was throwing a spider at me, and in the air I could see its little legs like flying, trying to grab onto me, and so I'm immediately in distress.
Trying to grab onto me.
Like instantly.
Isaiah, help! Take my hand! That's what the spider was saying.
I'll save you.
I'll save you, spider.
She made me strip the bed before she got in it, and all night she kept flicking at her And all night she kept flicking at the fringe and the hair on the back of her neck. I felt so bad for her. If that had been me, I can't say I would have reacted much better. Neither of us slept that well, but I was mostly just worried about her. When you love someone, it's tough to see them suffer.
Also, that's a fucking that has to be some kind of setup there. When you love someone, it's tough to see them suffer. Now, if I was a betting man, I feel like she's going to do something that is like, I don't know if she's going to go full spider, like, but I just feel like there's going to be something where I feel like he's going to have to be like, well, we're going to have to put you down. I think that's a bridge that we're going to have to cross.
Was Christian Wallace the one who did my daughter's becoming a dog? Or no, that was Elias Withrow, wasn't it? The one about the guy where it ends with the guy smothering his child. I think that was Elias, but same idea. But it wasn't just that one night. The second one was much the same. The third, fourth, and so on. It petered out a little in the second week, but then she saw a spider on some TV show and the anxiety came back full force. Every night was the same. I had to strip the bed of everything, lift the mattress, and check for spiders. She even got rid of her bedside table so there'd be less hiding places for one. In the meantime, I was on hunting duty. In her own words, I had to find the bastard or she'd never feel safe in the house again. It's funny, but in hindsight, I can't really say what I saw go scuttling under the doorway that first night, but I do know I didn't try all that hard to find it. I remember finding some webs under the living room sofa that were real odd. The fibers were thick like the fake stuff they bring out on Halloween, and I had to peel them off the carpet like Velcro. I found a couple of these nests throughout the house, but I never mentioned them. One of them hit a hole in the floor that really should have alarmed me, but I just ignored it. Okay, so you have this giant spider mole thing that's like digging.
I mean,
floor.
You could just,
it's got Party City web.
They go to the house of the. Could do that.
Webs everywhere. You're just like.
Or one of them to go see the other movie that, Did you go see another one? Yeah.
Like, yeah, I won't bring that up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen enough extremely large spiders in life to know at what point would I feel like if I saw something not even abnormally large, I'd be like, oh my God, this is an infestation. Or like, I feel like I would psych myself out too much.
I saw it the other night. There was one on the wall of the house that was like, I don't even know what kind of spider it was. Because normally like the big spiders around here are brown. They're like the little wolf spider, wood spider things. This thing was black and it was like huge. It was super fat. And I don't know what that was. I don't know how many are in my house and I don't like it. So I don't know. But if it's tunneling through the floor, yeah, I think that's a problem.
Is it tunneling though, or is it just like there's a hole in the floor and they're just like hiding in there and there's nests and stuff?
Well, I guess that's possible. Yeah.
As I say, at least not yet. I haven't caught on to this mole hybrid that you're speaking of, but I don't know.
Have you ever? I don't know if it's the same in the Midwest, but have you ever done the thing where you walk out into your yard at night and shine a flashlight? So a lot of the time in Tennessee, if you walk outside at night and you shine a flashlight across the yard, you'll see what you think is dew everywhere, like little reflections.
Webs.
No, they're eyes. They're spider eyes.
Oh, okay. No, you probably live in a much more forested area. I feel like I wouldn't see it as much. You know what I mean? We don't have as many trees.
Because someone told me that one time, and I'm like, there's no way. Like, I see dew all the time at night. There's no way those are spiders. And then I would walk up to each of the dew, quote unquote, and it would be spider eyes.
That's nice. I don't like that, but
yeah, it's awesome. It looks like it's everywhere. It's across everything. This story is psyching me out. Really, I'm leaning forward in my chair right now, so there's nothing touching me while I'm setting up.
I'm gonna have to console you the same way this man is consoling his wife.
Yeah, I'm the wife now. I need you to take care of me. I need you to get
You've always been the wife.
Oh, all right. Don't say that. I ignored a lot, actually. I found dead mice spun up in cocoons, and something bore a hole through one of the kitchen cupboards and filled it with silk. See, it's boring. It's sticking. Nothing normal about that, but I just covered it up with some cans and moved on. A behavior I find hard to explain in hindsight. Maybe my attention was elsewhere. Lily wasn't in a great place, and she was slowly getting worse. She cried a lot, and any little thing that touched her skin would result in lots of panicked yelling. She couldn't eat a meal without slapping at her arms and neck every few seconds. Things got real bad when I came back one night to find her shaving her head. She told me she got tired of mistaking the feeling of her own hair for a spider, so this was the simplest way to feel clean and safe. If you've ever lived with anyone who's had a breakdown, there's usually this moment where your heart sinks as you realize that what you're dealing with has transcended the norm. It's quite frightening, actually. Reminded me of when my mom found a lump. It's a very isolating sort of fear. I remember lying awake in bed that night and just thinking about how I'd found Lily bent over the bath, shaver in hand, with a patchy head like the doll from Toy Story. When she looked over her shoulder at me, she smiled and her eyes were so wide, I felt like I wasn't looking at my wife anymore.
Love that immediate turn to psychological horror, by the way. Like,
yeah. Hey, it's
this
Christian
idea.
Wallace.
I mean, like, it reminds me of. It reminds me. I feel like I've brought this up on the story before. There used to be this great short film on YouTube that was a Cronenberg film. I think this is when I think his wife had gotten breast cancer or has dealt with cancer. I know that she had just recently passed, which is why he made his latest movie, The Shrouds. But there was this, I believe it was a Cronenberg short film, but it was called The Nest. It was about this woman. It was like the POV of a doctor walking in, almost like a found footage style, but it was just his POV. I don't think there was a camera, but her top was off and she was like, basically like, there's insects crawling around my breast. I want both of my breasts removed. And the guy was like kind of playing in this way where he was treating it like a psychological horror. It was only like 14 minutes long, but it's this idea that was kind of fun where he's like, okay, well, we can like look into it and do whatever. And it looked like it was just a fun thing of like, oh, is this like, is she just insane or is there actually something there? Cause it kind of like sways both ways, through the film. But I just love these psychological turns of like having to deal with somebody who's like, there's something wrong with my body, or like I have to remove my hair because it's the same sensation. Like I think that only develops and evolves, you know. I think that's like such a slippery slope. So I love that turn here.
Yeah. I'm I'm freaked out. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just thinking about these long legs and yeah. Have you ever missed someone while you still live with them? Made them coffee and breakfast and chatted about your day, but it's like nobody's there. Every day was the same. I tell her about work.
Also going camping with
me about how she scrubbed the bedroom top to bottom looking for spiders, or started pulling up the bathroom tiles.
I hope your camping goes good. You guys doing it by a lake or just in the middle of the woods? Zachary, or is that Zach Aromali? Hi. Hello. Welcome to the stream.
Check for Nest. At one point, I realized she'd taken a lot of time off work, but she wouldn't give me a straight answer, so I had to call her office. They wouldn't even answer my calls, which I had to take as a pretty bad sign. It came as a relief when she got sick.
What I'm seeing, it looks good. Oh, yeah. This is what it looks like so far.
She tried putting a hammer to one of the walls to find
the
what
flat
was behind
colors,
it, not realizing that it was just the neighbor's living room on the other side.
Whatnot.
I was at work during all this, but things
don't try to pronounce it.
escalated
All right, fair
pretty
enough.
quickly, and the police arrived to find a partially bald woman screaming about spiders in the walls. By the time I got home, they'd already taken her to be assessed at the local hospital. I rushed to visit her, but in the meantime,
what I should bring
had to call
stuff.
her
I
parents,
see.
and it was, well,
Your
it was a
friend.
relief
So your friend
because
is
I wasn't
inviting.
alone
Is
anymore.
your friend inviting
Other
you,
people
or
knew what was going on, and that made it a little easier for me to navigate. Until then, I was afraid to mention it to anyone. I guess I was a little embarrassed, or maybe just not sure what etiquette was for discussing someone else's mental health. She was only gone about a night, not even 12 hours really. The neighbors agreed not to press charges if I paid for all the repairs and Lily got therapy. Lily's parents are quite well off, so they helped us out with that.
I wish I
They
was an
found this
artist.
clinic
I
that
mean,
she stayed at for a
certainly
couple
start.
weeks. It's specialized in exposure
But it does take.
therapy, which really
It does take a lot of work. It does take a lot of lonely nights. What I would say, it takes a lot of, not grind, but certainly an amount of showing up and start trying. Actually, I want to hear from you guys. I had this idea of doing a draw with me kind of segment. Yeah, okay, nice. But I had this idea for a stream idea, and I'm curious what you guys think. Is that basically, I think there's this website called Magma. Let's see if I can pull it up. Stop. I can't act. Well, I think creating an account, but this website where they essentially, I think you're allowed to. It's like a collaborative like drawing thing. So I've thought about doing something like that with like and like people can come in and like draw on one thing, or there's like a theme of some shit. There's kind of prompts and everyone kind of draws their own. Thought about doing that for like Inktober or something. So I'd love to like get an idea of it if possible.
Really just means getting a person used to their phobia. Don't like water? Spend hours every day in a pool. Don't like moths? Step into a room with thousands of them. This is oversimplification, of course. It's a special program that involves gradual increases in the nature of the exposure. The first night she called me and told me they'd had her looking at pictures of a spider and talking about her experience. They were literally just cartoony drawings, but she told me she found it hard anyway. She cried and I cried too. She was only a few hours drive away, but I didn't want to be away from her and everything had happened so suddenly. It was only 6 weeks between the night with the storm and her ending up in that clinic. But in that short period of time, I felt like the ground had fallen from beneath my feet. Exposure therapy to spiders sounds like the worst thing ever.
Yeah, this idea of like slowly gradually raising it up too. I like think that it's going to be this thing where she starts like becoming too comfortable with them and she like becomes like almost needy or dependent on them, maybe even starts talking to them. I feel like that seems like I'm sure that's a real thing, but thinking about it as a person who is completely ignorant of how it actually works, it does make you think that it's like, yeah, it just feels like you're exchanging one extreme for another, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like almost like if you're in this like kind of shattered or cracked, broken place, healing it with like overexposure of the thing that is like breaking you, I feel like it would like crack you in a different way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think if you're already at such an unstable point, maybe it like goes the other direction. I agree, but I'm also looking at. I googled it, and this is a real thing that's apparently. Like,
yeah.
Oh, I see. I mean, I wasn't thinking about doing it soon. I was just thinking about maybe doing it here. Trying to maybe do it with like members or something. After season 6, that'll be once like middle of July or something. But yeah, well, maybe not with members. It'd be easier with just and with like drawing pad. It's just an idea.
Do they just make you touch spiders or something?
I think it's just getting you introduced to the thing that like with spiders or like the pictures, cartoony pictures, to where you see that like over time, one, it isn't like they can't hurt you immediately or whatever. But I think just making it more introduced to like trick your brain, because your brain is apparently going on like I would assume like a fight or flight kind of response.
Yeah.
So I think it's like gradually doing it to where your like receptors in your brain don't like immediately trigger that thing and you like have a full-blown panic attack. I think it's just kind of like slowly. It's like almost weaning somebody off drugs. You don't do it immediately. You kind of have to like slowly, you know, it becomes a little less every time until your body like isn't fully dependent on it anymore.
Okay, so this is not from like a PubMed or anything. This is from some wellness website. But according to them, it seems spider exposure therapy in order goes from pictures to cartoons to like spider toys, to watching videos of them, to seeing a live one in a jar. Now they do virtual reality spider simulation, Listen to recordings of spider sounds.
Oh my
What is
God,
that? I guess
don't know
the
about that.
scuttling.
Yeah.
Then you see one in a terrarium, and then finally a controlled live encounter. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
It's got to be. It has to have some kind of success to it.
I'm sure it does. I mean, it's a very like exposure therapy is a well documented thing that has a ton. Like here's a I think this is PubMed. No, this is the NIH, National Institute of Health, like showing graphs about how well it works. So I'm sure it's a thing, but okay. All right. You know, it's funny because in like the last recording or the last one that got posted, I talked about how it's been a while since we've gotten scared in a story. And you know what? I'm eating my words right now.
I just want to say I'm very happy that we didn't read this before.
Also
we
feeling still cough, but not as sick. Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Love to hear it.
Because that would be, there was so much, yeah, that would be
There
actual torture.
were bugs everywhere.
Love to see it.
This
Yeah.
actually would have been excellent to read there, just freak out.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah. It's time to talk about something scary. Your
health.
I know I don't go in the doctor as much as I should.
Speaking of health.
If I'm feeling sick, I'll just lie in bed and sleep it away. But that's only because I don't want to have to deal with the appointments, insurance, and blah, 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 blah. That's why I have ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality in-network doctors. Choose the right one for your needs and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, eye care to skin care, and much more. And the nice thing about ZocDoc is that you can filter for doctors that take your insurance, are nearby, and are highly rated. It's super easy to use, and you can find an appointment time that works for you with the right doctor for your needs. Plus, ZocDoc appointments happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. You don't want to admit it, but you should probably see a doctor. So stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/creepcast to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/creepcast. ZocDoc.com/creepcast. Thank you, ZocDoc, for sponsoring the episode. Back to our spooky story.
I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Ridge Wallet. I've used Ridge Wallet for years and have no plans of changing up because they are the best in the business. Now, not only are they the best on the go, they're the best around the house. Being a dad has made me cognizant of the ridiculous number of charging cords I have laying around. You've got one for your phone, your watch, video game controllers, your speakers. Every cord is another one I find myself tripping over. Thanks to Ridge, those days are over, because just like how Ridge revolutionized the wallet, they've now revolutionized portable charging. That's because Ridge's 5-in-1 travel power bank has built-in cables, letting you charge all of your devices at the same time. That's one power bank with no extra cables. And with Father's Day coming up, you can gift your father something that he'll actually use. No offense, but he's probably got enough socks. This power bank has everything covered. MagSafe wireless charging, Apple Watch charger, lightning cable, USB-C, and with 20 watts of power, you can get 3 full phone charges on something that fits in your pocket. Plus, like everything else Ridge makes, it's built to last. That means you get free shipping, a 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty. This is the last power bank you'll ever need, thanks to Ridge. So if you want one thing to pack with 5 ways to power, now's the perfect time. That's because for a limited time, our listeners can get up to 40% off during Ridge's huge Father's Day sale at ridge.com/creepcast. That's right, up to 40% off on their Father's Day sale. After checkout, if you could let them know that we sent you, we'd really appreciate it. Again, that's ridge.com and discount code CREEPCAST to get in on their offer today. Thank you to Ridge for sponsoring the show. Their link will be in the description. And we'll go back to the episode. 2 weeks she was in there. I don't remember them well. There were phone calls every night. She was getting better, she told me, and the doctors confirmed as much. Hard going, for sure. They had to sedate her the day she graduated from cartoons to actual photos of spiders. Apparently, she scratched an orderly up real bad. My time in the house was lonely. Little weird, too, if I'm honest. I woke up at one point with cobwebs in my hair, and at some point I realized that I hadn't seen a spider in my home for a long time. Not even a little money spider. What is a money spider?
Let me see.
What is a money spider? Oh, that's what people call them? Those are just, I always call those house spiders. Interesting. I briefly wondered about what the hell had been leaving cobwebs around the place, but never followed up on it.
Yeah.
It's hard to get my thoughts straight. I do remember finding more dead mice all webbed up in the back of the kitchen cupboard. One morning I came down to find a starling cocooned on the outside of the kitchen window. No sign of what did it though. I just stared at it and sipped my coffee. And then I left for work, and when I came back, it was gone. Probably not a good time to tell you I was diagnosed with a kind of dementia some time ago. I guess,
what?
A little out of left field.
Probably not a good time, brother. You lead with these things. Yeah, I mean, you can talk about your fucking crazy. You can talk about your fucking crazy spider girl, but you're not going to bring up you have dementia. What? Come on, man.
Pacing, people, pacing. We got to figure this out. I guess that's supposed to help make sense of things, right? I don't know. Doesn't feel like it makes sense to me. It's not like Alzheimer's runs in my family. They say the neurons of a human brain with Alzheimer's looks like a cobweb that's had holes poked in it. It's a good way to describe how my mind feels to live inside. Thoughts travel along a given route and then just drop off. Lily's
Once
therapy
again, I feel like
that was
I
just
feel like
out
that,
of nowhere.
I feel like that's a fucking setup and a half. I mean, the whole thing too is he keeps leaving all these like cutesy little endings to paragraphs, being like, "Yeah, thoughts travel along, given round, and then just drop off." The same way that I don't know, cocoons and spiders keep dropping off at my house. Also, the Alzheimer's, that's kind of a fun parallel. They say neurons of the human brain with Alzheimer's look like cobwebs that have holes poked in it. It does make it seem like maybe, which is would be an interesting concept of like a person with dementia like attracts, I mean, like a spider, insects or something, you know, like your brain waves to give off some kind of vibe. I don't know. That just kind of a cool thought.
I think what it might be implying is that this spider is like a supernatural thing, because he mentioned when she threw it off of her, he was like, I didn't exactly see it, I just know it was big. So it's almost hinting to the idea that something about the spider's appearance doesn't look like a normal spider. And also now it's eating like mice and birds and stuff like that, so it's growing. But it's like caused her to lose her mind as it's causing him to lose his mind, just in different ways. He may not actually have dementia. It could just be like the spider's effects causing it.
I want to know how much he's forgetting.
Yeah,
he hasn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, it could be like maybe the whole house is just covered in webs right now, and he's walking around like thousands of spiders. He's like, yeah, I saw a bird outside. That was kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think like there's the way that piecing that in, kind of throwing that actually, you know, it was random, but throwing that in not at the top actually makes sense for a dementia patient. So I actually have a lot.
Oh
of
yeah,
respect
forgot
for
to
that
mention
injury.
this. Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you fucking did forget to mention it. Yeah.
I bet. Yeah. Right on time. Yeah. Lily's therapy progressed nicely, though. I remember that quite clearly. The phone calls and the sound of her voice, real vivid. God, I missed her so bad during this time. I hate being overly sentimental, but it had been a tough and lonely 6 weeks, and hearing her sound increasingly happy and confident with each new phone call was like a shot of pure happiness right into my veins. I missed her, and I wanted her back. And when she told me, giggling with joy, that she'd held a little spider on day 10, I burst out.
I got a manga that I can't wait to read. Which manga is it?
I felt pride at her accomplishment, and I felt relief that things might be getting back on track for us. Like the nightmare was finally going to be over. It wasn't so simple when I saw her in person. She came back looking like the war wounded. I should say she looked beautiful, but I want to be honest. I smiled when I saw her, but it didn't reach my eyes because the woman who got into the car looked a lifetime apart from the woman who'd been living with me just a few months ago. She was thin as a rake, with ashy, pallid skin and a shaved head that made her look like a matchstick. And her eyes, the look in them wasn't right. But she was smiling, so I swallowed the funny feeling I had in my stomach and pretended everything was okay. There was no work for her to go back to, and I managed to get some time off after speaking to my boss. It was just us, and that can be a weird feeling for a couple used to working 9 to 5. I was on edge. Didn't know what to expect. She smiled a lot, tried her best to reassure me, and I asked a lot about what therapy was like, and she told me it was fantastic. Showed me photos of her sitting next to big house spiders, some as wide as her palm. Had to fight back my own fear while looking at them. She told me that was day 13, but when I asked what happened on day 14, she said it was mostly just packing up and saying goodbye. There's a dark and uncomfortable truth to relationships, and it's that time only flows in one direction. My wife hadn't done anything wrong, and I didn't really feel any ill will towards her, but a distance had been placed between us. All the best will in the world couldn't undo it. She changed. Been changed, I guess. At the time, I didn't know how to understand any of it, but I wasn't sure how to treat her. When I kissed her, it was on the cheek. When I held her, it was like hugging a female coworker. I didn't know what my own feelings were, and I wouldn't until I found her one morning in the kitchen, tapping away at a pint glass and giggling like a toddler. It wasn't the light and airy laughter of the woman I was used to. It was more like the laughter of a bunch of kids egging on a fight or cheering on a nasty bully. She didn't speak when she looked at me. She just turned back to the glass and kept laughing. Flicking it gently with her She just turned back to the glass and kept laughing, flicking it gently with her fingers. When I walked around the table, I saw it under there. A very large house spider. I don't know what is normal for people around the world, but a UK house spider is big if its legs are wider than the palm of your hand. Brother, I think that would be big anywhere.
Yeah, and
That
what
would
I
qualify
mean,
for
like,
me.
and what fucking human is like, oh, that's pretty small. I mean,
There are a couple more monkeys, but it's a
my
small
God,
lab, so I only got
if
one.
it's big if its
so-
legs are wider than the palm of your hand.
I have to. Yes. I have a bunch. That I have a bunch of like, and I have a few. I have. Almost never. Have. At the. They like have them in bottoms like. Yeah, it's not a huge library, but certainly ain't small. Rawr.
I guess if you're in
Yeah,
like
dude.
South America or Southeast Asia, a big spider is like larger than your head. I get that, but you know what, dude? Between us, we'll call it big together. How's that sound?
Yeah, I mean, I will graciously call that big. Okay,
just for you, buddy.
And you get the
this
walking
thing was
stick.
even bigger with legs bundled up against the side of the glass like spools of segmented wool, and seeing it made me jump way back. I realized I hadn't seen another spider since the night of the storm, and that thing all curled up with legs as thick as hairpins was a real shock to my system. I cried out at my wife. She started howling with laughter. I mean, it was like a toddler discovering cartoons for the first time. Manic and weird and just so happy, but in a way that was a little alien because I didn't understand the thoughts and feelings that went into that ear-splitting cackle, and it was all wrong coming from her. I waited for her to say something, but she didn't. She just laughed until something in her got tired and she slowly stopped giggling, but she still didn't say anything even after she'd gone quiet. In the end, it was me who broke the silence. I didn't have a clue what to say. The whole time she was staring at me with her patchy hair and gleeful, teary eyes, and I got so desperate to break the standoff that I stammered out the words.
He's a big one, ain't he?
Her face relaxed. Her shoulders slumped. She slipped out of the crazy like it was only ever an outfit.
They'll get bigger. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. My wife's a spider. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Yeah. No, nope. No. At what point, actually? Because listen,
At what point do you kill your wife?
I mean,
at what point do you kill your wife?
I mean a lot by immediately leaving my partner,
leaving your wife
in any kind of distressful moment. Yeah, I know. But at what point do you actually say this is a broken person? She's been back not too long, but how long would this have to go on for you to just be like, because this is what I always wonder. When you are in a relationship with somebody like this, like people who stick by, people like there's this, I forgot what it was. There's a person who was in a car wreck and the wife stayed with the husband, even though he was basically a vegetable. I mean, I think he didn't have a lot of brain activity. And it's this thing where there's this deep seated love, whatever. At what point, I think, is it different if the person has gone mentally?
Oh,
I would say.
I thought you were about to say, at what point is it okay to leave an injured spouse? I thought, no.
I'm saying there's an honorable thing.
The problem leads to another problem. Like, I think you see that a lot with, like, spouses that have head injuries and become violent, right? Like, you can't be expected to stay with that person.
Well, there's that, and I think exactly. At what point do you say, like, I don't want to get to that point?
Yeah,
like when I see this, and then like it's also manic laughing.
Yeah, I would say if you're gonna take stuff for art, I would say keep it simple. If don't bring like too much, unless you're experienced with it and can go around with it. Like usually, if I'm bringing something, like a little art case for sketching, like I'll probably bring some ballpoint pens. A few of these Tombow art markers, just because they're water, so they're be a little tall, a little big, but maybe a few. Like a few of those, I'd highly recommend. Because depending on how long you're camping for, I would just bring like just some ballpoint pens. Because super easy. They're ballpoint pens, ridiculously cheap. Like your classic ballpoint pen is like less than 50 cents. Yeah.
The spider. I mean, like you would only assume that it gets worse. At what point are you actually able to walk away and not be like, I hate myself forever for being a coward and leaving?
At this specific level we're at, where she's just like, oh, they'll get bigger and laughing about spiders.
Not now.
But I think this might be, hey, honey, I'm going to go stay with my mom for the night.
Well, I guess the way that it's being read right now, it feels like there's little cohesion of like she's almost like has the mental understanding of like not the mental understanding of a toddler, but she's
cognitive function.
Yes, exactly. And if this went on every day, like I personally would be like, it would be extremely challenging. Like that would be like, that's also, it's fundamentally a completely different person than who you were in a relationship with before.
I think it's obviously a hard question, but in a situation like this where someone, has you can see it as an injury or a snap that leads to, I think this is time to maybe take a step back and get her another kind of help,
I would
the exposure therapy obviously worked a little too well. Maybe another kind of therapy.
I would have a stamp card and I would give it 10 goofs before I'd have to punch that free pizza ticket and then be like, all right, I think I'm lickety splitting right now.
Yeah.
I mean, right now she just got out of the goddamn hurt locker. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, give her some grace. But if it just, I mean, I don't know. Once again, I'm just saying, got the puncher in hand, got the card.
Yeah, this is a punch. This is one step closer to your free coupon. I agree. Your free shake.
This is me doing, yeah. And I do. I turn around, slip it on my Wrangler jeans. I do. I put right back in my jean pocket.
Yeah.
But you know how many times? I wonder what would justify.
That's fair enough.
You turn back around. Baby feeling pizza. She does like, and I'm like, turn back around. Click again. Back to back clicks. It's getting worse, Greg. I've done 4 clicks in the last 2 minutes. Just 6 more, buddy. Just hang in there.
Hey, is your mom coming over this weekend? No, just the spiders. Got it.
Yeah. I don't know. Look into the trees. Oh, that is so cool.
So how many until you
Hey, tight, tight.
abandon your family?
Oh, it's got to be a 10. Yeah.
10,
It's a 10
number, I
punch card.
think, yeah.
That's the universal punch card system. On the 10th purchase, you get a free one.
You get the free shakes,
that's-
the free fries,
coffee. Yeah.
And then she lifted the glass, snatched the spider up, and stuffed it into her mouth.
That is a punch.
That's the rest of the punch card. That is that is a you do not pass go. You do not collect 200. You just hit the rest of them.
I like to imagine he had his phone in his hand. He was like calling for like Chinese takeout, and he does. All right, so you're full. Puts it back up on the phone rack.
Oh, okay. None of that. You know what? I'll just go get it myself, honey. No reason to order
Yeah.
it. And he never comes back.
At the same time, though, I hate to say this, but that would kind of turn me on a little bit, if I'm being honest, just a little bit, just a hair.
What?
Just a spider's hair length. If my lady was like, I am deathly afraid, and she fucking picked it up and ate it, I would be like, that is fucking kind of badass.
First
it's
of all,
disgusting, but
that sounds like something I would say. Second of all, there is nothing attractive about her putting a spider in her mouth.
I have got to disagree. She's got that V for Vendetta thing going on right now. You know what I mean? G.I. Jane, bald ass head, eating that stuff.
I didn't see it, not fully, but I stood frozen in terror and watched the muscles in her badly shaved head tense and relax as her jaw worked away, crunching at those hardened legs. God, the sounds were bad enough, but when she was done, she looked over her shoulder at me and smiled, and her teeth were smeared green and black with little bits bits of leg and chitin still stuck between the gums.
Round about, I don't think it
Oh.
really matters. But I think
I don't know if
but,
I
you
like
know,
that.
you can go
I
ahead and
also
do
don't
that.
like
I can't really.
That's kind of the
you know.
that's kind of a no go for any person. If you have a big bowl of pasta,
Really tell you
spaghetti,
what to do at that point.
you're
But,
chewing down on it.
but you know, if you're gonna go
Any
out,
fucking
I'd highly
reason you should be
recommend.
smiling.
You know, if you're gonna be out camping, I'd highly recommend just nature scenes, maybe camping gear, scene. Because usually that's what I try and do when I'm out, or if I'm, you know, I guess you know, if I am. I usually try and draw more so stuff from like realism. Practicing. But yeah.
Island with all that sauce. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she's gone, mentally gone. I'm gonna take a couple liberties and step away, and like I said, punch the rest of them. Be like, okay, well, I don't know.
I need to feel better. I'm gonna hold this till I feel better. I'm not entirely sure what happened next, but now I knew why I'd felt so different around her since she'd come back. I was afraid of her. Like, a toy? Really? What made you think of that? Like a kid around an abusive parent. I just didn't know what I was gonna get. There was always this energy in the room that had me on edge. I'd sit there watching TV, but I wasn't really watching. Couldn't have told you what was on half the time. Instead, every ounce of my being was focused on her. Every breath, every motion. When she got up to use the toilet, I watched her intensely to see what she was going to do.
Fair
The
enough.
fact that she rarely did anything except carry on as normal was all the more unsettling because I knew something was wrong and I couldn't stop remembering the way she laughed with that thing under the glass. I need to find Kayla's keys. I'll be back. Give me a second.
While he's gone, that would be kind of unsettling. Having having your girl knowing that she just ate a spider and you're all freaked out, elevated heart rate, and the only thing you're not even really looking at the TV, you're watching her. She's like getting up to go take a shit, and you're like watching her walk away, and all you hear in your left ear is just men, manly men.
Also, did you eat today? Yeah, I just had some bacon muffin. I'm trying not to eat much. I would, but you know, trying to keep it more steady. Reminds me, actually, I need Uh,
Ooh, men, manly men. Ooh, men, manly men. Ooh, men. Oh, man. That'd be, what if we watched it the whole time? Here, blowing up the bathroom. I did this girl one time. She's like, "Where's your bathroom?" And it was right behind us. I had a couch in the living room, and it was, I mean, right there. And I had me, her, my buddy, and Earl. He's like my roommate. We're sitting there. We were watching, I think, I don't know, some Daniel Day-Lewis film. Who fucking Last Mohicans or some shit. I was like, what the? I don't know. Oh no, she was dropping like mad bombs. This bad toilet, those bad porcelain farts where it's like all just like ricocheting off every fiber of that porcelain bowl. My roommate was like, "God damn." And she comes back out and she was like, "Did you hear that?" I said, "Well, hell yeah. Hell yeah, we heard it." She's like, "Yeah, I was trying to put on a show for you." And that was the last time I associated with that girl. That was not a good time. I was trying to put on a show for y'all. What a time. She had a pretty smile, though, so it wasn't that good. Never mind. God damn, this Coke. Diet Coke, I'll tell you, when I was a younger man, did not care for Diet Coke. Now, oh, you'd have to pry it from my hands. A nice cold can of Diet Coke, oh, shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Give me those chemicals. What the hell's in this? There's an aspartame, baby.
Okay, what were you doing?
I was just chatting with them while you're gone, so there wouldn't be dead
Well,
air.
I found the key, so apologies for that. Anyway.
No problem.
Nights were bad. A lot of the time I'd wake and get the feeling she'd just been watching me, but she was usually fast asleep, or at least that's how it looked. Sometimes there were furtive movements like she just rolled over. I got used to it, thought it was probably just in my head. But then one night I woke up and she was right there, face inches away from mine. I cried out, couldn't help it. Shuffled backwards while trying to avoid touching her, wound up falling off the bed. When I looked up from the floor, she had a completely blank expression. She was just looking at me like a cat watching a fly.
"What are you doing?"
Cried out, unable to stop the irritation from bleeding into my voice. She shrugged.
"Just watching."
Then she rolled over like nothing had happened. That night, I slept on the sofa. She didn't ask why. Didn't say a word as I grabbed my things and left the bedroom. I wasn't sure I would manage to fall asleep after that, but I did. And when I woke up, I had cobwebs in my hair. I was lucky if I slept more than a few hours a night after that. It came fitful, if at all. I woke up too many times to the feeling of something tickling my face and chest, a sensation like someone running a feather over me. Every time I'd come to in a panic, but I never found anything except nearly invisible silk clinging to my skin. Life without sleep was difficult, and I struggled to hide my dislike for Lily. Over time, our habits and routines diverged even further apart. I stopped going upstairs almost entirely, just didn't need to. I had work and the sofa and the kitchen, and the days when I came back and barely saw Lily at all were fine by me. I preferred being away from her, something that kind of broke my heart, if I'm honest. There were times I didn't want to reach out, but looking at her gave me the funniest feeling in my stomach. I didn't want to change things.
Oh yeah, I think I remember reading about those. Kid. I think it was like certain. This was like late 2000s. I remember there was yeah, there would be like little cards you would fill out and got to like, or I think it was like you did a certain number of books and those books had like points, and once you got it, you got prizes like free ice cream. That, oh, those were good. Like in the
Didn't
summer.
want to get closer. If anything, I wanted to run away. And I don't mean that I wanted to flee my life and adult responsibilities in some abstract way. I mean, I felt a powerful urge to quite literally run away from her. It was horrible feeling that way about my wife, and just trying to understand those emotions was enough to give me a headache most days. I became real forgetful during this time, and it was a long time before I realized I'd forgotten to pay for the repairs to the wall. I think it slipped my mind. Emphasis on think, because I don't remember what I have and haven't forgotten. I just nailed some plywood over and left it, and 3 months later, one day, out of the blue, it occurred to me I should probably have done something more about it. I did find a toolkit in the kitchen that wasn't mine. I might have called someone out for a quote. I don't know. But once I remembered that I'd never actually fixed the hole, I was filled with this shame and embarrassment, and I decided the best thing to do was to face it head on and go apologize to my neighbor. Okay, finding the toolkit and thinking he called someone out. Is this spider just killing people?
I can't tell if it's the spider or if it's just the woman who I think might be becoming a spider. I'm unsure. It's hard to say. Or is she controlling spiders like Willard, who controlled rats? Remember that?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. How spider-like does your wife have to become before you leave her?
I don't know. I mean, if because are you saying that she's also growing new limbs and stuff, or are you saying that she's just like literally
maybe
no physical
is that
change,
your
but
cutoff,
she
an extra limb?
I think I'd be kind of stoked on like if my wife had 4 arms, like she was Goro.
That'd be kind of cool, right?
That would be kind of sick, and she had like 4. It'd be kind of, I don't know. I mean, like honestly, if she was shitting webs, like that would be for me. I'd be like, we gotta cut that out.
That'd be.
I also don't know if I just want to see a
over,
bare asshole all day shitting webs like that. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I would agree.
Hey, Speedy, can you give me the cookies? Just like
the extra set of arms could be cool though, but I feel like 4 eyes.
Think so.
No, I feel like the extra eyes would be a no-go as well.
I don't know. I could see a world where I would be into it.
You'd be down for that
if they were humanized though, not like black,
not the
BD.
black spider eyes.
Yeah.
What if she gets like these little mandible like pincher mouth?
I mean, come on. Hey, what's that pincher doing? You know what I mean? I like a little.
There he is.
I like a little tug and poke. Why not? Come on.
Oh, I see.
Just bite a little bit.
There we
just
go.
Pinch just a little bit. Ooh, just a bit.
That's what I thought. All right.
I
never knew a lot about the guy. He was an older man who liked his football, had a nose like a tomato, and spent most nights in the pub. I knew he lived alone though, and when I knocked his door and there was no answer, it wasn't too strange. At least, it didn't seem out of the ordinary until I went back inside my house and heard footsteps on the other side of the wall. So I went back and I knocked a couple more times, figuring he maybe hadn't heard me. But there was still no answer. I found this weird. He didn't seem like the kind of guy who'd avoid a neighbor he didn't like. He'd just open the door and tell you to screw off. I went back and looked, but couldn't see anything through his windows. And all I could see looking through his letterbox was a gray sheet across the opening. When my fingers came away covered in a sticky thread, I had this terrible feeling in my stomach. I couldn't have possibly explained how, but I was convinced that Lily had done something. After all, it was him calling the police who'd gotten her into trouble. But it wasn't like I could kick his door down to check, and I wasn't going to go scrambling through any half-open windows. Fortunately, we shared a fence in the back garden. It was easy enough to jump, and from there I checked the windows on that side of the house. He left the kitchen blinds open, and at first what I saw baffled me. For a moment, I wondered if he was decorating because everything inside was covered by a thin, translucent sheet.
Buddy, don't think those are sheets.
I don't think those are sheets, buddy. But I only had to pay close attention to realize that didn't make sense. When painting a ceiling, you don't throw tarps over half-drunk cups of coffee and plates of moldy food. And the material that covered everything was cloudy and made of thread and obviously some kind of silk. It took a lot of effort to control the urge to just hop the fence back and pretend like I never saw a damn thing. But if he needed some kind of help, I knew I had to at least try. Braver man than me. I would have just said like, well, he's dead. I looked briefly at the stoop by the back door. There was a lighter on the ground where someone had dropped it. It was strangely conspicuous and made me think that whoever had left it there had done so in a hurry. Didn't make sense that someone would drop it there and not notice, not unless they'd been otherwise occupied. I picked it up and winced when it came from the floor with a sticky tearing sound. It was covered in barely visible silk threads. God, I wanted that back door to be locked. Couldn't think of anything worse than having to push ahead, but I tried the handle and it went down. The door popped open with barely any effort, and I got a good look at how every last inch of that place was covered in pale cobwebs that got thicker and thicker as my eyes drifted deeper into the house. I couldn't help but wonder if they were strong enough to trap a person. Was my neighbor in there somewhere? Somebody was. I knew that much from the sounds I'd heard, but I couldn't see him in the kitchen. I wanted to cry out for him, maybe even go marching into the house and look for myself, but the hallway out of the kitchen had been turned into a web-lined tunnel. No straight lines, just a dark, silky womb whose rounded funnel walls fluttered gently in the breeze. I stared into... I'm getting chills. I'm not...
It's a great setup. Like all the visuals and stuff. I feel like I'm there in that room. It's fucking awesome.
It's so well written. The detail's fantastic. I feel like I feel everything he's wanting me to feel right now. I feel the uneasiness, the tension. I also don't want him to go into that room because then I'm going to have to read about it. Man. I stared intently into that dark. This reminds me, actually, did you ever watch that movie Kingdom of the Spiders? It was an old, it was one of those old B monster movies, and it had the original Captain Kirk. What's his name?
William Shatner.
William Shatner. It had William Shatner in it. And it was about this town in like the desert who a bunch of spiders start showing up, and they're like tarantulas, but they're just super venomous, and they live in colonies, and they bite people and people die. And that's all they do. They don't get giant or anything, but they build these big webs, and they'll web up bodies. And I remember being a kid and being so terrified by these shots of like people bloodied and like wrapped up in webs.
It's a great visual. I mean, it's forever scary.
Oh, it's forever scary. And the movie ends with one of the guys gets knocked out and he comes to, and there's a few survivors who drug him into a room in town, and they've like covered up all of the air pockets and vents and stuff like that with clothes. And the camera pans out, and the entire town is underneath a giant web like this.
That's fun.
And that's just how it ends. And I was terrified of that for a long time, and I'm getting flashbacks to that now, that same feeling. Oh. No straight lines, just a dark, silky womb whose rounded funnel walls fluttered gently in the breeze. I stared intently into that darkness, trying my best to see if there was the shape of a man's corpse cocooned somewhere in the pale white silk. I leaned forward, my head and shoulders just moving past the doorframe, when the blackness in the tunnel grew legs. Dark carapace and segmented limbs explode. Oh. Dark carapace and segmented limbs exploded towards me so fast. It was almost in the kitchen before my heart had time to skip a beat. And then it stopped halfway into the room, standing perfectly still and brazen in the fading daylight. A bundle of legs the size of a horse. A real-life monster. I didn't move. God, it took me another minute just for my brain to process what I was looking at on a conscious level. My nervous system was quicker, sure. It was like a blanket of disgust and terror thrown over me. My stomach plunged to the floor. My skin crawled. My heart felt like it was going to explode, but my actual mind was blank. White noise and static. The creature was huge. So big its legs could just about fit in the hallway behind it, but in the kitchen with a little more room, whose front limbs and mouthy feelers spread out like tendrils and gripped the doorway. It was ready to pounce on whatever had sent disturbances through its web. I've read that spiders can be a little like Venus flytraps.
Like freaks?
They won't
yeah,
always...
no, they talked about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Today we are going to be doing a spider special. We've been seeing that arachnophobia is very present amongst the online space, and we have two spider stories today. The first one being, my wife underwent exposure therapy to cure her arachnophobia, but it worked too well, and now she's freaking me out. And then we have an even older story from, that was 1 year ago. It said it was posted to No Sleep. And then we have one from almost 10 years ago that's called The Forest of 1,000 Legs, which is like one of the most brutal names of all time for a story. That's sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for these. Spiders freak me out. Well, some spiders freak me out. I'm not arachnophobic to the point that if I see one, I'll lose my mind. But if I see certain ones, I lose my mind. And I have nightmares about spiders a lot and things like that. So the stories today definitely have the potential to bother me. You're not really afraid of spiders, just snakes, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, like, listen, when I see tiny spiders, I'm always, you know, I don't want them like biting me. If they can bite, I don't want that. But I will say like if I saw a fucking giant, one of the giant like hairy spiders, I mean, I would not be stoked on that.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like every depiction of the scariest version of a spider it can be is in movies is when they have a real spider come in, like into frame, walk in, you know, and then they have it on a string, like a practical version of it, and they just literally pull it at the camera and it's just like flat and it's flying at you. That actually freaks me out a lot.
That's like in that movie Arachnophobia when it jumps at him when he's looking for it at the end.
There's so many fun spider movies. At least when I was younger, I really loved Arachnophobia because John Goodman's great, but also Eight-Legged Freaks.
Eight-Legged Freaks is awesome. I used to watch that all the time as a kid. Them like shooting the spiders in the mall and all that.
The spiders in the giant spider in Lord of the Rings and in Harry Potter both freaked me out.
I'll put out this bounty.
Yeah, that's
you don't
where
need anything for it, but you'll help me feel.
Yeah, same thing with Wendigo. He used to watch it all the time. I think that. Yeah.
It's true. A few thin threads doesn't give you a proper sense of it, but I was wrapped in what must have been a half-inch of the stuff and felt like I was wearing 10. The spider didn't move. As soon as both feet were outside, I let go of the door handle and felt something sticky detach from my palm. It feels like something, and I had closer. Spider's hint of something trapped inside its web. Floor. My skin crawled. My heart felt like it was going to explode, but my actual mind was blank. White noise and static. The creature was huge. So big its legs could just about fit in the hallway behind it, but in the kitchen with a little more room, whose front limbs and mouthy feelers spread out like tendrils and gripped the doorway. It was ready to pounce on whatever had sent disturbances through its web. I've read that spiders can be a little like Venus flytraps. They won't always pounce on a single trigger. They need multiple hits. When I looked down at my feet, I saw that I'd taken just one step inside, but that was all it needed to be alerted. Now, it had approached the initial alarm and, half blind, it waited for another hint of something trapped inside its web. I had to wonder, would lifting my shoe count? Did I have a choice? Man, this is so just the tension and the moment. And also, in all these giant spider movies, the spiders always move so slow, but having it be like the speed of a normal spider, just that big, I couldn't stay there. Looking at the damn thing was bringing me closer and closer to full-blown panic with every passing second. I had to do something, and I had to do it with some semblance of control. I slid my foot backwards. The spider didn't move. As soon as both feet were outside, I let go of the door handle and felt something sticky detach from my palm. It feels like an exaggeration to say that lightning moves slower. Oh my gosh. What an awful way to start the paragraph, dude. What an evil way to start the paragraph. Oh. I'm sure most of you have seen a nature documentary with one of those fish or maybe even a trapdoor spider, and you thought, oh shit, that was quick, but this thing, maybe it was just because it was coming right at me. I've never seen anything like it except for when videos get edited. All of a sudden, it was just there. And before I knew it, thick, woolly paps were pinning me to the ground, and I was looking into a pink slit of a mouth framed by fangs as long as my forearms. They moved independent of each other, and something about the sight of all those wheel spoke legs and segmented joints clumped together in its thorax sent my mind reeling. I said at the beginning of this that a lifetime of exposure had helped curb my arachnophobia. But there are limits. I blacked out. When I woke up, it was dark all around me. I didn't know it at the time, but the belly of the beast was my neighbor's former living room. It wasn't actually pitch black, but it did take a few terrifying minutes for my eyes to adjust well enough just to be able to see my own body stuck and wriggling beneath me. I was wrapped up tight, and if you've ever heard the refrain that spider silk was stronger than steel and doubted it, well, trust me, it's true. A few thin threads doesn't give you a proper sense of it, but I was wrapped in what must have been a half inch of the stuff and felt like I was wearing 10 layers of lycra that was too small. There was a tiny bit of give, enough to let me move my fingers or toes or even bend a knee just a fraction, but that was it. It was horrifying. I'm not exactly claustrophobic either, for what it's worth, but given the circumstances, I found myself panicking as I tried to get some purchase. I kept thinking if I could get a finger hooked into it, then maybe I could start tearing away. I was desperate, but the more I found, the more I realized it was hopeless. The silk was elastic and strong and covered in a thick, stodgy glue that only further limited my movement as everything I did spread it around until it was gumming my legs and hands together. It wasn't until exhaustion caught up to me and I was forced to take a short break that I realized I wasn't alone. There was another cocoon beside me. My neighbor had been a big man in life, podgy with a large pot belly and a head like a thumb. But in the dim light of that room, he looked like a skeleton, wrapped in skin that had been found half decayed and ancient and forgotten too.
Yeah, I haven't really
so
played
thin and desiccated, you could hook a finger
so
under
much
the
D&D.
tendons in his neck and jaws. I nearly...
Here, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Back.
Cried when I realized I'd risked everything to save a dead man. But that wasn't actually true. The error in my thinking became apparent when he opened his eyes and glared at me with pure, unbridled terror. He opened his mouth and I was convinced he was about to scream when instead he coughed and gagged and something wet and brown dribbled out of his mouth. It plopped down his chin and came to rest on the floor between us. It resembled a hairband encased in bile and vomit, and I was momentarily stumped until I saw a thin brown leg unfurl from the tangled mess.
It's okay.
My neighbor's entire body relaxed, his eyes vacant and confused, as Lily knelt down beside me and stroked my head.
Lily, you've got to get me. Shh,
she said, pressing a single finger to my lips.
It's okay. It's gonna be okay.
I managed to wiggle my fingers into my pocket to hit another punch on the punch card.
From the cocoon that's right here.
I'm like, it's been a while since the story's bothered me this much. Honestly, I can't. This is how I remember feeling when we were reading Stolen Tongues with the part about the thing that was wearing the native guy's skin.
Oh yeah.
This is the same feeling, only it's much longer. I'll tell you what, man, Christian Wallace, he knows how to phrase his stories. And while I'm afraid of spiders in real life, I didn't think a story about them would bother me. But here we are, and it's because of the way he says things. Oh. Behind her, a shadow appeared. It had legs as thick as my wrist, and they reached from the floor to the ceiling.
It won't be much longer now,
she added as the darkness behind her grew.
Probably best just to keep you here. Lily, what the fuck? I told you they'd get bigger,
she said, nodding towards the spider my neighbor just spat onto the floor.
He won't be any real help.
She touched my neighbor's head, but he barely responded. She just gazed vacantly as she rolled him over so that he was facing away from me.
We're such a clever animal,
she added as she parted his hair.
I'm always curious about just how much you miss.
Something was clamped around the back of his head. A throbbing bulb of molted brown skin and hair. It looked like a spider without legs. A tick, maybe? That's what I thought it was until my wife ran a finger playfully along its back. My neighbor let out a gut-wrenching squeal of pain. Slowly, the shape seemed to wriggle and writhe, and long, thin legs emerged from beneath its body, and I realized I was looking at a spider wrapped tight around his skull, its legs buried beneath the skin and muscle of his scalp. For a moment, it playfully curled the leg in the air before returning it to the incision and sliding it back into place, every inch disappearing with a gruesome wet sound. It displaced muscle and hair, and when it came to rest,
Oh, of course.
I realized
I
just how
want to have a
misshapen
schedule. Part of me wants to either. The problem I think with having a schedule is things move in a way allow me to have a schedule, but like, I want to stream more so on the weekends, kind of like, and whatnot. But I mean, best thing to do is to make sure you have, if you're subscribed to the channel, make notifications on when I go live, and whatnot, just to make sure that you're, aware of stuff. I can't guarantee the length of the streams just because they, kind of fluctuate, but I do want to do some more streaming a bit more often. So yeah.
Come from all those legs wrapped tight around his head.
So I figured you were leaving on Thursday, so I'll probably do at least one. Can't guarantee anything. With the streams, I can't guarantee anything. I would like to try and get one in, That's usually when I have to try and finish up the whatnot, so yeah.
Ted.
What the fuck? Do you ever find it weird that you can't remember what it looked like? The thing came running out of her hand.
She asked before reaching over to stroke my head. Not that I want to claim any dignity right now, but that is my bear trap. When I said him throwing it on the ground, was it gonna, amount to something? Looks like I was right, but I'm also miserable, so who cares? Her hand came away covered in cobwebs. Something about her touch revolted me. It sent strange shivers coursing through my body. A deep primordial need to get away came over me. That strange revulsion all over again. The same one that had taunted me over and over again over the last few weeks. Without even meaning to, I found myself convulsing and panicking, my body trying to thrash violently, but with every limb constricted by that silk, I could do nothing except writhe around on the floor. I tried with everything I had to move my hands, to get some purchase on the silk and tear away at it to free myself, but it was no use. I could do nothing except glare at my wife in the enormous shadow behind her, the one that towered above us both, its great legs clustering around the floor and ceiling. At some point, I grabbed onto my trousers and clenched my fist and felt something small and hard, the lighter. I knew there was great risk in using it, but I had no choice. I managed to worm my hand into my pocket and find it with my fumbling fingers. My wife seemed oddly aware of what I was doing, and she seemed to tilt her head like a curious dog as I clenched my fist around the small object and used every ounce of willpower I had left to fight the violent seizures that racked my body and thumbed the trigger. The web went up in flames immediately. Must have been the glue, but the flames exploded across the silk like They'd been soaked in kerosene. Before I even realized that it had weakened enough for me to free one arm, the tongues of fire were already spreading across the floor where they found my poor neighbor. The burning sensation that crawled across my legs and chest hurt like nothing I could imagine, but I was finally free. I rolled over and began to push myself up, already desperately patting at my body to try and put out the flames. When I looked around me, my wife and the shape that followed her were gone. For a moment, I considered helping my neighbor, but his body thrashed too violently, and although his eyes were wide open, spiders were pouring from his mouth, and I could not summon the courage to take another step towards him. All I could think of was escape. The house was going up like a tinderbox. It wasn't far to the kitchen, but the fire had already beat me there. Smoke billowed upwards and, trapped by the ceiling, started to fill the air with choking soot. The only escape was the back door, and I stumbled towards it, but was stopped at the last moment by the sight of my wife standing there.
You are such a fascinating
I barreled past her, but to my surprise, she offered no resistance. I merely emerged into the open air, my lungs gasping desperately for clean air as I collapsed onto long, unkempt grass. I looked over my shoulder and saw orange tongues of fire were already leaping out of the windows on the upper floor. Left uncontrolled, the fire would rage and consume the entire row of terrace houses. I felt a moment of remorse, but there were already sirens in the distance, so I knew someone had noticed and done the right thing, but it wasn't over. Lily was sitting on the fence. I don't know how she got there, but she looked completely undisturbed.
I never once imagined that when that wind blew me into your home, I'd meet such an interesting pair of people. What a fun mind to sink my legs into. Really had no idea what I was going to find. Let her go! I have. I did months ago, as a matter of fact. There were some incapabilities, and it just made sense to move homes.
She pointed at me and smiled.
I've enjoyed living inside your head quite a bit.
That explains his forgetfulness, not remembering things and all that. Struggling to make sense of her words, but still somehow aware of their terrifying implications, I placed one hand on the back of my head and felt it. Felt her. The mere touch was enough to fill my mouth with a coppery taste, while my vision blurred at the edges. Something beneath my skin shifted, and I felt a terrible pressure behind my eyes. I had to get rid of her, and I only knew of one weakness.
Oh well,
she said as she watched me fumble desperately for the lighter.
Not every relationship has to last forever to be meaningful.
I lit my hair on fire. My last memories were of heat and a sudden release of pressure. I couldn't possibly describe it to you. Not really. Something slid out of my skull and Lily waved me from the fence before she seemed to blink out of existence, and then nothing. Not even darkness. Just total absence. I wouldn't regain a sense of self until the hospital several weeks later. So I'm assuming that Lily never made it out of therapy. She was always gone, and the spider just gave him the apparition of her.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like, well, let's finish it and see.
There was nothing left of either house, but they did manage to control the fire before it spread to the others. I'm sure there was still some damage, and to this day I feel guilty about it. I think I was charged with arson, maybe more. I have vague memories of being wheeled into a courtroom. The doctors have agonized over me for a long time, and one mentioned amateur trepanation. He said I must have practiced it on my wife, at least based on the body they found in my neighbor's house, but I can't really be sure of anything. I am forever dipping in and out of reality. Writing this down has been difficult. I'm not entirely aware where I am right now. One doctor told me I might make some kind of recovery if it was just a normal brain damage, but never seen anything like it, so I couldn't be sure. Feels like it's a different doctor every time I see them. Then again, I don't always recognize myself when I look in the mirror. Of course, that could just be the burns, but I reckon even then I still look a fair bit older than I should. There's one orderly who's stuck around long enough to get to know me. He knows me by name, smiles a lot when he sees me, talks to me about all sorts of things. He seems genuinely interested in me and what I remember. I called him in once to get rid of a spider that had spun a web on the window outside, and he did so with a warm smile. I told him I was deathly afraid of them, and he said he already knew that, but I shouldn't worry because he was going to keep an eye on me, make sure nothing bad happened. I'm glad he's around. Ever since he started working here, I haven't seen many of the nasty little things hanging around my room. I guess he's not that bothered by them. At least not if the cobwebs in his hair are anything to go by.
What a fun ending. Do you think that the spiders are real, or do you think they're just a manifestation in his mind?
I think they're real, because what started all was the windy day when one blew in and then got in her hair, and he thought he pulled it out, but she was actually infected by the spider that had burrowed into her brain and then his brain. And now they've gotten to either, I guess the orderly has it because of the cobwebs in his hair, or they're back in him. The trepanation thing means that it like burrows into the skull. That's what the doctors suspect happened. That's what led to him like burning down the neighbor's house and stuff. So I think at the very least, the spider that's in his brain is real. Maybe not the giant one in the house. And I don't think the visage of his wife was real, but
yeah, her shaving her head and stuff makes me think that that's what she was trying to get the thing off.
Yeah,
the back of her head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think. Well, I think she was, and that's what she's talking about, spiders in the walls, because there was one in her head. But he was also under the influence somehow, because if she had a shaved head and he didn't see it, that could be the dementia, could be the thing he's forgetting.
I think by that time he was already,
or he was
hooked.
also infected. Yeah.
I think by that time he was already hooked.
Yeah,
for sure.
Gosh,
that was a great story though.
That was
very
fantastic.
creepy.
Like a 10 out of 10.
Dude, I can't remember being that
Nice.
scared of a story in a while.
Very nice.
That was one too where I feel like the ending had a really fun payoff as well.
Yeah,
which doesn't happen a lot.
No, sometimes the ending and like the explanations kind of sours it, but I feel like the spider in the brain thing is a good fit there. And I like the neighbor, and then like it's the obviously the webs, everything webbed up and stuff like that. I think that's all awesome. I think it's all very well done.
Very nice.
Okay. Well, excellent spider story. Christian Wallace, link in the description. The GOAT, be sure to check out his publications like With Teeth, and also the CH Wallace website has a ton of cool stories on there. With that, Hunter, are you ready to make it even worse?
As I say, let's dip in. It's fun that we're doing another one too, because I'm very curious. I love the title of this one, The Forest of 1,000 Legs.
Yep.
Having a double feature, it's going to be fun to see. Does this one irk you as much too? I'm curious. If it's just if now that we've read one, does this one also just, is it like, pins and needles with how your approach, since you're already affected, now it's gonna hit even deeper.
It's
maybe
gonna make everything worse, perhaps.
Yeah.
So this is a 9-year-old story by a user named Levinsky, who it seems they were pretty active in these online communities like No Sleep and stuff like that, but this is the only story, at least that I see from this account, they posted to No Sleep. And then they also posted to r/creepy, which I'm not sure if that's a story or not. It's an offsite link. And then a lot of like creepy art and things like that. So they're into the creepy, but this seems to be their one No Sleep story. But it has 2.7 thousand upvotes. So to have one story that does that well is pretty impressive. So we're going to see how it goes. I feel like my heart rate's elevated right now. I'm just really
I know, dude.
scared.
You're primed.
All right. So yeah, Levinsky will be, and the original story will be linked in the description. Be sure to show them some love, and if it's good, Levinsky, hopefully you decide to write again. I'm already so scared.
Oh yeah, hang on. What's
All right, Hunter, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay.
Little Lucy Lockett ran from her daddy's frying pan. The force of 1,000 legs killed her and then laid their eggs. God damn, I don't know if that's a fun poem at the beginning, huh?
To the point. I appreciate that. That's a jump rope rhyme my classmates used to
Also,
sing
I
on the
did
playground in
that.
elementary school.
That one was a lot.
It's really screwed up that they sang that
Little
because
beat.
Lucy Lockhart was a real person we attended school with. She vanished when we were in 2nd grade, so we must have been around 7
Yeah.
years old. The rhyme was loosely based in truth, in that the official story was that Lucy Lockhart did in fact vanish into the Lockhart Wood 50 yards from her father Robert's house, but he wasn't chasing after her, brandishing a frying pan to beat her with. I was too young at the time to understand what was happening, and it wasn't until much later that my mom actually explained it to me. It wasn't a particularly shocking story, just sad. I remember the day Lucy went missing. At least the first day she didn't come to school. It was Monday. She went missing the Friday before. My mother told me it was a few days before Lucy's 7th birthday, and that Lucy had asked her father if she could have a birthday party at the house. I remembered that. Lucy and I had been in the same group of friends, and I remembered her telling us that she was going to ask her dad about having a birthday sleepover. I especially remember being annoyed that she wanted it to be a sleepover because I was the only boy in the group and was never allowed to sleep over with them. I was still excited at the prospect of a party though, as we all were, because we knew her father, Robert Lockhart Jr., was a retired entomologist, or we just called him the Bug Man, and had lots of pretty preserved specimens like butterflies and beetles in cases that Lucy would sometimes bring in for show and tell. Anyway, according to my mother, Lucy asked her father if she could have a sleepover for her birthday, and he said no because she was going to spend her birthday at her mother's house while their house was being fumigated. It was a normal enough reason for a 6-year-old to cry and storm out of the house, but running into the Lockhart Wood was a bad idea for any person of any age without the proper equipment. Here's the thing about the Lockhart Wood. Some people call it the Forest of 1,000 Legs, presumably to make it sound creepier than it already is. It doesn't need help. There are roughly 4,000 species of spider in America, and the Lockhart Wood is a phenomenon on its own in that it's home to all of them. Not only that, but there are documented populations of some spiders previously thought endemic only to certain countries, such as the Goliath bird eater, a couple of funnel web spiders, and some species of peacock spiders. There's that myth that says you're never more than 3 feet from a spider at any given moment. In this forest, it's not a myth. It's filled to the brim with spiders. I think at this point it goes without saying that if you're arachnophobic, the story is not for you. What is a peacock spider? I'm going to type this in and I'm going to immediately regret it. Because I know what the other two are. Oh, I've seen these guys. They're cute. That's not scary.
The Goliath bird eater, though, is fucking insane.
Yeah, have you seen pictures of people holding those things?
Yeah,
They're like
I'm
your
looking at some
entire
right now.
chest.
It's crazy.
They're massive. And then the funnel webs are like super venomous. They're the most venomous spider in Australia, at least, I think the world, unless the Brazilian wonder is considered more venomous now. Yeah, peacocks are fine. Peacock spiders are cute. Jumping spiders are cute, and velvet spiders are cute. They don't bother me. I would have a pet one of those, I think. But yeah, the
Mary's is definitely the roughest.
like I said, as long as the story doesn't mention any orb weavers, we're good. We'll be fine. I'll get through it. I'll be
anyway,
okay.
on to the last one.
I'm stronger than my fear.
All right.
My fear does not control me. I control it. The forest is naturally of great interest to biologists and arachnologists, but Lockhart Wood is private property, and restricted guided access to the forest was hard to come by even before Lucy Lockhart's disappearance. Afterwards, nobody could go in. Obviously, anyone could get into the forest if they wanted to. It's not fenced off or anything, but there's a steep fine if you're caught trespassing, and nobody's exactly clamoring to delve into a forest full of venomous spiders anyway. You need the right kind of boots, clothes, gloves, first aid kits, and knowledge of the forest to step past the tree line.
Oh yeah, no, we had some really yeah, no, we were also getting some, like, I will say brief but very intense thunderstorm. Back, I guess.
The most common spiders at the edge of the forest are jumping spiders, various wandering spiders, and orb weavers. Most people who emerge from the forest have a number of banana... I'm so freaked out from the previous story that just descriptions of these are bothering me now. And I hate it so much. I'm so freaked out right now. But we have banana spiders all the time around here. They're also like a kind of orb weaver. I have to check the ceiling stuff. Whew. Most people emerge from the forest have a number of banana spiders clinging to their hair and jackets, startled by the destruction of their webs. If visitors are allowed deeper into the forest, the spiders get bigger, and they lurk on the ground. According to my mother, Robert Lockhart Jr. lived with his father in that house for a long time. They were a father-son duo of entomologists from Alabama, but Robert Lockhart Sr. had a focus on arachnology. He had bought the house and the forest specifically for its spider population, which also made it super affordable, and he usually worked from home. Robert Lockhart Jr. did a lot of work at a university 3 towns over. He married a professor there who taught evolutionary biology, and the 3 of them lived in the elder Robert Lockhart's house until Robert Sr.'s sudden passing during a study on tarantula hawks. Lucy Lockhart was born a year later, and Robert Jr. was able to retire from teaching and live as a stay-at-home dad while Lucy's mother continued teaching at the university. He still worked collecting and preserving specimens, mostly butterflies and moths, and had reports published in the entomology scene, and very, very rarely led guided tours around parts of Lockhart Wood for a price. My mother only got to know Robert Jr. once Lucy and I became friends. She said he didn't talk about the forest very much. She got the feeling that he was afraid of it. When he and his wife divorced, my mom suspected part of their irreconcilable differences was Lockhart Wood. She never really pried into it after all. She and Robert Jr. only spent time together because Lucy and I spent time together, although I remember hoping they would get married so that Lucy and I could be brother and sister. Robert Jr. hated the forest he owned and made sure that anybody who stepped foot in it was dressed and prepared for the occasion, which is part of the reason why my mother never believed he killed Lucy when he was the prime suspect in the investigation. When Lucy ran off into Lockhart Wood that evening, my mom said Robert Jr. gave chase without hesitation. Socks, sweatpants, and a t-shirt. He must have received a dozen bites of varying severity the second he went in. He was in there for 4 hours. My mom was working a night shift at the hospital when he was brought in, delirious and swollen over. There's no telling how many bites he'd received, and to this day my mother doesn't know how he survived. He needed antivenom that no hospitals in the United States could offer, and when he had dragged himself back home after desperately searching for Lucy in that forest, he could only self-administer so much. Maybe luck and a developed resistance was what saved him. He lost both legs below the knee, but he lived. From what my mom could gather in the weeks following Lucy's disappearance, the investigation was chaotic. Search teams entered the forest, but they never spanned it all. 2 officers in the initial search team were bitten by what was most likely a Sydney funnel web spider, and unfortunately, both died. After all, the Sydney funnel web spider is otherwise found only in Australia. We don't have that antivenom at the ready here in the States. Anyway, the search of the forest lasted maybe a week before branching off elsewhere. My mom says they couldn't, maybe wouldn't, search the whole forest. More than one officer who searched Lockhart Wood left the forest and subsequently skipped town. Those who didn't leave might as well have. They don't get out much anymore. My mom doesn't want to know what they saw in there. Lucy never turned up. It didn't take long for suspicion to fall on her father before he was even discharged from the hospital. My mom says there was a point where he was handcuffed to his hospital bed, even though both of his legs had been amputated. For a while, she couldn't tell if he was totally lucid because he would spend hours sobbing.
That forest got her. Those spiders got my baby girl.
There's no evidence to convict him of kidnapping or murder. My mom and the parents of Lucy's other friends and mine were involved in the trial as witnesses, and they all insisted that they never had any reason to believe Robert Jr. was abusive towards Lucy or that he would be driven to hurt her. I didn't know any of this at the time, as my mom responsibly sheltered me from the details of Lucy's disappearance, but obviously some other kids we went to school with got wind of some information, hence the morbid jump rope rhyme. It upsets me a lot when I hear kids chanting it during recess. I was young, and I miss Lucy very much. It's been 11 years since Lucy went missing. It doesn't really upset me anymore. It's just a sad mystery that I still think about sometimes. The group of friends that Lucy and I shared stayed close until middle school, and then we all branched out a bit. I don't think any of us ever forgot about Lucy. I recently graduated high school. The original group of us got together at a diner to discuss in amazement how we were all finally done with high school forever. At one point, I nudged my omelet around my plate and said absently,
"It's been years, but I still wish, man, I wish Lucy could have graduated with us, you know?"
My friend Stella leaned her shoulder into mine and knocked our mortarboards together with an understanding smile.
"Same here, bud, but she'd be proud of us for doing it."
The conversation drifted elsewhere, but the poignant thought of Lucy stuck with me for a long while after that evening. It wasn't until the day before I went off for my freshman year at college that I told my mom I wanted to stop by the Lockhart house and sort of say goodbye to Lucy, if Robert Jr. would let me.
"Well?"
She shrugged over breakfast.
"I guess it couldn't hurt. You don't ever get over losing a child, but all things considered, he seems to be okay. He might oblige you."
So later that afternoon, I drove across town towards that dark, looming forest that stretched into the sky on the horizon. I hadn't been to the Lockhart house in over a decade, but the sight of it instantly made me happy. I no longer mourn Lucy. I only cherish the brief
He's
time
definitely,
we
I
knew
think,
each
the
other as children, and I had lots of fond memories in that house. As I pulled into the gravel driveway, I saw the curtains in one of the front windows shift, so I knew someone was home. He might not want to let me in, but there was no harm in trying. I went up to the front porch steps and found a wooden hanging of a Luna moth adorning the front door. It had no sign of grime or weathering, and the pale green paint still had its glossy finish, so I guessed it was fairly new. I didn't know what I expected from Robert Jr. Maybe that he was too far gone after the loss of Lucy that he wouldn't bother decorating anything, but it had been more than 10 years, and recovery is possible. I knocked and he answered a few moments later, frowning curiously at me from the gap in the door.
"Hey, Mr. Lockhart,
I floundered a little, stupidly, because I hadn't planned on how I was going to talk to him.
"I'm Aaron. You know my mom Jane at the hospital?"
You know what's funny? Did you see how they have Levinsky like that in brackets?
"Yeah."
That's because on No Sleep, you cannot give the full name of a fictional character. So originally, this was posted with like a fake full name, but you can't do that. So they just inserted their username for the last name. That's hilarious. Oh, you can't. That's doxing. You can't dox this person in the giant spider story.
Tell me what a fake character's name is. Deleted.
Deleted. I don't care about the quality of writing or art or anything like
What
that.
is this? Their name is Butch Cassidy? God, deleted!
Yeah. The door eased open a bit more, his face relaxing with recognition.
"Jane's boy, yes. You were one of Lucy's little friends, weren't you? Come in, wipe your feet. I'm surprised you remember we were friends."
I admitted, stepping inside and wiping my feet on the floor mat. Looked like a monarch butterfly.
"I remember all you kids,"
Robert Jr. said with a wave of his hand, leading me inside. His prosthetics clicked on the linoleum.
"It was Lucy, you, Stella, there was 2 little girls named Hannah, wasn't there? You were the one that cried a lot because you never got to stay for sleepovers." "Yes, sir, that was me." "You gay, son?" "You gay, boy?"
From the top rope.
"Are you gay?"
Immediately, I then realized that Junior was actually Mr. Widemouth.
"Yeah, jump out the window and kill yourself. Don't be gay."
Wow, Mr. Widemouth, you're way creepier than the spiders.
"Thank you. You're gay."
I like the idea that like Mr. Widemouth is like He's no longer homophobic. He simply just informs people that they are homosexual.
Yeah, I don't know if you realize this, but you are gay.
I just wanted to let you know. Really? Not even bisexual?
Nope. 100% gay. That's excellent Spanish, Mr. Widemouth. See.
He's like 6 foot tall, wearing like a bath robe, like holding coffee. It was a startlingly straightforward question tossed over his shoulder as I followed him into the house. There wasn't anything accusatory in his tone, though, so I said yes. He grunted.
Knew you'd be fine to sleep over with the girls. Could have spared you a lot of whining and crying.
Oh, so he was right? He was immediately right for the gay thing. It's funny. He took me past numerous framed bug specimens as we made our way to his living room. It was a big room, cluttered with bookshelves and workbenches with papers strewn about. Dozens of terrariums of various sizes dotted the room and lined the wall like trophy cabinets, the only gap where the den opened into a kitchen. A bright desk lamp illuminated the whole room, and the light bounced off a magnifying visor, headset, and a laptop screen. It looked like he had been dissecting a large beetle before I knocked on the door. It was good to see that his passion for bugs hadn't been destroyed after losing his daughter to the Lockhart wood.
So what brings you here, Schooner?
He asked, going into the kitchen to retrieve something from the fridge.
Well, we graduate in May, and I'm leaving for school tomorrow. And I just kind of, I still think about Lucy a lot, so I was wondering if you had kept any of her things over the years that I could see and sort of, remember her by, if you're okay with that, sir.
Robert Jr. came back over to me with a shrug and 2 beers. He said,
Ain't much a little girl has to her name but a Hello Kitty bedsheet and Beanie Babies. Oh man, Beanie Babies.
I couldn't help but grin at the memory.
That was always my go-to gift. I gave her a bunch of mine. Well, you want them back or something?
Off my startled look of chagrin, he chuckled and handed me the second beer.
I'm messing with you, boy. Her room's this way.
He led me down a long, familiar hallway, down which Lucy and our friends and I had sprinted recklessly over a decade ago. I recognized a few framed insect specimens that we had knocked from the walls in our roughhousing fits. We went into Lucy's bedroom at the end of the hall, and it was virtually unchanged from how I remembered it. The walls were still pale pink and decorated with pastel-colored cross-stitch artwork made by Lucy's late grandmother. The canopy bed was neatly made, the Hello Kitty bedding crisp and unfaded from years of disuse. The shelves upon shelves of stuffed animals, with an army of Beanie Babies gifted by me populating their own full shelf, and surprisingly, a long terrarium against the wall with an enormous black spider sitting motionless underneath a black light. Before we get into the spider detail, there's something so heartbreaking in all these stories about, like, and it's true in real life too, when, a parent loses a kid and the room is left exactly the same way,
Yeah.
And it's understandable as to why, but there's such a misery to like the waiting for someone who never comes,
Yeah, no, it's a completely frozen time capsule that's just there. So you can't, I think it's a big part too of basically so you don't lose the memory of them or like who they were,
There's something so heartbreaking about a parent tending to an empty room,
100%.
I recognized that spider.
No way, that's not.
Robert Jr. flipped on the lights, which turned off the terrarium's black light. The massive spider retreated into a hide with the twitch of its long, slender legs. He grunted.
That's her.
What's he mean by that's her?
He said it because I think that's the I thought that was the spider or whatever.
What? I mean, it is a spider. What do you mean you think it's the spider? Lady Legs was a type of huntsman that Robert Lockhart Sr. had discovered in the Lockhart Wood and kept for 10 years before Lucy was born. There were plenty of live specimens in the Lockhart house over the years, but Lady Legs was the only one that Lucy seemed to cherish as a pet. Robert Jr. had said in the past that some tarantulas can live to be 25 years old, but Lady Legs wasn't a tarantula. And if this was the same Lady Legs from that time, this would make her over 30 years old.
Do huntsman spiders live that long?
I asked incredulously, moving to the terrarium with a fascination I hadn't felt in years. Robert Jr. stood in the doorway with his arms crossed and an expression of distaste creasing his features as he looked at Lady.
None that we know of, besides that one. She's even bigger than I remember.
I murmured, my breath fogging up the glass as I tried to peer into the spider's hide at an angle, but I couldn't see her.
As far as I can tell, her size depends on her enclosure. She won't get no bigger as long as she's in that tank.
So do you think that there's like a single giant one of these spiders in the woods, and that's what people are freaked out by? Yeah.
100%.
Also,
It's
it
a
had to be
giant
a
spider.
huntsman. Have you seen huntsman spiders before?
When I was Googling some of the things earlier, I saw one. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're terrifying. They are super fast too. And they run at people a lot. They'll like chase you outside.
Don't like that.
They're awful. I was talking to a buddy of mine in Australia, and he was telling me about he was in his car one time and he flipped down the visor, and one of those that was like bigger than his hand just landed on him.
Oh, an alien.
So,
Nope.
Nope.
And those people are just okay with it. They're like, oh, yeah, you know, it happens. It's like, what kind of freak?
A huge.
What kind of animal are you? The golden orb weaver, the thing that freaks me out, I was talking to him too. He's like, oh yeah, they're all over my parents' place. My parents have a garden and there's like hundreds of them. It's like, dude, I would drown myself before I dealt with what you go through every day. That is absurd. Okay, you know, earlier at the beginning of this video, I said I'm a little arachnophobic. Maybe I'm just arachnophobic.
I think you might just have arachnophobia, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just freaked out. I think I'm a scared boy. I saw Lady Legs move in the hide, then turned my head to look out Lucy's bedroom window. It faced the deep gray-green mass of Lockhart wood. I stood, absently tracing my fingers through the condensation on the bottle in my hand.
Lady came from the forest, didn't she? How big do they get in there?
Robert Jr. didn't respond. I looked over at him. He was down in nearly his entire beer. He finished it with an angry sounding hiss and said finally,
ungodly big. Anyway, take your time in here. Do what you want. Look at what you want. I'll be down the hall. Okay, thanks.
As he started to leave, I remembered the drink in my hand and held it out to him awkwardly.
Oh, hey, I'm not 21. Ain't nobody gonna snitch on you.
He left the room and I hissed open the beer. I don't know how long I spent in there, meandering around fondly. Maybe an hour. Took a spider beanie baby off the shelf and held it as I looked around. I stood over the dresser looking at the framed pictures on top of it. Most were of Lucy and her parents, a few of Lucy from toddlerhood to age 7, holding the gargantuan Lady Legs in her comparatively tiny hands. I was in a couple of pictures too. Group pictures of us and our other friends at birthday parties. Our messy little faces smeared with cake. I found an old elementary school binder from the first grade class Lucy and I had together, where the first activity of every day was to make an entry in our journals following a single prompt given by the teacher and then draw a picture to go with it. Naturally, lots of Lucy's entries were about Hello Kitty, playdates with me and our friends, and bugs. Some of them made me laugh, like her outrageously mangled spelling of the word centaur, and several entries about herself and Lady Legs as Spider Lady Centaurs. After a while, I just stood at Lucy's window, looking out at Lockhart Wood as I finished my beer. I'm a lightweight when it comes to alcohol, so I was pretty buzzed. The forest of 1,000 legs never looked so eerie. The angle of the late afternoon sun didn't penetrate the darkened woods, but it glistened on countless spider webs suspended along the tree line, emphasizing how dark the forest was beyond that. It was strangely inviting, in a predatory way, like the lure of an anglerfish. How it had swallowed Lucy up. Movement outside the window caught my eye. I looked over and saw Robert Jr. standing under the carport facing the forest, downing another beer, a backpack hanging from his shoulder. He was dressed in different clothes than the flannel shirt and cutoffs he had been wearing when he left me inside. He was wearing a heavy jacket and a hat with a different set of prosthetics that had shoes. He looked like he was dressed for going into the forest. I left Lucy's room, crossed to the other end of the house, and threw the screen door off the kitchen. Robert Jr. didn't respond to the wooden rattle of the door banging shut.
You're going in?
It wasn't a question. I was incredulous.
I ain't been in there since I lost Lucy. I think it's about time before I go back one last time before I torch it.
The sun was hidden behind Lockhart Wood, but not quite set, casting the house and us in shadows. And before I could stop myself, I asked,
"Can I go with you?"
I like this setup because it establishes so much like his expertise, the father's longing with it, but also that he very, very rarely ever took anyone. So it's like this And he hasn't been in it since Lucy died. So it's this very forlorn moment. It's a very like special moment, but it's also terrifying. So it's like kind of covertly everything we've learned about him throughout the story has been building up to this moment of him letting someone go into the woods with him.
Right.
To this day, I'm not sure why I wanted to go with him. Maybe for a sense of adventure, of danger that 18-year-olds are attracted to and think they can survive anything. Maybe I had some stupid notion that we'd find Lucy in there, dead or alive. Maybe I just didn't want a guy who had lost his daughter the last time he was in those woods to go in for the first time since then, alone.
It's dangerous in there,
said Robert. It wasn't a no.
I'd be with you,
I said, dumb and optimistic, but in my defense, he let me go with him. Neither of us mentioned it, but I know he didn't want to go in those woods alone either.
You'll need to be dressed right,
was all he said. And the next thing I knew, he was jamming a hat on my head, layering me in protective clothing a size too big, and cramming my hands and feet into gloves and boots a size too small.
Perfect, but close enough,
he said, tucking my baggy pants legs into my boots. I had zipped the jacket most of the way, but he yanked the zipper all the way up to my chin.
It was my gear back when I was a little older than you, when my daddy bought this place.
He strapped a headlamp to my hat, did the same for himself, and shrugged on a backpack that he had filled with a first aid kit and a cold pack for antivenom. I watched him put it all together, fascinated, as I nursed another beer. It was hard to believe he hadn't ventured into the forest in more than 10 years. The speed and certainty with which he prepared everything was like that of someone who explored Lockhart Wood daily.
I'll be honest.
Gave me a set of strict...
My studio, because I want stuff to it, stuff I want.
Reasonable rules, basically telling me not to leave his side and not to thrash around if I walked into a web, and to always watch my step even when I was wearing boots. And to watch my step even though I was wearing boots. I could change my mind at any time in the forest, so if I wanted to leave, he would guide me out of the forest. I sent a quick lie of a text to my mom, telling her that Robert Jr. had invited me to stay for dinner, and then zipped my phone into a breast pocket. By now, twilight was fading. The purple sky soon to turn an inky blue, and we set off. The trail leading into the forest was rough and overgrown from years of seeing no foot traffic, but not completely hidden. The first thing I did when I entered the forest was walk right into a web that Robert Jr. had subtly avoided. I started to flail instinctively, but Robert Jr. caught me with an arm across my chest, saying,
"Don't thrash," I said.
After he assured me the web didn't belong to anything venomous, I carefully picked the web from my face and hair, following him deeper into the wood. It was darker than I anticipated beneath the trees. There were a few spots of visible death in the trees, suffocated and deprived of sunlight under thick layers of web wrapped around them. But most of the forest looked healthy, supporting the spider population symbiotically. Robert Jr. and I switched on our headlamps pretty quickly when the scant moonlight didn't light our way sufficiently. I looked down at the ground, casting a wide circle of light at my feet, and immediately froze in place, my skin crawling horribly. Spiders the size of $50 were scurrying away from my boots in droves, not quite a swarm, but enough to be uncountable.
You all right, son? Those ones ain't gonna hurt you.
Robert Jr. hadn't looked back at me, but he must have heard me freeze behind him.
You want me to take you back?
Pride swelled higher than the fear in my chest, so I said,
"No, I'm fine."
One of the spiders crawled slowly over my boot, its long legs probing curiously at my laces. I wrenched my eyes away from the ground, shook the spider off violently, and pushed forward. I've never been particularly arachnophobic, but it was impossible not to feel itchy all over, imagining hundreds upon hundreds of unseen eyes creeping into my protective clothing, slipping down the collar of my shirt, and edging along my scalp into my hair. I got so cold with the description of the shirt collar. The tiny spiders became less of a presence, however, when we came to a fork in the trail and Robert Jr. dropped to a sudden crouch, grabbing my sleeve and yanking me down with him.
"Look at this,"
whispered, his headlamp fixed on a spider not 2 feet away from us.
"This here's a nasty one."
A spider the size of my hand stood strangely before us with 2 sets of thick, hairy legs thrown in the air. Oh, it's a Brazilian wandering spider, they do that. It might have looked silly if not for the vivid, violently red jaws on display, pulsing angrily in our direction. Worse still, the spider continued to move, swaying gently with its rosy chelicera throbbing almost obscenely, inching infinitesimally closer with its side-to-side motions. Wide-eyed, I whispered back, "What is it?" Infuriated at the sound of my voice, the spider lunged closer. This time I could see its fangs protruding from the red, quivering with rage and glinting with wetness.
Brazilian wandering spider. Be fair, it looks like, but it can be hard to say without a closer look. We only live in South America, except for this place, you know.
He unzipped 2 pockets and withdrew a large pair of gloves to slip over the ones he was already wearing.
That might be the deadliest in the world.
Instinctively, I shrank back, but then took hold of Robert Jr.'s jacket sleeve with popping eyes when I saw him reach towards the spider.
Don't!
The spider struck at his 2 fingers with lightning speed and a force that made a sharp, snapping sound pierce the dark woods around us. In the blink of an eye, it struck twice, a red-brown blur. Horrified, I tugged frantically at Robert Jr.'s sleeve.
Relax,
he said, pulling his hand back and showing me his intact glove.
Hoss can't quite bite through these.
The spider darted out of our joined headlamp beams and off the trail into the woods. Robert Jr. removed his bulky second pair of gloves and stowed them away.
Can't do much delicate handling with gloves like that, but anything else and those things will go right through.
So Brazilian wandering spiders, they do this thing where they throw their front legs up and they like whip them towards you. It's like a defensive posture. I remember seeing a video of a dude camping and one of them did that and like chased him into his tent. I hate him. I hate him.
I just looked up a picture of it. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, they're huge too.
Legs going up
and super venomous. They're actually if you ever heard old like legends of spiders getting shipped to the United States in bananas and like biting people, that's the ones who the stories are about because they hide in banana clusters. He stood suddenly, leaving me crouched and trembling, clenching and unclenching my fist, unpleasantly aware of how thin my gloves were now. I stood slowly. My headlamp slid up the trees in front of me, where the bark seemed to shiver and shift with
I don't know.
traffic.
It's just one of those. I don't think. I don't know. I think it's just because of the food attributes that they have compared. Because like most creatures don't have 8 eyes. Creatures don't have 8 limbs. Like mammals all have 4 limbs, 2 eyes. Birds, 2 eyes. Reptiles and everything. Of like insects in general. Like most fish, I think, have 2 eyes. I could be wrong about that, but also it's like because they can be both hairy and thing. But like, yeah. Just in general, they're just kind of beetles, like ants don't have. Like even fly. I think it's just like of just like the sheer strangeness.
That's my smaller spiders oozing up and down the trunks. I turned my head to see where Robert Jr. was looking, and my light fell on his back several meters away as he moved down the left path in the fork.
Wait!
I squeaked, rushing after him. I stumbled over tree roots and ran haltingly, skidding awkwardly to step around more than one fat, lumbering tarantula as I made my way back to Robert Jr.'s elbow. Our headlamps bobbed in the darkness, and my gaze was drawn farther up where the lamp's beams lit up vast labyrinthian webs high overhead, where nothing on the ground could destroy them. Glinting white gold in our light, they shuddered in an imperceptible breeze. This is going to be the golden orb weavers, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Huh. Okay, go ahead.
Those webs are way better high up there,
I said with a breathless chuckle, trying to shake off the anxiety from the Brazilian wandering spider.
We won't walk into Indy down here.
Robert Jr. walked briskly, barely acknowledging me with a grunt. While I looked all around me, casting my headlamp's lights to and fro, Robert Jr. hardly moved his head, focusing steadily on the twisting path down which he led us.
Never going to Australia.
Occasionally, he would stop so abruptly that I would collide with his back, and he
To
would
be honest,
gaze
it's for me. It's less the like the heat. Just in general.
up into the ever-thickening treetops at the spider webs overhead, which were now so large and thick that massive sections of leaves had suffocated and died. I could see clusters of spiders creeping every which way in the stuff, while more obscure movements shifted on the other side of the web, so thick that I couldn't see what it was. My depth perception was off in this environment. What? I'm getting lightheaded thinking about. Maybe I have
take a breath. Good God!
I'm willing to admit I have a problem. My depth perception was off in this environment. What with the distance between myself and the webs and the number of different sizes of spiders I could see, everything looked bigger up there from where I was standing.
Communal webs,
said Robert Jr., pointing at the massive net of silk.
Most spiders live alone, but some are social. Bunch of different spiders taking care of the same babies, sharing the same food. They must catch a lot of prey.
I said, moving my head limp over the vast web.
It's huge. Wouldn't be surprised if they make a regular meal of birds. Squirrels too, maybe, if any wandering this far.
I looked at him, bathing his stubble-shadowed face in yellow light, and said slowly,
That's kind of big for a spider, isn't it? P. blondie in South America has been known to eat birds. It's the biggest spider in the world, at least outside of its godforsaken forest. This place ain't like the rest of the world.
He paused, muscle jumping in his jaw, then said,
But they don't make webs. They live in burrows, so watch your step.
I remember seeing a video one time, because in some parts of the world, they'll harvest spiders like this to use the silk for stuff. And there was I remember a video I saw one time of these guys in Southeast Asia who harvest these spiders for a living. And they have these long poles, and they would reach the poles up into the trees and get a bunch of them on the stick. And then they would pull the stick down and dump them all into a bag. And for the camera, he opened the bag. Dude, it is like a Walmart bag full to the brim of these giant spiders crawling over each other.
I don't care for that.
I think about that video so often. The way their legs were tangled on each other and they were all writhing and moving, and yeah. Their bodies are so fat and their legs are so skinny. It's so okay. I resisted the urge to clamp onto his arm like a child as I swept my headlamp over the edges of our path. Spiders littered the forest floor, scurrying busily, but the irregularly spaced holes along the path nestled between tree roots were what made me nervous now. The biggest holes looked like it could swallow my leg. We continued to walk, uninterrupted by webs for the most part, but there were a few low-built ones that I would walk into when I was staring off into the woods, and Robert Jr. wouldn't tell me to duck. Unnerved as I was starting to get...
I don't know. They have like 4, but they're not as visible. I think compared to spiders, they're like on the sides. Scorpion. Looks like 2 or 4, I think. I know they're related, I think, to spiders. Yeah, they're relatives of spiders. More similar things and whatnot. Um, based on what I can see, but don't know. Oh, it says 6 to 12. So. Oh, okay. So they sometimes they have more. Yeah, I think they're like super small compared to spider. Yep. Fair enough. Yes, 2 to 5 pairs. Front corners. Apparently they don't have great vision. Apparently they have like super bad, so it's like, yeah. Apparently some don't have eyes.
Used to the sensation, hardly jerking back when the sticky, feather light string snuck up on me. My pulse would still spike when it happened, though, pounding loudly in my ears as I carefully brushed the webs from my face. But then Robert Jr. took us down a second fork in the path when I distractedly collided with 2 webs of surprising density in a row. I finally focused on Robert Jr. ahead of me to complain about not warning me, and a tangle of silk lit up in my headlamp centimeters away just in time for my face to crash through it. Even though it was my fault for not watching where I was going, I said testily,
"Come on, Mr. Lockhart, at least give me a heads up."
As I dragged my gloved hands down my face, raking the web from my skin, Robert Jr. said nothing. I looked up over his shoulder in front of me and saw why. The trail ahead was entirely choked in web, a glistening haze like a morning fog stretching farther ahead. Shapes twitched within it, different from the shifting masses of hundreds of smaller spiders in the first communal webs we saw. These were heavy, singular, with sharp angles plucking at individual lines of silk. I couldn't quite make sense of what I was seeing. Something crunched under my boot. I looked down at the wispy, stringy gray floor. Brittle old bones of some animal I couldn't identify lay there. Among the bones lay the aged, empty remains of a huge tarantulas. Skeleton and exoskeleton locked together in death. Had they fought, died, tangled with one another?
Jesus,
I said loudly, just as Robert Jr. breathed softly.
Jesus.
He wasn't looking... He was... I feel sick. I feel like I'm gonna gag. He wasn't looking down. He was looking directly up. I looked up too and froze. Our headlamps... Our headlamps joined and lit up the webs that swallowed the understory, washing over the enormous spiders that moved within them. Things the size of fish bowls with fat, round abdomens and... I feel sick right now. I'm like... Next week we're reading about snakes. we gotta balance this
It's
out
only
somewhere.
fair at this point.
Clusters of eyes reflected light back at us, and the movement of their heavy bodies made meaty, organic clicking noises. These things weren't what Robert Jr. had commented on. The creature slowly descending from its web by a thread was. At first, I thought it was a spider, with a squirrel or a rat or something in its jaws, but a small logical corner of my mind reminded me that that's not how spiders eat, not even tarantulas, who don't wrap their prey in silk. The rodent appeared bisected, as I couldn't see its back legs, with ugly gray skin visible around its midsection like it had mange. Its back half was, impossibly, the swollen bulb of a spider. It looked...
He is struggling to read this.
It looked like some gruesome mockery of a centaur, the limp torso of some parasitic rodent bursting forth from an unwitting host. There was no way that thing could be real, or if it was, it couldn't be alive. But the thing's spinnerets kept pumping a hardy silk line, two spindly back legs touching at delicate tips as it worked its way down, and the rodent's head twitched, its furry front legs extending, paws grasping. I saw its face, a squirrel with too many beady black eyes extending up the front of its head, blinking gummily down at us. I could see its long yellow teeth as its mouth lolled open. I was distantly aware of my body moving, weakly grasping Robert Jr.'s jacket sleeve and yanking on it. Movement in the corner of my eye somehow managed to pull my attention from the abomination above us. My eyes were drawn down to the edge of the trail on which we stood, and for a moment, I thought the ground had dipped down an embankment and we were simply elevated on the path. But I soon saw that it was a massive hole in the ground, a burrow. I continued to tug mechanically on Robert Jr.'s arm. What the fuck? A face peered out from the burrow, ghostly pale against the darkness within. It seemed to drift up and out closer to us. It was a human face, with too many eyes clustered across the bridge of its
Oh yeah, so it's like the
nose,
I know what it is.
glittering black and blinking slowly. It ducked its head, long dark
Like some
hair
Resident
hanging
Evil
from its
stuff.
neck tangles as a woman's bare moon-white torso emerged slowly from the hole in the ground. A hulking, hairy mass of a spider's abdomen the size of a Volkswagen Beetle followed, connected at her waist. Her 8-branch thick legs crunched in the leaf litter, audibly thumping with the weight. Robert Jr. and I staggered backwards, upsetting more spider webs in the underbush. The creature's legs were striped with white at their joints, and I thought of Lady Legs back at Robert Jr.'s house, and what he said about her species' size in the wild. Ungodly big. Robert Jr.'s thoughts were also back in his daughter's room, because as his hand gripped my arm in return, I heard him say,
Lucy.
I knew as soon as it mentioned the squirrel that things that die in here become spider hybrids, that it was going to be his daughter. But that is so messed up. Imagine losing your kid and you find them as like a spider thing out here. My eyes flew back to the creature's face, its unnatural addition of eyes surrounding the originals, and as it tilted its head, I recognized her too. Her mouth dropped open, lower lip dripping with something too viscous to be saliva, and her rail-thin arm spasmed once before lifting up, sending a painful jolt of electric fear up my spine. Her white, long-fingered hands took hold of the squirrel spider dangling between the two of us and herself. The thing squeaked and convulsed, its legs thrashing horribly, and Lucy brought it to her mouth. I ran. I thrashed my way blindly through web after web, back the way we came. I heard Robert Jr. call my name, unexpectedly close behind me, and suddenly felt him crash into my back. I hit the ground hard, face first. I barely had time to register the bright starburst of pain as my nose broke and began to bleed, or the scattering of spiders millimeters in front of my eyes before Robert Jr. yanked my body back upright and whirled me around. I thought he was slapping me, but realized he was swiping away spiders that I picked up as passengers from the ground.
Don't you run off in here, boy!
Robert Jr. hissed in my face, shaking me hard.
Something else will kill you before.
The enormous creature loomed behind him, creeping down the trail after us. I started to yell, but Robert Jr. clapped his hand over my mouth, spinning to face her. He forced us into a sort of half-crouch, his body weighing me down to keep me from running again, and I stared with bulging eyes, struggling to breathe throughout my bleeding nose as Lucy bore down upon us.
It's okay,
Robert Jr. said, but he wasn't talking to me. I could feel him shaking against my back.
It's okay, Lucy. You're okay.
She came closer, the precise movement.
Walk down. Nah, bro,
vast...
bro, Grizzy would lose his. Could you imagine Grizzy in this situation? I think he would die of a heart attack. Anything else would kill him.
Spider body in stark contrast against the limp, feeble movements of her human torso. Her face seemed alert, even with the 6 bleary eyes that looked infected in their unnaturalness, but her arms hung listlessly at her sides, her posture hunched. Venom, blood, saliva flowed slow down her chin. All that remained of the squirrel spider. I could hear her breathing, see her pale throat throb as she swallowed.
That's a good girl. That's a good girl, baby,
said Robert Jr., his voice low.
No, he wouldn't grab a lighter. He would call in a nuke strike.
Low and soothing despite his violent trembling.
I didn't know you lived here, Lucy. We didn't know we'd see you here. You did such a good job here all by yourself, didn't you, baby? Daddy's proud of you.
He was slowly inching us back as he spoke nonsense to the thing in front of us. The spider shifted minutely, almost moving after us, but not quite. Lucy's dark, wet mouth drooped open. In a voice that sounded like wind in the leaves, she hissed, "Oh, man." Oh, that's so terrible. Oh, the idea of your poor daughter being stuck in this state for years. Ugh. Robert Jr. laughed, wild and terrified in my ear, pulling me another step back, the palm of his hand still crushing my lips against my chattering teeth.
That's right, baby. Daddy's here. Daddy didn't think he'd see you all grown up in the woods, huh, baby? Good girl, Lucy.
She didn't move after us as we backed away, although her eyes followed us with laser focus. Again, her voice hoarse and vacant.
That's right. Daddy's gonna take your friend back home, okay? You remember Aaron?
I groaned behind his hand, sick with fear, as all 8 of Lucy's eyes shifted onto me. She didn't say my name. Wildly in the back of my head, I wondered if she recognized any of the things Robert Jr. was saying to her, certain that she was all spider like this, that the 2 words she'd said were empty repetitions preceding her final attack. But still, she stood motionless, watching our retreat.
Daddy's gonna take Aaron home. Is that okay, baby? Will you let me do that, Lucy?
She was silent for a long moment, then...
Good girl, Lucy. We're going away. Good girl.
Another long stretch of silence as we moved steadily away from her. She still didn't follow, merely watching us. Her voice, unprompted this time, shook me to my core when it next cracked through the night. The noise Robert Jr. made was something of a strangled sob and a laugh.
Yeah, baby. I'll come see you. I'll come see you again. Just let me take Aaron home, and Daddy will come see you again.
We were several meters away from her by now. I was sure we were nearing the bend and the fork in the trail we had taken. Slowly, Robert Jr. lowered his hand from my mouth, and I gulped a deep, shaking breath.
I can't get us out of here backwards, but I need you watching behind us. You hang on to me and I'll walk you out. You tell me if she follows. Can you do that, son?
Wide-eyed and unable to look away from Lucy's figure down the trail, I nodded.
Yes, sir. Okay. Careful now.
His hand encircled my wrist tightly, and with a firm tug, he took us around the bend. I struggled to walk in reverse, my legs like rubber and my pulse roaring in my ears. Lucy didn't follow us once I lost sight of her. Robert Jr. navigated us back through the forest, avoiding all webs this time around.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it took to get out of the woods. For all I knew, it took days. But eventually we broke through the tree line, and the unobstructed moonlight was blinding. I felt separate from my own body as I brushed harmless jumping spiders and orb weavers from my hat and jacket. Distantly, I heard Robert Jr. chuckling weakly. I turned around to look at Lockhart Wood, almost casually. I leaned over and threw up on the grass. A few yards away, Robert Jr. did just the same, coughing and laughing harder when he was done.
Fuck!
He gasped, hands on his face. I watched him stagger and fall heaving onto his ass, giggling maniacally. Dazed, I went over to him and sat beside him on the grass, staring at the forest. I spat remnants of bile on the ground between my knees. I fumbled with my headlamp, turned it off, threw my hat aside. I peered at Robert Jr.'s tear-streaked, laughing face, vaguely concerned.
I can't tell if that's good laughter or bad laughter. Christ.
He gasped, possibly hyperventilating.
You and me both. Fuck.
He pressed 2 fingers to his neck, checking his own pulse.
What are you gonna do now? Shit, Scooter, I don't know. Probably visit my daughter every now and then. Damn.
Scrubbed his hands over his face, groaning deeply. My head swam. I flopped backwards, staring at the night sky. The stars looked like little white spiderlings. I thought suddenly of my mother back at the house, and for whatever reason, all I could think to say was,
Hey, so I was thinking you should give my mom a call sometime. She's not seeing anyone.
I don't remember getting home that night. I don't remember getting settled on campus the next day, but I think I'm going to change my major to biology. I'd like to see Lucy again, and I think maybe a study in arachnology might be a good place to start.
Man, what a wonderful way to end that. It's weird. It's horrifying, but at the same time, it's very sweet. You know, like it's like a very kind of like.
No, I don't know. Hunter, I don't know how any of this is sweet.
It's a
I definitely leave that town.
Yeah, that the.
Buddy, I would leave the country. I think going overseas. I'm going good old Japan. Yeah, definitely. Also, it's terrifying to think that like I'm like, what biological? Like, how would that even work biologically?
Daughter, like, I don't know, it didn't attack them. It remembered who it was, and then she said, "Come see me." She obviously has like some remnants of her memory there, but it's I don't know, it's like cathartic in a really weird way. It's horrifying because obviously the child has been, I mean, like transformed. Now that being said, do you think that it had anything to do with the spiders in the woods, or do you think she was just this creature that was born to like change with her like with how? You think so? Because she was talking about the centaur before.
She was talking about the centaur before because she had that spider that her father had discovered in the woods. And the spider said that, or the father said that the spider grows as big as the, aquarium is. So in the woods, they get ungodly big. So that's why Lucy had dreams of like the centaur spider and stuff, because she was with
but I don't think
Lady Legs. And then she's like, oh, we'll become spider centaurs, blah, blah, blah. So maybe that's like an idea or something
but I don't
that
know
was
how
implanted by the spider.
How
or
does
the
that
forest.
translate? How does that translate to it being a morphed creature, half spider, half whatever?
When she runs
I understand
into the
that.
woods,
I understand that.
it like the same thing that happened to the squirrel. It creates like biology hybrids.
I see. Okay.
Like it turns whatever DNA it finds into like spider creatures, basically.
A sad,
it's like super Resident Evil.
heartwarming ending at the same time of like a girl being transformed into.
There's nothing heartwarming about that. You see your kid out there as a giant spider thing with the venom mouth and stuff like that. That is not heartwarming. Your daughter is now like Gargameth, the destroyer of worlds.
It is a crazy, crazy monster, but there was a sense of like a cathartic feeling.
I'm killing my
with
kid.
the dad, and
I'm killing my kid.
Yeah, I don't know. There was something to it. I don't think it's not a happy ending. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that it must be cathartic, being like you get to talk to your kid again in whatever form. It's kind of interesting. Also, she's not just a brain dead like just monster. She remembers you and has like a cognitive ability to speak, even if it is like a fucking demon. But I don't know. That was fun. 2 great stories. I'll be honest. I was going into this being like spider stories can come off as kind of cheesy, but I think both of these really did
both of these
great
were
job.
great, and they were scary in different ways. Like the first one was scary because of the descriptions of like spiders in the home kind of thing, and the second one was like a monstrous spiders. I mean, obviously there was monstrous spiders in the first one, but the second one, like the focus of the horror was like how big these things can get, the unknown woods and stuff like that. They were both very well written. I mean, obviously we know Christian Wallace is a great writer, but I'm sad that Levinsky, this is the only thing they posted to No Sleep. If they're out there, please write more. That was fantastic. But both those
really
stories
wonderful.
were great. Both of them were terrifying. This is like in the running for the most scared I've been. I didn't think I'd be scared by reading about spiders, but here we are. So
listen to you just like dry heave and be like, was quite the trip for me. So it was definitely a story that has deeply hit you to your core.
Yeah, it's hit me somewhere. All right. These are the kind of stories that I'm glad I read them. They were terrifying. Never going to look at them.
Point, try to live no.
Yeah, I'll never peek at them again.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, guys, that's our episode this week. Thank you for being a little spider with us and hanging off your web and, hopefully another spider euphemism that I can think of. I do appreciate you guys listening on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, all the audio platforms. If you haven't done it, try checking it out next time. I swear it's a lot of fun. Be sure to give us a good rating there. Also, thank you to our patrons who supported us today. We appreciate you. And if you want some extra content, we are reading the Chatting in the Woods right after we're done with this recording. So if you want to get in on that little extra sauce, feel free. Otherwise, until next time, guys, we will see you in the next one. Stay creeped.
We'll see you in the next one. I just want everyone to know one of the top comments on that last story is, damn, is Lucy single? Which is not only insane, but she's also 7. So someone should probably call someone about that guy. Bye.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. My wife's a spider. Hit the road, Jack. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. My wife's a spider. Hit the road, Jack. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more.
I'm trying to see something. Okay. Yeah.
Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. My wife's a spider. Hit the road, Jack. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. My wife's a spider.
Imagine I get a cover for that stuff. Moving on.
Straight down.
How is this supposed to work?
Speaking of les Backrooms,
How do you feel about the Backrooms being real now?
It's so cool. My name is Kane, and it's.
I don't know who that was. That was weird.
Stab me in the neck. All right, next question.
I meant to gently do that. I'm sorry.
You're beating up Kane.
I'm sorry. Kane, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Whoa, who's that guy? That's the guy. That's the guy that makes the AI TikTok videos. That's him. Look, that's that guy.
So it's kind of, whenever I was writing the movie, I was thinking about like Among Us.
It's good.
Among Us.
Is that why the suits are like that?
Yeah. Among Us is a big inspiration for me.
So Among Us was the reason you got into film writing, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, look, it's Kane too. Hello, hi, Kane.
Hi.
Wow, Kane, you look a lot better than normal. So what was the reason that you made all of the costumes in the movie based on Among Us characters? Uh-huh. The funniest thing is A24 is going to see all of this. That's okay. You can take your time.
So the bit's over.
Sir, I'm trying to interview the director of the film.
Well, I also think it's like if you have some lot less, but it's but also I mean it would be scary if you didn't have a way in and out or you have a map. So I think like again, the more you get used to something, less scary it's fun. Or at the very least, parts of it, stuff that is safe and like what works. So,
thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you made the Among Us AI film. It's very cool of you. Right, and thank you for. Okay, yeah. So, Kane.
Hi.
You thought of the Backrooms, and now the Backrooms exist. That's insane.
No. Can we take that again?
Real quick, wanted to let you know that this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll be posting the entirety of the Road movie to this channel. Just like I did with Apocalypse Now, we can all watch the movie together during the premiere in the live chat, and then the movie will remain up on the channel for free. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to post the movie that's based on my favorite book of all time. So thank you to Lionsgate, and again, it's Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Are you going to be there, Kane? Kane will be there.
So we are now in the Backrooms with the man who designed them himself, Kane Pixels. Kane, what's it like to think of something and then you make it in a computer, and now fast forward to a few years later and now you're in the thing that used to just exist in your mind?
It was kind of like I was already in the thing before, but
yeah, that is basically the original. Yeah. I think that was...
It has been a really weird process of taking, I mean, because everything we're in right now, this is pretty much a one-for-one physical construction or manifestation of what was provided in the Blender files that during prep, most of it sort of spawned initially with like me going through the script, like early, I think even before technically we were approved for prep. I'd gone through, modeled everything out with like a decent level of detail, lit it all, and would sort of use that as proof of concept as like just a way to try to like strong arm just as much as possible to like say, hey, look, this is what we would build, this is what it would look like, this is like, I did all this concept art for it. Just to like try to bolster what like our materials as best as possible. And when we physically got here and we started talking about designing the sets, it was already designed. And you know, we had conversations initially about, because I came here for a test shoot, like up in Vancouver. We right when we were like figuring out if this was viable or if like we were coming up with a viable strategy, we tried out like we were entertaining different ideas at first, where one of which was, which we realize now would be horribly inefficient and just like wouldn't work, was working inside like an abandoned Sears. That's where we did our test shoot, and it happened to have some like abandoned film sets inside of it.
Oh yeah, it's like playing a video game, like playing a new video game for the first time versus coming back to it for like the third time. You know what you might not remember everything, but you have how things work and whatnot. Because it's not like a live service game. Balanced live actions.
Like it had been empty for a little while, and indie films had come in and built little sets. So in a way, it was like the Backrooms, in that like, oh, Backrooms, big open floor space, and around the corner, and there's like a kitchen little thing. So it felt Backroomsy, and it worked for our test shoot very well. But in hindsight, that would have been so crushed and contained. And what we found here with this studio is just like massive space. It felt, I mean, I can't speak on the behalf of the art department, and like there's so many complexities to it, like, and I can't take credit for laying any of this down. I wasn't even here when most of this was built. We were out shooting in the outside world for most of this, so it's really just like I can speak to the collaboration we had, where it's just giving these really specific instructions, really specific files. It all looks like this. We deliberated over wallpaper tonality for a long time, like several weeks of that, combined with the carpet. And getting the right tone. Like we've got two different carpet types, two wallpapers. It's mainly the floral. I'm pointing around like those two wallpapers are in here. This is all the chevron print. And the floral one is the other one that I use in the web series. Or I use both of them. This is more like to be simple about it, this is more like the classic Backrooms one. You know, like from the, you know, it's what's considered the classic Backrooms one. From the original furniture store and the original photo and whatnot. And then the floral pattern is the one that I used throughout the entirety of the first short, and which is really just like a pilot at this point, or like a little tech demo that was really fun at the time. But
that is kind of funny to think of it as a pilot.
I feel like I have like
looking at where we're at right now.
Insecurity about it, where I have to say that each time, just because it was like I made it for fun to like decompress. And like it was definitely like that's not to like I really enjoyed working on it. It
Right.
was some of the most fun I've had on that thing because it was like
you're not devaluing
it was the start. It wasn't like it was just like I was doing the Attack on Titan videos for a while, and it's just like okay, I'm going to do this different thing, and it'll just be the thing, and it can be whatever I want it to be. And then of course I realized I had to make life difficult for myself and attach it to this other much bigger thing, and then every little choice had to be like scrutinized and kind of gain psych.
Yeah, I mean it's very similar. There, I know that it worked in the first one. Clips 91 camera full 5 years. Him clipping into the back rooms and the camera coming back into the distortion thing.
Now we're standing in.
Yeah, and
those
but it
rooms,
resulted in this, and
Yeah.
so I feel pretty good about it.
Feel pretty good about the Attack on Titan spinoff you did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So a lot of the original spaces you designed, like in Blender, have been remade here, but not all of them have. So with what was made, was it because it was like the easiest to make, or was it like I need this set for this part in the film?
Yeah, so if I'm understanding the question correctly, we generally tried to break things up into, we tried to, like have as big of a chunk as possible at any given point. This section we're standing in right here, everything from here to it's closed off. There's plugs leading to the basement that's over there with the stairs, the furniture store basement. All of that exists in like one single continuity, like it all. So it really has been ideal, and we utilize it frequently. It's kind of like the little hub, if you will.
Yeah.
It's like we return to this space a number of times.
Right.
And so it's been crucial that it's all in one place. There's times where we're talking about putting the basement on a different set and whatnot. I'm sure, I don't feel this is a spoiler. I'm sure just looking at it implies that, oh, there's a tape door here. Oh, I bet if you put your hand through, you go into the back room.
Crazy how that works. Whoa.
Crazy. It's not like it's
all of the writing out front implying people have been mapping it. Whoa.
Whoa. I know. It's pretty crazy. Never seen before, ever. But yeah, so this is like probably the most, this is the chunk I'm not most proud of, but like I think maybe, yeah, hence why we're standing in it right now. It just because it has a number of places where you can just stand. 360 and it's nothing.
That's what I think is so impressive about this space, because like you look through a doorway, it still continues. You look around a corner, it still continues. Like, and also don't look over here. The little delineations, don't get footage of that, he says. Like,
there's a blue screen out there.
Oh, the blue screen. I thought you meant that. The bird feathers on the wall.
Yeah, that's fine.
Director Kane Pixels. He can't talk to me right now because he's very important. Too important for me, actually. So we're going to observe this wall. If you look at this wall, it's a wall. And if you look at it, it's similar to the wall behind it. That's because all the walls are actually the same wall. And with the design of them, there's this pointy arrow on it, but if you look beneath it, there's a slightly skinnier, smaller arrow. But what's really crazy is if you look, that's everywhere else too. And it's because the wall has a lot of little arrows on it.
Those are chevrons.
Can I help you?
Hi, I'm back.
Okay. So, from what I've been able to piece together, again, I haven't seen anything with Clark or anything like that.
You know the name.
I know the
They're
name.
gonna make-
She.
They make it. Probably no, I don't think so, because it's based on Pixel universe, and I think he's going to continue the YouTube series. So technically, there is still for the actual because the movie takes place in the same universe in Pixel. But it's also its standalone. It fits into the world, but it is a separate thing. So I would say that like it's never going to go into like it's never really going to do, I think, that one, because you're talking about Kane Pixels stuff. So I think that's kind of an important distinction between them. But yeah.
He gets chased by the pirate, which I imagine the pirate's that way because, collective unconscious or subconscious or whatever, like the pirate was a thing in the real world that's like materialized or manifested. What?
Whoa. I don't know.
What was that?
I'm not reacting to anything. I'm throwing things off.
Okay, so people are going to see this after the movie's out.
I know.
I'm not going to share my predictions of what I see until after. So
no, but you're here right now.
But me. But
So,
me.
yeah,
Okay, I see.
Yeah, you're trying to lull me into a false sense of security.
All right, whatever.
You were
so. What? Yes. Yes, it's right here, actually. So are you. Other than that, I really haven't seen that much. I saw the scene earlier where Mary sees someone fall, or it looks like she sees someone fall, or gets to a cliff's edge, then stands up and like shimmies her way off. I've seen a couple sets that could imply things like the people half in the ground. But a lot of that seems more like symptoms. A lot of the stuff that I can put together is like, yeah, people merge into the back rooms, or, you know, this carries into that, not necessarily plot related stuff. It's like, wow.
Well, I think that was, Quincy has to direct the extras.
Right.
He's our first AD, and it's very funny when you have a bunch of people, and it's like a very tangled, convoluted situation. Like, I give Quincy, because I can't direct the extras, I can't do it. I have to go through him.
Right.
And so I'll give him like the most long-winded, like specific explanation of what's going on. And what I found today, like with Outside the Threshold, the best option was to kind of just go individually with each person and just iterate over and over and give each person a specific action, rather than just say, all of you, try to get them to act off of an idea together. It's better just to be specific with each person, we found.
So here's a question for you. Is the film going to tie in to the YouTube series? Is in like it's a continuation of it? Yes. But it will also be standalone. The people that aren't familiar can walk into it. Okay.
Yeah, that was a massive piece of just the development of this. I have never been okay, like, retconning or breaking continuity.
Are you still doing 4K?
No.
Okay.
I did HD.
Okay, thank you. Is it? Oh.
Wait. Here.
Well, Kayla. Well, Kayla. Okay.
It's so oversaturated.
Yeah, I have it at 20,000.
Yeah, dude,
why is it at 20,000?
it's dark in here.
Isaiah, why is it at 20,000 though?
Hand it here.
No,
I'm
she's
fixing
got
it. Right there, probably.
I'd go down more. Okay, yeah, 4,000.
Okay.
Is your camera working?
Yeah, it's working, but I guess if you guys just...
Okay, you can answer the question sitting like that.
Are you still doing 4K?
No,
Okay.
I did HD.
Caitlin, you're almost fired.
I wish.
So you were saying that part of this film is it works as both a part of the YouTube series and also as a standalone feature.
Yes. I have always been very resistant to doing anything that like fucks with the continuity, or generally just like, you know, I think when this was first being pitched, or like the idea of adapting this YouTube series was just being spread into this different world that I, you know, truthfully am not all that familiar with. I'm you know, I've grown up in the indie YouTube series space, and that's kind of still today where my head's at. I've, you know, there's been some convincing needed, or at least a lot of conversations into why can't this film take place in present day, or why can't it just, you know, be an adaptation based on the source material in this different place. But for me, it's the story that the YouTube series is building around, or building from, I would say, has existed outside the container of those shorts in my brain for a good little while, and especially while I've been making it, it's mutated even bigger, and it's not to say that it's like a case of you know, getting so precious that it just becomes an impossibly large thing that then you can never tell.
Sure.
It is a pretty specific, contained timeline of events, and but there's a lot of, I would say, the bulk of like the heart of the story, or at least like some of the big through lines of like the larger, like how to say it, the global story of it, is those plot points aren't really meant to be conveyed in the found footage medium I've been doing on YouTube as a solo creator.
Yeah. Okay. I will be right back. Siak on. Sorry about that. I'm back.
And so really it's always been important to me to like, hey, this story, like I feel very, very inclined to spend a good portion of the next decade or so trying to get it out there, and just sticking with it. And to me, the film, you know, had to just be a part of that and had to be sort of, I guess, not to call it a first rung, which,
right around the same time.
I think honestly is a pretty, you know, I guess that might be an adequate way of describing it in terms of like creating a bridge for people who are not necessarily familiar with the source material or not familiar with Backrooms at all. Like it's been very funny having to, I've sort of come to the realization that it takes a bit of a bit of brain power to actually like rewire myself to like explain the movie without just saying the Backrooms.
Yeah.
Like someone's going to know what that means. But at this point, I think the film we have is one that absolutely is open to new viewers. I think it fits perfectly with where the YouTube series was heading. It bridges and sets up a number of things that I want to dig into more in the future. And I think on all fronts it just generally is perfectly in the continuity of the world that's been established. Says there's going to be more, and you know, isn't the FNAF movie.
It isn't the FNAF movie.
Can I say that?
You can say that. You can say whatever you want.
I don't know if I can say that. I don't know if I can say that. No, wait, no, yes, I can. It is not the FNAF movie. It's not. I hope it's not the FNAF movie. I hope it's not the FNAF movie. They tried not to make it.
What do you mean, don't like Five Nights at Freddy's? Were you saying Kane Pixels hates Five Nights at Freddy's? Is that what you said?
I love the bear and the chicken and the rabbit and there's a fox and some of them are gold.
Well,
and some of them are
gold.
I'm gonna stop talking before I'm skinned alive in my sleep.
Okay, so me too. Well, I don't know about myself. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was interesting until it got so convoluted.
I was like 7.
Yeah. Well, I don't have that excuse. I was like 13, but and I made a YouTube video about it, so that didn't help.
I appreciate it comes from a fun place, from what I understand.
Yeah, it does. So one of there's a lot with your YouTube series, The Backrooms, that can be kind of broken down, especially visually, with a lot of the things you choose to include. There's a lot of different directions you can take it, but one of the...
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I saw the second one. That shit was mediocre. I'm like, it really lost kind of. It was pretty good in the beginning, kind of teetered in the middle.
I guess surface level, or first things people recognize as a theme in the series is like people stepping into something they shouldn't be stepping into, or like going willy-nilly into something that needs a lot of anticipation, like the Backrooms, right? I think it was in the first I think the first time I interviewed you for that video was the first time me and you ever spoke to each other.
That's true.
And during that
August 2nd, 2022.
Aw, really?
Yep.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know.
Aw. It'd be really funny if you just made that up. Like you just guessed a date.
Go check.
Aw, that's very kind. But when we had that conversation, because I kind of approached it with the idea of like, this is something mankind should never touch. Like the Backrooms are such a powerful entity, you should stay away from it. But you made the points like if we found out this thing happened for whatever reason, we couldn't leave it alone, right?
Yes.
But a lot of what we see out of Async in the YouTube series is them disregarding the dangers of it, basically. Like them getting into trouble because they don't fully understand what they're tampering with. So is that kind of theme going to be continuous through the movie? I guess so, if it ties into the series.
I would say the ideas that you just brought up are for sure on display there. I would say what it really is the inclination to sort of look around a corner and dig for what's next. Because for me, I deeply hesitate on condemning human beings for that trait, as I do feel it's something that is very much, I think there's this sort of idea or this notion that people, and this isn't steadfast, this isn't like a steadfast philosophy, but there's this notion that humans were meant to, just purely live off the wilderness, and we should be back in huts, and we should leave everything alone, and everything should be in some kind of hypothetical harmony that is like one with nature in a way that truthfully has always felt a little phony to me, because it's just physically not the way things unfolded, and chances are just never really could unfold if you kept running like simulations of the human race or any sufficiently evolved species. It would reach a point similar to where we are, albeit probably a little bit differently. But we're very much a species of just kind of needing to see what's next, and I feel a lot of that kind of falls into just if I think there's always just like a constant desire, regardless of the stakes. Like it's almost something that we need to support and understand in a way, like, and not necessarily condemn. While it's weaponized quite a bit with like scrolling on social media, like the algorithms entertaining that very like short-sighted, very present version of that. But I think every single thing is pretty much broken down into what happens next, like needing to cross an ocean, needing to again, like look around a corner, needing to go to.
Like Wendigoon is definitely huge into. Yeah, because I mean it goes back to creepy in it.
Too far sometimes. Obviously, that's not me saying everyone should go. Like that's not a proposition. That's nothing other than me saying I think it's something that's very much baked into every human being, and it doesn't, even if it comes out in ways that seem benign or naturalistic in some way, it's always the same trait. And I would say very much so, like the Backrooms in particular. I view it in the context of the series as a neutral technology that's not inherently anything. Generally speaking, there's nothing innately. It's really just. I would say I would equate it to tapping into pretty much any scientific field. Where I think if you're going to say it about the Backrooms, I think you could say it about, and I think people do say it about any other field of engineering or technology. I would say that. There's nothing, it can be I hate to simplify in these ways, but it can be a force for great good, or it could be a force for great evil, or it could just be nature. If we somehow all collectively chose to just acknowledge its existence and be at peace with it in our own minds and just not touch it, that would never happen with the human race as it is currently. You would need to be micromanaging people with like some kind of giant AI construct in like 1984 everyone for that to happen. Yeah. Because somewhere, even then, someone somewhere would be trying to dig into it and leverage it for some reason. Unless you completely just rebuilt the human brain to be wanting different like primal urges. But I would say there's nothing innately, on the surface at least, if this place is just a place and you step in there and, where's the current? What's the source of this? Where's the power coming from? Can we tap into it? Free power, maybe? Question mark. Is that really an evil thing to try to explore? If that's a real question, is it inherently, evil to try to, or at least like reckless? I would say. I think like what you were more getting to is just the. Maybe the recklessness and like the speed at which people kind of trip over themselves trying to get to a destination or to be the first ones at a destination. And I would say very much what a lot of this does explore in that regard is generally how there's often little choice in stumbling, because typically if it's not you, it's going to be someone else, and obviously that idea is what fuels the rushingness of it. So it's not like that's like the hidden truth behind it. That's what motivates it, but it's also not wrong. I mean, anytime the AI race is like the most poignant example I would say currently going on. Or I mean, there's a bunch of them, but that's kind of like the most talked about, biggest buzzword one. Where it's just there's you're teetering at the edge of this all-consuming impossible singularity that is both like beautiful, magnificent for some people, and then at the same time also like all destructive, and it's just kind of an impossible like just orb of power that everyone's teetering about to touch, but we're not quite there yet.
Oh, every time she. I see. Okay.
Always at the precipice of it. I say always, for now, and we have been in that sort of suspended state. Lots of people in those circles, and you know, the people at the top of those hierarchies they can typically see everything top down, but they're not the people in the trenches, so to speak, who are actually, you know, the cogs in the machine who are making a lot of it happen. So it's like the people who know how it works, and this isn't for everything. This is generalized, of course. But, you know, the way it typically goes, or often goes, is the people who know how, you know, the specialists aren't the people seeing it from above. They can only see limited places, limited vantage points, typically siloed off, whether or not it's like truly siloed off, or just by circumstance, just kind of happens to be that way. They're not the ones actually directing the flow of these things, so it usually has a tendency to flip into a careless or malignant way just when it's being managed by people who aren't there for day-to-day operations and aren't like, you know, the shareholders, profit margins, all the fun stuff that people harp on because they're real.
So in that way, it's kind of like, you know, async isn't necessarily, it's not any one person's fault. It's not any...
I wouldn't say so.
Yeah.
And you know, I would say that there's, you know, in their particular case, there's, no one else has touched what they've touched so far.
Yeah.
And there is maybe this can be a force for good if we find a way to use it before the bad guys do, before anyone else does.
The example you used in the series, this was early on, but yeah, in that presentation, it's like potential housing, or I think there's mention of like waste.
Yeah, that was
disposal.
Like in the context of the series, that's very much something that is talked about, flown around. I think the use cases are definitely beyond that. Just, I mean, if you're addressing what's physically observed and like if you're playing it straight and talking about the actual use cases, I think it would definitely be beyond that. And I think getting that sort of idea of living in there off the ground would be a pretty tedious, difficult task. But I think that presentation, those ideas, sort of set the ball rolling for just like sort of getting potential, you know, people in the U.S. Department of Energy, people who are completely on the outside, just accustomed to. It gives them a framework to view it through, and then you can kind of take it a little more seriously from there.
Nice.
That's sort of the idea.
Cool. Makes sense. Want to eat, chill out. We don't have to keep going beyond what you...
You want to be done? I'm enjoying this.
Okay, all right. If you're enjoying this, all right.
This is great.
It's between going from doing everything yourself to doing it with a studio. Like a bunch of people.
I would say... I wouldn't necessarily... I'm sure if I thought about this for long enough, I could give like one word succinct answer. But it's you know, mostly pros, a few drawbacks. You know, the most obvious stuff is that you just can work in parallel with lots of people, and you can just, you know, if you spend the time to just set a plan up front and just walk everyone through that plan really like specifically up front, then you can just let everyone go, and then suddenly you come back a week later and like the work you could have done in that time has been done 1,000-fold. I mean, it's you know, I feel specifically very lucky with the people we've had here, like our art department, every single department here has been just on point. So, you know, that helps. Like really, it's just a result of just a lot of really talented people jumping on this and just getting things pretty intuitively. There were not really. I guess I would say there are places where I personally like to have a pretty deep connection with each small part of what I do, like writing. There's a few bits where I got burned a little bit for stepping in, and you know, like if there's a bunch of paperwork on a table, and it's like, you know, I've been busy, but it's like filming in a day and a half, and like, oh, we've got this paperwork prepared, and I look at it, and it's just like recycled. It's just something that if we were to see it would break an illusion pretty hugely, and in my mind, we're like, no, we're going to zoom in. People are going to see that. So I, like, one of the first days of, I think it was actually like day before the first day, I was up till 3 and got like no sleep when I learned a lesson that day, but I wrote out like all this legal paperwork. I like just spent forever getting all these forms, these real, you know, just these real legal period accurate contracts, and just reformatting and just like constructing these documents. And then we barely saw them, but I'm glad I did it, and I like having a relationship with with that paperwork. I'm gonna go get food.
Yes. You mean get that door again?
Yes.
Okay, Garmin. Video speichern. Ah. Okay, Garmin. Same video.
Okay, so you say okay, go on.
Wait.
Okay, Garmin. Video speichern. Okay, Garmin. Video speichern. Okay, Garmin. Video speichern.
That's the one I keep quoting.
Why does it make this noise?
It's on start and stop.
All right, I'm checking.
Whoa! Okay, Garmin. Save video.
How are we not looking at the big wide
Sometimes you edit my videos. Sometimes I'm looking at a board, looking off to the side. Okay.
How safe are you from OK Garmin?
What am I looking at?
It's a
heat map?
It's a heat map of proximity to OK Garmin.
Okay. I'm glad this is. Glad this makes you happy.
What are you saying?
That's what I was saying. But a certain positive to come from obviously the studio and all that is you're now stepping into realms that would be completely impossible as a single man project.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, like yeah. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen.
Yeah,
I don't think that would happen. So that's exactly what I mean. It's just like the manpower and just having it be a community-driven project is it gets you this. And
would you consider it more rewarding or less rewarding?
Differently
rewarding.
Differently rewarding. It is a very different feeling than having worked on something like The Oldest View, which is probably something I'm quite proud of. But it's a very different kind of feeling.
Because The Oldest View is entirely yourself, right?
Well, it's partially that, but I also think it's partially its relevance to direct reality. I would say that the biggest thing that I bump against with this, and maybe it's like, it's not true, maybe not the biggest, one of them, probably one of the biggest, which is one that I am not complaining about, one that I totally understand. It's not something that I'm like, this needs to change, but it's just simply the fact that, you know, you have to clear pretty much everything legally. And I like, even if way less people see it, I like more just reflecting and putting reality in a container, rather than, you know, living in a fictional world or building fictional worlds. So I typically like, you know, the dream version of Backrooms is centered in a real world, and, you know, corporations, legal entities, everything is just as it was in the time. With really only certain things being added, async, add that just to a copy of the world. But generally, I just like recycling real events, people, things, elements.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Just and really just trying to scoop up reality as it is, rather than you know, kind of a homunculus flanderized version of you know, culturally how we see it.
Yeah, just not exaggerating what is, just presenting.
Yeah, well, I mean, storytelling's always kind of exaggerating. Like, every story is propaganda, in a way, like emotional propaganda. But
it's got to be something.
Well,
it has to be a
propaganda is
conflict.
just storytelling. It's all narrativization of things just to provoke a feeling. Obviously, cut that out.
No, keep going. Well, I'll go ahead and put the floor to you. Like, there's a lot of stuff, like we talked about, that wouldn't exist if it was just you on a team, and that this entire process has come a long way. Is there any specific thing you would like to show me and also the viewer, them, through the magic of the screen?
I want to just give a little walking tour through this set real quick.
Yeah.
So, this is where we put the stuff. Don't look over there. Don't look over there.
Don't look over there, just over here. Excellent. So, a bunch of stuff.
A bunch of stuff. Yeah, this is actually, this is the smaller version of the pile. Typically, or its at least initial point, is pretty much to the ceiling, and there's like twice as much stuff here. It's a shame it's in its less magnificent state right now, but for continuity, this is where it's at currently.
Gotcha.
Am I able to...
The plug?
Yeah, I don't operate the plugs, so
okay.
I don't think I'm going to have any success with those. But I think it would be cool to just dip around to the other side real quick and show you that.
Sounds good.
You got to cut it so we're only in the back rooms, and it makes our set look like it just covers everything.
Of course. So where are we at right now?
So this is the basement of Clark's furniture store.
Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Stuff's supposed to go. I see.
He's been up to some stuff.
Right.
Probably not in the healthiest state, but I consider.
I figure from
he's doing well.
The stuff written and that on the board, and also the fact that he has tape. I wonder what would happen if someone were to. Oh,
no. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. We don't have the VFX budget for that.
We don't have the budget for that. It'd be so funny if you just blew up while you were doing that.
My hair all stands on it.
Yeah.
Those aren't. Get a little look at these guys.
Check those out. Are those standard issue?
This is pretty normal, actually.
Okay, they just look like that now.
This is period accurate. They did this. This is what they did.
That's what they did. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense. When's the film set? The 90s, 93,
1990.
right? 1990. Okay.
June, July 1990.
Okay.
The YouTube series is just at the end of May 1990, so it's right there.
Okay, gotcha. So right, all within the same few months of each other.
Yep. I mean, yeah, the YouTube series is kind of like fall 1989 to spring 1990.
Okay, cool. Do we want her to get the footage from up top real quick?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, cool. Oh, whoa, that's cool. What the heck? They're all formed together like that? That's pretty neat.
Hear footsteps.
That's pretty cool. Are they all like that?
Wow.
I think it's cool.
No, I was saying wow. But...
Oh, okay. You want to say anything?
Wow.
It spiraled in a very good way, where we just this was not expected at all, and somehow every step of the way we kind of just got what we wanted. And I still don't know how that happened.
Yeah. Well, Kane, I have to say, for one, that I'm incredibly impressed and, dare I say, proud to see you go from making stuff yourself to now making it with a ton of people. And it's also cool to see you communicate such an elaborate vision for something. And once again, that goes from your own mind to here. People are building it. People are interacting with it. Now a whole lot more people are going to see it. That truly says so. I told you this when we first spoke, but it's really cool to see someone do the thing they're supposed to be doing. And that has remained true every step of the way. So congratulations, man.
I appreciate it very much.
Couldn't happen to someone more deserving. I mean it.
You're too nice. I gotta kill you.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
You're too nice. You're consistently, dude. I appreciate it so much.
No, this is of course. Thank you for inviting me, man. Thank you for inviting me. It means a lot.
Seriously.
Is there anything that you would like to say to the people watching, the people who will see this? Because I imagine this will be after the film comes out. So at this point, people have supported, people have gone to see it, this is real, other people get to touch it now. What would you say to them?
Okay, Garmin, save video. No, that's going to be dated really fast.
Yeah, it's going to be, it's dated right now.
7.
Okay, all right, sure, whatever.
Pennsylvania.
Thank you all for watching the video. Okay, just cut it,
See how I did that again?
That's good, yes.
That's what we did on our...
All right. Oh, man.
Hello everybody. Think happy thoughts. My name is Markiplier, and welcome back to 3 Scary Games. Don't be nervous. I'm only doing this for you. A better you. Close your eyes and remember. Think happy thoughts.
The world has stopped. Science has frozen, leaving only one path. Neuroimplants. Cities have rotted in rust. Machines breathe their last. People, empty shells controlled by the corporation. Corporation, a faceless monopoly. Employees expendable. Test subjects, hostages of experiments. You are a technician O3K. An operator behind the glass. Your task, implant, observe, and correct. But one day the order comes for you to test an experimental implant on yourself. Welcome to Corrode, O3K. As you heard, Corrode, first boot complete.
There's a Gilbert Gottfried ARG. Oh, Gilbert Gottfried or Gilbert Garfield? You mean Gilbert Godfrey? Who's Gilbert Garfield?
You are not the first. Okay, I'm into it.
No, I haven't.
That was great establishing. That was awesome. For order and safety, we are part of the... dank, rusted. So I have to do this on myself, you said, but I don't even remember doing it on anyone. Press any key to initialize. Press any key to initialize. Implant dispensing. Place on operating table. Huh? Oh. Ah. I'm guessing that's the implant. Am I supposed to... Are implants your second chance? Sure. What did we do wrong? What exactly went wrong? Oh, there we go. Okay. I did that. Await subject seating. Oh, I thought I was doing this on someone else. In the operating chair. Press any key to begin installation. Uh-huh. Implantation in progress. Yeah, just go to sleep while this... Whoa, man. Head crab looking thing tears open your jugular.
Why?
Can I go in there? Nope. Okay. I don't even know where that guy came from. I was in that room. Was he in there the entire time? Status. Operation complete. No deviations
Oh, it's Gilbert Gottfried.
detected. Uh-huh.
Oh, I see.
System reset complete. Shift 1 complete. All right. Okay, and then I go in here and I go to sleep? This is my life. Up and at 'em again, baby. Who's ready for another implant? Implant. We love the implant. Time to upgrade. Okay, are they in here? I can't see into the darkness. Ha! Okay, hey, what the frick? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Okay, where are they in the darkness?
I mean, Gilbert Gottfried's on.
Huh. I think they are. They were just there the whole time.
But I'd sure like to claim
All right. Good luck, pal. You got this. Don't worry about a thing. Goes in smooth like butter. We just tear open that skull, remove the cranium, implant this thing, and boom, you feel way better. And you'll commit way less crime. Crime definitions will be uploaded after the operation's complete. All right, operation complete. Easy. Mechanism deviations detected. Huh? Is that bad? Can't be that bad. They're not stopping me from going to sleep, so All right, who's ready for another day? Yeah. All right, let's get this implant. All right. Boy. You'd think that they could use a better system to get this in there and not out there. That was weird. Don't know what that was about. Yeah, how you doing, pal? Pop a squat.
Papa squat. Get in there. Yeah, you'll like this. All right, just lean your head back and go, ah, ah, ah. Just like that. Mission successful. Ooh, aborted, subject deceased. Am I supposed to do, am I supposed to do something about that? Not my problem. Not my problem. I am tired. I am ready for, oh, well, what? Huh? What do you mean? What's happening? What is this? What's going on? What's the deal? What's happening? I'm in the chair. Why am I in the chair? Oh, no. But I don't even see an implant. Do we have an implant in here? Uh-oh. Oh, hi. What's up? No. Uh-oh. Huh? Huh? Oh, wait. What? Huh? Operator returning. What do you mean? Wait. No. Huh? What? No. What?
Jingle jangle.
No,
Jingle jangle.
What do you mean?
I can imagine.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Was that really it? That can't be it. How is that it? Oh, man. That had such good vibes. If that is it, it had such good vibes. I was so into it. I was like, this universe. All right, okay. I want to hear more. I want to do more. All right, I want to see where this goes. You gotta be kidding. That's so, oh man. That breaks my heart. Cause the establishing information that was given in this was so good. So interesting. And it's the same jump scare. It's so interesting. And that's really all it's gonna do? That's really all it gets to do? Man. I mean, yeah, I get it being like, oh, now you're in the chair and that's you. Just kind of hoping for something more, man. It had great vibes. And I feel like that was just a really cheap way to end it. I wanted to know more. I wanted to see where this implant thing was going to take us. I wanted to see what kind of insanity it was going to provoke. And then I put it in myself. Like, the intro told the whole story. The game, I thought the game was going to go from there. Damn, that's a shame. Okay, all right. There's another game by this developer that I'm gonna try because I like the style. I like the style of what's going on, and it's like, yeah, okay, that not everything has to be a big flashy ending, and it can be really succinct. And it's like, okay, I like what they're going for. I'm only disappointed because I wanted so much more, right? So there's something good to be said about being able to create an experience where you want more, right? So I'm gonna try this other game that they have. Just to see. You woke up to strange rustling sounds echoing through the campsite. As you sweep your flashlight around, it becomes clear. You are not alone. I'm pressing enter. I am pressing enter. I am pressing enter. Space, actually, was it? Something's lurking nearby, and you're the only one.
Was that a Pirate 87?
To ensure your survival, you must drive this creature away. Use WASD to move between positions. To repel the monster, rapidly flicker your flashlight. F while facing it. Keep an eye on the battery level. Once it runs out, you'll be left defenseless in the dark. Pro tip, listen closely for audio cues. They might be your only warning. Good luck. That's a great intro. Really good at doing the intro. I like it. I'm like, yeah, I love it. I'm into it. Let's do this. Well, there seem to be more than one person here, but let's see what happens. I'm into this. Okay, why? Okay, let's get a lay of the land first. Okay, are the other campgoers? Whoa! Oh my God! Oh, okay, I heard that. Okay. Okay. Oh! Heard a noise. I should check it out. Go on then, tough guy. Ah! Okay. Oh God. Oh frick. Oh my God. Okay, that's not good. I shouldn't. Oh frick. Okay, that's not good. Oh my God. Got a light. I'm dying. Later, stay hidden. Fine, don't take too long. Saved her? It's too quiet. Is it safe? Quiet, it's right outside. Ah. Oh, God. Where? I thought I saw it. I don't know where. Good thing I'm not dead. Where? I don't see it. Oh! Got a light. Shut up, you'll kill us. Ah! Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay. Alright, okay, alright. You were killed by the monster. So I was. To scare the monster away, flicker your flashlight while facing it. Listen for sounds to detect the monster's presence. Okay, I like this. This is simple, it works. And I just gotta keep all my friends alive because they're basically my lives. Where? I don't see it. I don't see it. What do you mean? Where's it? Where was it? I didn't even see it! You were killed. I know! Where was it? I know. I know. Where? Again, not seeing it. What do you mean? What? Where is it? Where is it? I didn't see it. What do you mean? What do you mean? Come on, man. Maybe I'm flipping too fast or something? Oh, could it be behind me? Is there like a... If I press S, do I flip around? Oh, I do. I see. I get it. Okay. So I have to face that way from that direction, I see. So if it's not in front of me, it's definitely behind me. Oh, please. Where is it? I don't see it. Oh. Ah! Oh, frick. Well. Oh, hi. Is this a wind move? Oh, God. Oh, wait, no, it's just the wind move would be a bad thing to say. I should pick the right answer, shouldn't I? Oh, weird. Still quiet, is safe. Quiet is right outside. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, no. That is unfortunate. I only got one friend left. Keep him alive. Okay, so there is a right answer, and I just don't let them be outside is the answer. Yeah. Oh, come on, Lucas. Really, Lucas? You're gonna get me killed like that, Lucas? Lucas! Alright, I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna try to get the answers right and not let any of them get me killed like that. I need to just turn on my light, sweep left to right, and then turn back. Let's see. Later, stay hidden. Yeah, that's it. So I just need to not yell. What the fuck is that? What? What the hell is that? What? I don't know. Okay, he has to go back to sleep. Okay. Come on, hurry up. These guys are making it difficult.
Remember,
shut up
your time
for a second. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Why do you asshole. Oh my God. You're gonna get everyone killed. Okay. Unless it freezes like that. I don't know if it stops when someone's talking. Or weird if it didn't. I don't know if there's a win condition on this. Oh my God, are you serious? Oh my God, just go back to sleep. Are you kidding me? did. Wow. Oh god. Not today. So it does freeze when they're talking, I think. I know. So you get back. What? Oh. Oh, fuck. It's getting faster. What the hell? Oh my god. I don't think that oh god. I don't think there's an end to this. Really? Oh, come on, man! I don't think there's an end to this. What the? Really? Oh god. That's not good. Ah, okay, unfair. Unfair. But again, I don't know if there was an end to that, so I went a long time on that one. But either way, that was good. I like that. The premise was great. The intro writing was good. I was so into it, and I think that again, could use an ending, if it has one, or some indication that I'm getting closer to an ending other than it just getting more difficult, because it may have been scaling up, but I don't know. Either way, I liked it. Moving on. This is not a normal game. This game is meant to be played in a single session, preferably at night, with the lights off and headphones on. Essential. It is recommended to avoid looking away from the screen whenever possible. Having someone or a pet nearby is also recommended, just in case it gets too scary. That's what you're here for. Thank you very much. For more context, I recommend playing Stay With Him or Play With Him. Okay, so if you're reading this, well, I guess I gotta determine if this is someone's 5th game again. Anyway. Sorry, Santiago, I didn't understand. Can you repeat it, please? I understand, Santiago. You're amazing. You are. You're amazing. Updated. Sorry for another text screen, but I really wanted to say this. This might sound insane, but while I was making this game, some really, really weird things started happening inside the project itself. I swear every time I opened it, tiny things felt different. I don't know, like stuff had slightly moved, but I noticed these things. I know how crazy that sounds, but it genuinely creeped me out, which is hard to do. That's also why I ended up finishing the game so fast, why I couldn't make it as long as I wanted, and why I honestly don't want to keep working on it or upgrading it anymore. Okay. The one behind you. Oh. Oh. Frames! Frames! Oh no, frames! Ah! Alright, hold on. Hold on. Everybody hold on. I'm busting into the NVIDIA control panel. Everybody hold on. I thought I've always had vertical sync. No, it's supposed to always be on. It's supposed to always be on. Vertical sync is always supposed to be on. Apply. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da! See, one of the problems is, a lot of games use uncapped frames per second. And it's not that vertical sync can always make this, go away, because if your refresh rate is very high, I mean, it does a percentage of it. But as an uncapped frame rate, it'll use up all of your system resources to get as many frames out as possible. Games don't need to do that, especially if your monitor can't put that many frames in front of you per second, right? It has a refresh rate. And so vertical sync makes sure that your game is locked to the same refresh rate as your monitor, which also prevents screen tearing. Now, there's certain DLSS,
yeah,
like
honestly,
the super yada yada.
I think it's just one of those. It might just be a. Parents were also just tired from it. Might just be the heat, to be honest.
In your graphics card sometimes don't allow you to use vertical sync, which is why sometimes you have to turn that shit off. And this only matters if you're recording. You wouldn't ordinarily see this. But also it can help save power. If you're playing on a laptop, it can make your battery last longer. The one behind you. This is a game where the description said you're playing the role of a stalker, much like Life Eater or something like that. Oh, this is beautiful. Well, this is gosh darn delightful. Oh, look at all this. Santiago Garcia. Yes. Presents. Yes. The one behind you. Okay. Definitely not anyone behind me. I am the one behind you, right? The description of this game wouldn't have led me astray like that. I'm sure that it would have meant, what it said. Right? It's gorgeous for a pixelated game, I gotta admit. Well, I mean, okay. I know some people might be like, well, the rendering fidelity isn't gorgeous. It doesn't have to be perfectly rendered to be gorgeous. You can have some pretty simplistic paintings that are just utterly beautiful and captivating. But then again, I draw a fine line because some like, ooh, what is that? Toby. Is that a toolbox or a battery? Because like some types of modern art, I'm even though I have a very open mind, I'm still like, yes, yes, yeah. I don't know. Everyone has a different opinion about that. Some people have too strong of an opinion about that. I'm not saying I'm not one of them, but you know, just is what it is. Ah, what a lovely day to stalk people and murder them. And coffee. So far, so good. Nothing scary going on here. Now, I haven't played those other games that were mentioned before, but I can send Lixian off to go do research about it, and then he can come back to me and tell me what it was all about. Go? Play! I don't know what the magic word is to make him go. Do it or you're fired. That's the magic word. That's the magic word. What the hell is that? What is that coming at me? Hey! Oh no, wait. Oh, I'm going to it. Okay. Hold shift to run. Well, you know, usually in a horror game that's meant to scare me, but this seems delightful. La 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 la. Kind of nice, I think. Almost gotcha. I've almost gotcha. Unless this is like what a stalker sees when they're trying to chase their suspect, like, oh, what a beautiful butterfly, I'm gonna chase you. That actually might be a lot of that might be the symbolism here, yeah. That actually might be. It's kind of like a pyro vision situation, you know? Oh! Thank you. Everyone watching this at night on their phone just flashbanged their whole family. Oh, hi. What in the hell? Oh my god, hi. Okay. Yeah, okay, it's gone. Y'all saw that, right? Why is it always gotta be a tall, skinny dude? There's nothing scarier than a tall, skinny guy. Did you not see that? Because, well, I mean, you'll just have to go back and check. I'm gonna do a replay for you for not paying attention. Just because you were blinded by the previous screen doesn't mean that you get any second chances. It's weirdly quiet. No ambiance. Just the echo of my footsteps. Oh. Are we sure that I'm the one behind you? I can't see anything. Where am I? What is this? I don't even know. I swear I heard something else. Oh. I thought there was something else going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Red button.
Or so a tall skinny dude that does.
It's like a like a not like Jason Voorhees, but kind of like that. Okay. Not 100% sure what we're doing here. Am I supposed to be able to see something? Are we going somewhere? Are we going up or are we going down? Am I meant to know? Am I safe to drink coffee? You're not gonna jump scare me, are you? Huh? Huh? I can't see anything. Oh no, you're gonna scare me, aren't you? Ah! I saw that. Oh, you're closer, aren't you? Oh my god. Ah, I see you. Okay. Well, that was weird. Huh. Don't see that every day.
Unless you do see that every day. In which case, sorry. Can you imagine going through life thinking that that's a normal thing? What a dreams. You see giant faces in the sky. Keep asking other people, man, these giant faces today, oh, they're really weird. Everyone looks at you and goes, yeah, sure. I shouldn't be this hungry. Why not? Why not? Nothing wrong with being hungry. You just, everybody gather around on the couch. We're gonna watch our favorite picture. Oh, what a delight. Sure is dark. Dinner.
Really shaking and crying, RN.
There's my bedroom. I'm so glad that there's this room to watch myself sleep. Oh! Fuck! Okay. How you doing in there? You happy? You comfortable? What am I doing with this? Anything? Hiya. Hi. What? 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 Is I needed a skill check to be able to eat from a can? All right, well that's good stuff. That's good stuff. That's the kind of stuff that's good. What's in here? Oh, empty cans. Good. All right, nothing else. It's so dark. Like, I don't know why. Everything was so bright outside, and now the relative brightness is just way down. But I seem to be locked in. My boy, it's time for your medicine. My boy. My boy. My boy. Don't worry, my boy. All right. Down to the basement. Now, my boy. Are you gonna behave yourself, my boy? You're gonna be a good my boy. Don't worry, we can sit on the couch and watch our favorite picture. It will be a delight, an honor, and a privilege. My boy! My boy. What the hell's happening? I'm just in the... Oh. I'm hearing it. Okay, so I'm turning my mouse. Okay, I'm going forward. Just going towards the sound, I think. Oh. No, that's a piece of dust actually in front of my face. Did my monitor just like turn off or something? Am I crazy? I am unsure. I think it's just not used.
Don't move, my boy. It's only a tiny sting.
Yes. Only the tiniest sting. When I click, I hear a, yeah. Don't move. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. It's riveting, I know, to see, but I really need to just focus. Oh! Did I get him?
Good boy.
I got him! I got him! Is that it? E. I'm Ian. I'm hitting to E. I'm hitting to E! I think something might actually be broken. I don't know if this is how this is supposed to be because the subtitle has been stuck there for a bit. So I don't know if this is quite right. I have a funny feeling something is a little broken.
Okay. Hey. Oh my, you're so tall.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's an issue. Right. You're definitely supposed to be able to see. I did that all blind and I don't think I was supposed to. All right, we could do that again. All right. I legitimately thought it was a thing where it's like, oh, you gotta find your way based on sound alone. Which I was like, oh, that's an interesting thing. I haven't seen that before.
No, that's
All right,
not.
let's see if it happens
None of
again.
this sounds right.
Well, that looks like a basement that I'd like to be a part of.
Sure would. Let's go down there. Yippee! Nope. It does the thing. It actually turns my monitor off. I don't know why, but I can't see anything and it turns my monitor off. Unfortunately, it looks like this game will not proceed and I have to end it. But Lixian, scrounge up the other editors and get them to see if they can play this game or someone, and let's see if we can at least put in a showcase of what this game was trying to show that I unfortunately cannot.
It's only a tiny sting.
Oh.
Good boy.
My girl, I miss you so much. My
Oof.
boy, you're all I have. I know you want a new little sister, and I'll try to get one for you. What's that noise? He wants to come out.
Why are you upset, my boy? Do you want to play? What do you want to play, my sweet boy? Hide and seek? I'll count to 10, and then I'll find you. Toby, I'm coming.
Yeah, wait, that is.
I found you. Yes, my boy. You can sleep with me tonight. I'm scared too.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong. I can't seem to get it to work. Probably because I put on vertical sync. I bet that's got something to do with it. All right. Moving on. Welcome to Open House. This game contains jump scares. Well, all right. Oh, we're not even full screen, are we? Oh, God. Full screen is going to explode everything. Why? Why? God. Vertical sync, please. Unless that explodes everything.
Oh, this game,
might.
case I played it, I think.
In the past. All right, whatever. New game. Oh, I got all these things open. Oh, hold on. Wait, no. Hold on. God, just wait. Wait, please, wait. Please, wait. Wait, game. Wait. Wait. Okay, nice view, isn't it? Yeah. You wanted to see me? Why is your head cut off? I'll get right to it. This isn't an easy conversation to have. All right. You've done some excellent work here at Harrington and Vale, Kyle. You've always been reliable, and I mean it. But over the past few months, we've had inventory discrepancies and some misreports under your department. I didn't miss any reports. We've received everything already. Then something's wrong, Mr. Caldwell. The responsibility falls on your
PS2?
position.
No, never
Someone
had
getting
PlayStation.
fired for this? The decision's been made. You're not even going to look into it? This conversation is over.
Or a Nintendo guy.
All right. Clear your desk. And
Remember we
speak
had an
with HR
Xbox
on the way
One.
out. I wish you the best, Mr. Damien. Okay. Wish you would look me in the face when you were talking to me. September 2nd, 2022. 8:43 p.m.
That's just the way it is.
Remy Burger. Hello? Hello? Hey, is this
Dang,
Kyle
that's
Damien?
crazy.
Yes, that's me.
I've
Who's
never
this?
heard of
You
that.
sound familiar.
My life.
You seriously don't remember me? It's Mark Hollins, your roommate from college. Oh wow, hey, I'm surprised you still have this number.
I didn't have
Yeah,
to do
same
too
here.
much
I wasn't sure if it was even
gaming.
gonna ring.
To be honest,
It's been a long time. How have you been? Good, busy. I heard about Harrington and Vale. Yeah, that ended. I'm sorry. I know that how much that job meant to you. It kept things steady. Listen, my uncle had passed away recently, and he left me his house upstate. Oh, sorry about your uncle. Why you call me though? The house is empty. I thought you might want to change. You still live at Ridgeway, right? Yeah. The house is about a 2-hour drive from where you're at. I can't go that far. You wouldn't have to pay for rent, at least for now. You serious? Yeah, I wouldn't offer if I wasn't. All right, yeah, I'll do it. Good, I'll meet you there and help you get settled. The address is 21 Alder Street. Don't forget it. I won't. Talk soon, Kyle. Yeah, talk soon. 21 Alder Street. You got a city and a zip code there?
Weird.
Wow.
Stubbs does.
What a good friend.
Interesting.
I'm sure this won't come back to bite me.
So was it a zombie shooter game, or was it like It's raining outside? Nice.
Wow. Looks like life is looking up, man. Fog? Oh. Ah, my eyes.
Very nice.
Oh, how lovely. Hi. September 3rd, 2022. So that's the next day, I think. 5:38 p.m. Sure. Talk to Mark Hollins. Mark! Mark, buddy! How you doing, pal? You made it. So, this is it. Yep. 21 Alder Street. It's nicer than I expected. That's what everyone says at
playing
first.
as a zombie? Huh?
You said you'd give me a tour? Why does everyone say that? Who's everyone? Right, yeah. I actually don't have much time. Time for what? I gotta head out. Tonight. Fast. Tonight. Work thing. Came up last minute. You wouldn't understand. I wasn't even supposed to still be here. So, no tour? I mean, it's a house. Living room's where you first enter. Kitchen's on the left of that. Bedrooms are upstairs. Bathrooms too. You'll figure it out. That's it. That's it. Everything's unlocked already. Just lock up tonight, okay? You're really leaving me here without even walking inside? You'll be fine. Everyone's fine when they walk inside first.
Interesting.
Bye, Kyle. See ya. See ya, Kyle. Oh, wow. You just really zooped off there. All right. Let's throw this. Wha!
It was a you were a farting zombie? That is definitely
and one more for good measure. Put the box in the garage. Why do I gotta do that? We'll put the box on the kitchen table. Okay. Wait, this seems familiar. I've seen this house before. Now I know that I know that there are plenty of games that use the same asset, but I'm like, this feels very familiar.
Interesting.
In the bedroom, huh? I'll get that in a second. I don't think I put the garage one properly. Where's it supposed to go? To the garage. Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, up into the bedroom, huh? Ah, man. Good thing Mark's such a good friend. Which one's the bedroom? Do I remember? Here it is. Hi-ya. Hi-ya. There we go. Turn on the lights. All of them? I guess, you know, this makes sense. This is what I would do if I went into a new place. I have to turn off on all the lights and then make sure that everything is actually empty and then no one is there to murder me. But even though this looks familiar, this is a different game. The other one was about taking pictures or something like that. But definitely the same house. But I'm okay with that. It's fine to use assets that other you know, stock assets.
Yeah.
Are fine. Whatever gets the game done, man.
I mean, I remember back in
your
the
own advantage, however you feel. Doesn't have to be anything for anybody. You make the game you want. Whatever gets the game done, you know? All right, well, that's the backyard. On. Uh-oh. God damn it, I'm missing one. I have no idea where that would be. I'm gonna have to check every one of them. Must have been like some stairwell light or something, some hallway light. On. Ah! Use the remote downstairs. Why? See if the TV works, I guess. I should close this door. Yeah, that's what I'll do. TV. Hubba. Well. Oh. September 3rd, 2022. 8:01. What happened to all the lights that I had on? What was the point of turning on all the lights? It's probably because it's a mechanic that's going to come in later. Turn off the TV. Okie dokie. Get up off the couch. Sure is dark. Can I turn on a light? It probably is going to be very important to turn on lights. Who's there? Oh. You have no face. Hi. Hello? Hello?
You'll be
Oh,
playing
hey, you're the one Mark showed the house to, right? Well, didn't, but whatever. Yeah, do you know him? He's my brother. I'm Brooke. I live next door. Kyle, nice to meet you.
Interesting.
Mark never mentioned he had a sister. At least that's what I remember. It's been 2 years since we last spoke. He doesn't mention a lot of things. He left pretty fast. Said something about work. Yeah, he does that. Why? Mark doesn't stay in that house longer than he has to. Is this house haunted? Ha! No, I've been inside there many times. Mark and I have been trying to start up our own real estate thing. It's been small for the past few months, but Mark's been bouncing around houses for practically all week now. So we had another showing? Yeah, something like that. If you want something to eat without making a mess in your fancy new home, then I would go to a place called 612 Pizza. It's open pretty late. I'll take a look sometime. Great to hear. Welcome to Alder Street, Kyle. See you around. Okay. Bye. 612 Pizza, huh? She seems nice. Uh-huh. Man, I'm tired. I should get some sleep. Definitely should get some sleep. No 612 Pizza for me. Just a restful night of sleep. Boy, it's dark. That's a little better. Boy, it's dark. Well, that's why they made me see where all the things were. Sleep. Sleep. Hey, that clock's wrong. Please don't be AM. I mean, please don't be super early. Oh, shit! What is that? What is that? Did I leave the TV on? No, I swore I turned it off. Alright, I'll go check. Alright, you've convinced me. I've convinced me. It's so dark. Why is it so dark? Is it just my monitor? Is my monitor, like, brightness all the way down or something? No, it's at 100! It's just really dark. Alright. Who's there? Who's there? This is definitely why
Up on the 8-hour mark. Crazy.
Oh my god. On. Who the hell? Who did that? Turn the back porch light off. Well, that's ominous. I don't like that. I don't like that. Whoa! What the hell was that sound? Brooke? Mark? This isn't funny! I'm not going out there. Who even runs through someone's yard out this late? Going back to bed. Yeah, I should turn this off for sure. Go back to sleep. You got it.
All right, Mark.
Doing it.
Fucking
Restful night of
I'm
sleep
not sure.
coming up. Sleeping.
That's Mark.
In 3,
For you.
2, 1. Sleep. Didn't even close my door. Don't need to. Never need to. September 4th. 8 a.m., baby. Oh! Didn't sleep that great. New place, I guess. Still can't believe I'm actually here. Gonna be a long week. Need to find a job soon. And I swear I saw someone in the backyard last night. Probably nothing. Alright, coffee first, then I'll figure the rest out. Okay. Can't move. You just moved in? Yeah, yesterday. I figured. Lights were on last night. Bathroom real runnable, you know? Yeah. That place sat empty for a while. Yeah, my friend owns it. Right? I thought I saw someone in the backyard last night. Yeah? Yeah, you saw me? I mean, someone? Yeah, I ran across the yard just as I was turning the porch light off. Backyard's easy to get through. Yeah, I guess. People used to be there all the time back when it was empty. I'm guessing they didn't expect anyone to be inside. Yeah. You'll get used to it. To what? The house. Alright. See you around. Name's Dalton. Dalton, that's a real name. Yeah, see you later, Dalton. Not gonna let that guy in. September 4th. Evening? Evening. 6:32. As much as I didn't want to do this, it's gonna pay off sooner or later. Time to start an OnlyFans. If I'm gonna have a new life, might as well make some new money. I'm sure it'll go well. I have no experience. I have no references. I'm gonna eat pizza now. Thank you. Please meet me at 612 Pizza. Okay. I'm... Whoa. Oh. 7:11 p.m. That's funny. Alright, pizza run. Should be quick. Help wanted. Huh. There's a help wanted sign there. Maybe this is my start. Oh, wow. Look at this ugly motherfucker. Wow, look at this. Look at this slack-jawed, mouth open, can't afford a bigger sweatshirt looking ass. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? I'm not talking to you. Why would I talk to you? Anyway, oh sorry, I didn't close the door. Hello?
Hey, now.
Can I just walk back? No. Alright.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is strange. Was I supposed to announce myself? Now arriving, Markiplier for pizza! The hell is it? Talk to, I don't, oh. Yeah, I only talked to the back of your head, man. Man, I'm stuffed. Didn't think I'd finish that much. Uh-huh. You know if anyone's around here? Oh, yeah. He's here. Just ring the bell and he'll take your order. Thanks. I don't know why I needed to talk to you to do that. What? Lixian, blow him up. Guy. Ah, didn't mean to startle you, sir. The name's Pete, owner of this establishment. You here to pick up or order something here? I'm looking to order something here. Got it. All right. I'm right on it. I've made many pizzas. All right, sir. What do you want for tonight? I'll order something simple. A pepperoni pizza will do. Anything else? That'll be it. All right. Your total will be $8.99. Wow, that's it? Oh. All right, here's 10. Keep.
Well, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Got 5 done. Not bad. Probably end it there. Already at 8 hours. Take a small break. Yeah. Ooh. Man. Well, ooh. I think that'll be it from me. Thank you very much. Nice to actually do some like illustration and like rendering stuff, which is so yeah. This one not as my favorite. Not too bad. But yeah, I think that'll be it for me. Hope it. See you next time.